1 year after the worst terrorist attack in history. The World Trade Center, the Pentagon, a field in Shanksville, Pennsylvania. It was a day that began like any other and ended in horror and disbelief. This will be a day of solemn ceremony, a time to grieve the losses, a time to honor the heroes, a time to remember what happened 1 year ago today, Wednesday, September the 11th, 2002.
From NBC News, this is a special edition of Today, America Remembers, with Katie Couric and Matt Lauer.
And welcome to Today on this sad and somber Wednesday morning. I'm Katie Couric at what is now known and will be forever as Ground Zero. This was once a shining symbol of America's spirit, ambition, and ingenuity. The shining towers of the Twin Towers here at the World Trade Center, but now it is a 16-acre scar, and the healing process for thousands of families and the entire nation is far from over.
And I'm Matt Lauer, uptown in Studio 1A. The attack on America took this country by surprise. By now, the images have grown familiar, but the idea of it, a coordinated assault, 4 airliners hijacked and turned into missiles innocent Americans used to attack other Americans, is still quite stunning. 1 year ago, the events were already unfolding. By 7:02, Mohammed Atta, the leader of the hijackers, was on board a U.S. Airways flight from Maine to Boston. He spent that entire flight praying. Today, we remember what the terrorists wrought. At Ground Zero, where the names of the victims will be read aloud. At the Pentagon, where President Bush will honor those lost. And in Pennsylvania, where they'll pay tribute to the heroes of Flight 93. Today, we will hear from our leaders and some ordinary Americans who were moved to extraordinary acts. From the White House, where the president will observe a moment of silence to mark the time that the first plane hit the first tower, to our fighting men and women in Afghanistan who are taking part in Operation Enduring Freedom, Katie.
Matt, meanwhile, families are beginning to gather here, not only families, but representatives as well from the NYPD, the FDNY, the Port Authority. Bagpipers marching from each of the 5 boroughs will be arriving here at Ground Zero. Some of them left as early as midnight last night. This clearly will be a day of remembrance, resilience, and resolve. Meanwhile, on Tuesday, as you know, the federal government raised the nation's terror alert warning to its 2nd highest level, which is called Code Orange, signaling a high risk of attack. NBC's Justice correspondent Pete Williams is at FBI headquarters with more on this. Pete, good morning.
Katie, good morning to you. There were several factors that led the government to do this. First, a captured Al-Qaeda operative in Southeast Asia warned of multiple simultaneous attacks on U.S. interests overseas and said Al-Qaeda cells had been gathering explosives for car bombs to do this since January of this year. Then another source warned of possible suicide attacks on U.S. interests in the Middle East. Intelligence analysts also worried that low-level Al-Qaeda operatives might try to stage individualized, undirected attacks of their own. And then intelligence analysts also noted that the kind of intelligence traffic that they follow looked very similar to the pattern of intelligence traffic that led up to September 11th. Put that all together, add an additional concern that officials thought, well, if there's all this, perhaps there's other parts of it that we don't know about that might target the United States, and they decided to increase the threat level. But so far, the only specific and credible reports they have of possible attacks are on interests overseas, and that's why the State Department has closed 14 embassies. U.S. military forces are on their highest state of alert in the Middle East, short of war. There is extra security around the world at installations, Katie.
All right, Pete Williams. Pete, thank you very much. New York City Mayor Michael Bloomberg planned and will lead the ceremony here at Ground Zero this morning. Mr. Mayor, good morning to you. You know, as you set out to plan this event, this very important event, really, for so many people and the entire nation, what was your major goal?
Well, I thought we had 2 things to do. One was to look back and remember those 2,800 people that were lost and understand why they were lost and tell the world that story. And the other thing is to look forward and tell the world that we are in the process of rebuilding, and New York and America and freedom will wind out better than it was a year ago.
How involved were the families in the planning of the ceremony?
Some very, some just didn't want to get involved at all. We tried to outreach to as many different groups as we could. And in the end, you take a little bit of everybody's ideas and you blend them together and come up with something.
There will be a citywide moment of silence at 8:46, the time the first plane hit the North Tower. There will be some very moving silences, frankly, during this ceremony, but you made the decision not to have any original speeches. The Gettysburg Address will be read, the Declaration of Independence. Later, you're going to be reading the Four Freedoms, written by Franklin D. Roosevelt. Why that decision? Because some people might say, Mr. Mayor, you know, we need words to help us heal. We need relevant words to put this into context and give us some understanding.
I think that the attack on the World Trade Center was an attack on freedom-loving people around the world. And what better than the basis on which this country was formed, the Declaration of Independence, the most tragic period in our history, our Civil War remembrance, or World War II, which really was a defining moment, and FDR took us out of the Depression. The president will, as the leader of the country and really of the free world, will tonight give a speech taking us forward, and I thought it was appropriate for him to do that and us to pull together America in the morning.
Meanwhile, the nation, including New York City, are under a code orange alert, which is the second to the highest, a state of high alert. Obviously, New Yorkers are nervous today. How can you assure them that all the proper precautions have been taken?
New York has been under code orange for the whole year. We never reduced our standard of readiness after the attack a year ago.
So it hasn't been enhanced at all for the one-year anniversary?
Well, we obviously have more police officers both on the street where you see them and where you do not see them, and are taking extra precautions on 9/11. But we have the world's best police department. We've been training extensively for this, and I think from an individual point of view, what we should do as human beings, hug our loved ones one more time before we leave in the morning, a little extra kiss and squeeze. Take some time at 8:46 to remember those we left behind. Light a candle tonight. Exercise some common sense. If you see something strange, call 911. But leave security to the professionals. I'm very comfortable with that.
All right. New York City Mayor Michael Bloomberg, as always. Mr. Mayor, thanks very much for talking with us. Good luck today. I know it's going to be a difficult day for everyone. Now, here's Matt.
All right, Katie, thank you. Former Mayor Rudy Giuliani led New York through the darkest day in its history and, of course, the aftermath. Mayor Giuliani, good morning to you.
Good morning, Matt.
Let me start by first expressing my condolences to you and your family. I know your mother passed away a few days ago. How's your family doing?
My family is doing all right. I mean, she had a long life, almost 93 years. We buried her yesterday, and you can't help but compare it to all of those people who lost loved ones in the midst of their life, and so we have a lot to be very thankful for.
Well, again, our condolences. It's been a year
since
the unthinkable happened in this city, Mr. Mayor. What are your thoughts on this morning?
My thoughts are that the city is here, very much like the thoughts I had when I woke up on the morning of September 12th after a 45-minute sleep. The city is here. It is very strong. It's going to have to endure this pain, because it is a tremendous amount of pain, because we know the people that we lost. On the way in here this morning, I saw a man who lost his son, and we hugged. But we're stronger for it. We're stronger for it because we survived it, and we understand how important the things we're fighting for are.
You know, there's going to come a time this morning, Mayor Giuliani, where you'll take part in this ceremony at Ground Zero, and you'll begin to read the names of the people who were lost on that day. Do you expect that to be a very difficult time for you?
Yeah, I have expected for some time this to be a very difficult day. And I guess, like many people, I'm hoping, that we're over it and we're into tomorrow, but it's a necessary day. It's a day in which we remember the awesome bravery of the people who displayed more bravery in the face of evil than I've ever seen before, who conducted the very best rescue operation in the history of this country, saving over 25,000 people. I'll never forget, Matt, when I first came down here that morning, and I went to the fire department command post, and things were falling down around us. And then we had to face what happened. If you had asked me how many people we would have lost, it could easily have been 3 or 4 times more.
I think you said that day, you said the number of dead will be more than any of us can bear.
Yeah, well, it was more than we could bear, but at the time we thought it was even more. And the reason that it wasn't as high as it could have been is because these brave people saved so many people, saved over 20 or 25,000 people. And in the weeks after that, we recognized that. And somehow, you know, as time moves away, we don't realize the most horrible, horrific attack in the history of this country, the worst losses we've ever sustained, and the bravest response on the part of uniformed services and other people that we've ever witnessed in any, 4, 5, 6 hour period.
You know, as I get back to you reading the names of those who died, there's a good chance you'll be reading the names of people whose funerals you attended.
Yeah, names that I've either knew or then got to know in the months after that. You know, when I was at my mother's funeral yesterday, I was there with Governor Pataki and the former police commissioner, fire commissioner, head of emergency services, Governor Carey, and we remarked how we've spent a year being at funerals together. And, but it gave us strength. Every one of those funerals gave me strength. It gave me the determination, to move on with life, and to remain committed to the absolute goal of ending global terrorism.
And on this morning, is there one message you'd like to convey to the families who lost loved ones on that terrible day?
We love them. They share this loss, with so many people that maybe that can give them some sense of solace and strength, and the pride they should feel. Even feeling the loss and with the tears in their eyes, the pride they should feel about the remarkable heroism of these people who turned the worst attack in America into one of our greatest days and to a day of great patriotism.
Former New York City Mayor Rudolph Giuliani. Mr. Mayor, again, our thoughts are with
Thank
your
you,
family on this day.
Thank you.
As the city of New York and the nation get ready to mark this somber day, we want to take a moment to look back at the chilling events as they unfolded 1 year ago today. The 11th day of September 2001, surveillance cameras at the airport in Portland, Maine caught these images of the hijackers.
American Airlines flight number 11 from Boston's Logan Airport, scheduled to go to LAX. It left at 8 a.m. this morning. We have a report the plane may have flown out of Newark, New Jersey.
American Flight 77, a 757 with 64 aboard. Back in Boston, United Flight 175 with 65 aboard.
Al, it is such a pretty morning, isn't it?
Perfect fall morning here.
It is the West Twin Tower. Oh, another one just hit. Something else just hit. A very large plane just flew directly over my building, and there's been another collision.
A second airplane, a 727 just ran into the building.
Two airplanes have crashed into the World Trade Center in an apparent terrorist attack on our country.
There was an explosion of some kind here at the Pentagon.
They are now confirming that it does appear that at the Pentagon, it was a plane.
The FAA has banned all takeoffs at all airports across America.
The building has collapsed. That tower just came down.
These pictures are beyond belief.
We now have an AP News alert out of Pittsburgh, the crash of a large plane just north of the airport.
The other tower of the World Trade Center has just collapsed.
There's been a declaration of war by terrorists in the United States.
We need all of the open space we can get to evacuate people from the World Trade Center.
Spent a year in combat. Never saw anything like this. Nothing this devastating.
Our military at home and around the world is on high alert status.
A third damaged building. The 40-story World Trade Center number 7 also crashes to the ground.
I've directed the full resources of our intelligence and law enforcement communities to find those responsible and to bring them to justice.
America has been attacked, and it has been changed.
September 11, 2001. We now want to check in with our correspondents stationed across the country. Jim Miklaszewski is at his post at the Pentagon, as he was 1 year ago today. Robert Hager is at Reagan National Airport. Brian Williams is covering Homeland Security, and Kelly O'Donnell is in Shanksville, Pennsylvania. Mick, let's start with you.
Katie, there are several indications today that the war in Afghanistan, indeed the war on terrorism, is far from over. In Afghanistan today, 9,500 U.S. troops. That's the largest number of American troops in Afghanistan since last October, when the war began. Now, the war took a terrible toll on the U.S. military. 51 dead, 19 of those killed in actual combat. There were thousands of enemy forces killed, but only just a handful of the top leaders of either Al-Qaeda or Taliban captured, and the #1 target, Osama bin Laden, remains elusive today. And if you really want a good sign of where the war on terrorism stands today, U.S. military forces throughout the Persian Gulf, Southwest Asia, and the Middle East are at the highest state of alert this morning, just short of war. And there's one more telling sign right here in Washington, D.C. Just 100 yards from where I sit right now, a live anti-aircraft missile battery guards Washington, D.C. Katie?
Jim Miklaszewski at the Pentagon. Mick, thank you very much. Of course, we'll have the memorial ceremony live there a little bit later, as well as the remarks by President Bush. Meanwhile, after the attacks of September 11th, air traffic in the United States was grounded, and the airline industry has yet to recover. NBC's Robert Hager is at Reagan National Airport with more on that aspect of the story. Bob, good morning.
Morning, Katie. Well, you can really see that here this morning because the crowd is very, very light. There's almost no wait at all in the ticket line there behind me. The morning shuttles have gone out from this airport to New York and Boston, half empty. And that's what's expected at airports across the country this morning. A lot of travelers wary already about traveling this day, and even more wary with that new alert. All the airlines have canceled a lot of flights today. I know U.S. Air told me they'd canceled more than 100. Among all the airlines, about 13% fewer flights nationwide than on a normal Wednesday this time of year. Advanced reservations today down 22%, says the online booking site Orbitz. Security heightened some because of yesterday's alert. For instance, even more of those air marshals are flying today. The force is 100% deployed. We've got military exercises here in Washington and in New York that put fighter planes in the air once again, and there are some flying restrictions as those memorial services go on today. A different sort of travel day 1 year after that horrible day a year ago. Katie?
Bob Hager at Reagan National Airport. Bob, thanks so much. We'll be checking in with you throughout the morning. Meanwhile, NBC's Brian Williams is covering Homeland Security. He joins us from MSNBC headquarters with more on that. Brian, good morning.
Good morning to you, Katie. And despite this new elevated threat level, which included, by the way, the rather chilling admonition from the feds that families across the country should talk about this day, its significance as an event, even know how to contact each other throughout the day, it appears the business of this Wednesday morning goes on. We're going to take advantage of some software called Flight Explorer, vis-a-vis what Bob Hager just reported, and take a look at where the various commercial aircraft are located. Every dot represents a plane in the sky over the United States right now. And while this is not the volume you would see on an average Wednesday, this pattern is very familiar. Most of the dots on the East Coast there are the 6 and 7 a.m. departures, most of them headed west, and we will start to see the area around O'Hare come to life and the area outside LAX come to life as the morning goes on. Schedules reduced about 13% officially, but remembering that all the major East Coast landmarks are being protected by either missiles or F-15s or F-16s aloft, it's still a good amount of business in the skies over the United States. Katie, we'll check in on it through the day.
All right, Brian Williams. Brian, thank you so much. In Somerset County, Pennsylvania, 40 people were killed when United Flight 93 plunged into a field after a desperate struggle. NBC's Kelly O'Donnell is there as family members and friends mark this day. Kelly, good morning.
Good morning, Katie. Shanksville shares this anniversary with New York and Washington, but things here have always been different. For example, President Bush will make his very first visit to the site today. He and the First Lady will visit the Shanksville site and will place a wreath here before about 500 family members who are gathered just a short distance away. They are the family members of the 40 passengers and crew who were involved in that heroic struggle. Also different about Shanksville, unlike New York, unlike the Pentagon, this place was never a target. It has been described as a battleground that became a cemetery. Also, unlike the Pentagon, where rebuilding has already taken place, and unlike New York, where there is so much debate over what to do with the site, here in Shanksville, there is very little debate. They believe this land will remain a hallowed ground. Plans for a permanent memorial are underway, but the place where the crash took place will remain just as it is today, a peaceful field. Katie?
All right, Kelly O'Donnell in Shanksville, Pennsylvania. Kelly, thank you very much. Now let's go back to Studio 1A, to the news desk, where Ann Curry has a look at the other news of this day. Ann, good morning.
Good morning, Katie, and thank you. Good morning, everybody. In other news this morning, still no official winner in Florida's Democratic race for governor, with nearly all the votes counted. Former Attorney General Janet Reno is trailing Bill McBride with 43% to his 45% of the vote. There were ballot problems in Florida on Tuesday, even though it revamped its election system after the 2000 presidential recount. On Tuesday, thousands of ballots were not counted and others went missing. Among other key races on Tuesday, two-term New Hampshire Senator Bob Smith lost in his Republican primary against Representative John Sununu, and Elizabeth Dole won her Republican primary for Jesse Helms' Senate seat in North Carolina. Today, UN Secretary General Kofi Annan warned the U.S. not to take any unilateral military action against Iraq. He said any steps must be sanctioned by the Security Council. President Bush addresses the UN tomorrow. Lawyers for Martha Stewart say they welcome the decision by House lawmakers to turn their investigation over to the Justice Department. Lawmakers decided not to subpoena her to testify before their committee. Instead, they want federal prosecutors to investigate whether she misled them about her sale of stock in Imclone. And this 9/11 anniversary is being marked not just in the United States, but overseas as well. Last night, two powerful beams of light were projected into the night sky over Paris to honor the victims and to express solidarity with the United States. And in Australia this morning, hundreds of people, including firefighters, wearing red, white, and blue shirts, gathered on a beach to form a giant U.S. flag. NBC News will have day-long coverage of today's 9/11 tributes, and you can follow also the events along throughout this day on msnbc.com. It is now 7:22. Let's now turn back to Matt. Matt, nice to see these gestures from overseas.
It certainly is, Ann. Thanks very much. Let's find out what the weather is going to be like for the memorial services all across the country. Al's outside with a check of the weather. Al?
That's right, a warm, humid day here in the Northeast, Matt. Let's take a look, show you what's going on. We've got Gustav right now, and you can see a lot of rain stretching from Nantucket just off the shoreline of New Jersey and Long Island, 240 miles south-southwest of Nantucket with 70-mile-per-hour winds, heavy surf and rip currents possible. Windy in the northeast as a cold front moves through, sunshine in the northwest, a lot of rain in the southwest where there are flash flood watches up for the Four Corners areas, fog in central coastal California, and scattered showers and thunderstorms along the central and southern Florida peninsula. That's what's going on around the country. Here's what's happening in your neck of the woods.
7:23, and we will see our winds pick up to about 15 miles an hour, but our temperatures are going to be going down. 87 this afternoon with some clouds as that cold front works through, but we should stay dry. Tonight, mostly clear with lows in the mid to upper 50s. Tomorrow, we'll really notice a difference in the afternoon. Weekly planner showing 81 for a high tomorrow, 83 Friday, a dry work week, and then two good chances of rain on both Saturday and Sunday.
That's your latest weather. Now back inside to Matt.
All right, Al, thank you very much. Much more ahead of this special edition of Today as America Remembers right after this.
Matt, the outpouring for those who were killed in the attacks here at the World Trade Center really have been overwhelming. Here's just one small example. Homeless children at the Thomas Pappas Elementary School in Phoenix raised $2,000 by selling paper flags, and of course all that money they sent to New York City.
What a moving sight, Katie, overnight as those bagpipers move through the 5 boroughs of Manhattan or New York, heading toward Ground Zero for the ceremonies that will take place a little more than an hour from now. Members of the Fire Department, Sanitation Department, Port Authority Police, and Police Department honoring those they lost a year ago today. We'll be right back after your local news. Good morning. Welcome back to Action 10 News Today on this Wednesday morning. I'm Brett Dark. We will check in and get an update on the forecast in a moment. First, let's get out to the streets, get a check on traffic with Ed Rupp. Ed, how does it look right now?
Good morning, Brad. Doing pretty well. Interstate traffic volume picking up some, but so far so good. Good news, no wrecks on your way as you head towards downtown because today is 9/11. Some extra heavy security in Oak Ridge this morning, so traffic a little bit slower and backed up on Bethel Valley Road. Those of you that have to head into work up there at the plant, you're going to have to allow a little extra time to run it slow. Again, they do have some extra security up around there, and so Bethel Valley Road backed up. Good news, though, no problems with wrecks to cause you delay in Anderson County. We'll keep you updated on WIVK's Ed Rupp checking traffic action 10 News.
All right, Ed, thanks. Good news on the weather report as well.
It couldn't be as bad as yesterday with highs of 95, but definitely better news today. We will see cooling temperatures, and right now you'll probably not notice much of a difference compared to the rest of the week, but we're at 66 with clear skies now. Our winds are out of the southwest at 3, but we expect them to shift around to the north and pick up maybe as high as 15 miles an hour later today. Highs will be only in the mid to upper 80s with some cloudiness as a cold front rolls through later on in the day. And we will continue to see cooler temperatures tonight with everybody seeing lows in the 50s, mostly clear skies. Tomorrow, 81 in the valley and upper 70s in the mountains and plateau with a lot of sunshine, and we will see drier air as well. Weekly planner shows that cooling trend will stay with us through the work week with highs only in the low 80s Thursday and Friday. And then Saturday and Sunday will slightly warm up, but we've got chances of some much needed rain, especially by Sunday afternoon.
All right. Thanks, Ben. The FBI says no specific terrorist threats have been made to Knoxville or East Tennessee today. At the same time, police and sheriff's departments are keeping guard, protecting major buildings and landmarks in our area. Many departments are shuffling their staff and changing schedules to make sure all bases are covered. Security has also been tightened by the Department of Safety in Oak Ridge. And there is a new security force at McGee-Tyson Airport. Federal government has taken over control of the passenger checkpoint there. Screeners from the Transportation Security Administration will now be responsible for checking the passengers who fly from Knoxville. The move from private security firms to government screeners is a direct result of last September's attacks. 60 people from East Tennessee have been hired. And McGee-Tyson now joins 93 other airports in the federal system to have done this. And we want to remind you, Action 10 News will have special local coverage this afternoon from 4 until 6:30. We'll be bringing you East Tennessee Remembers 9/11, stories of how our lives were affected by that day 1 year ago. We'll have more local news in 30 minutes.
I've never seen any, it looks like a movie. I saw a large plane, like a jet, going immediately headed directly into the World Trade Center. It just flew into it, into the other tower coming from south to north. I watched the plane fly into the World Trade Center.
This is a special edition of Today, America Remembers, September 11th, 2002. I'm Matt Lauer in Studio 1A in Midtown Manhattan. Katie, that was Jennifer Oberstein on the phone with us back at 9:04 on September 11th, 2001. And listening to it this morning, it is chilling to hear. And we're going to check in with Jennifer a little bit later on this morning, Katie.
Matt, that's right. It really is chilling to hear the frantic nature of her voice when she was recounting what she was seeing that terrible morning. For many people, the rituals and ceremony of this one-year anniversary will provide significant solace, but for others, it's a day that they've dreaded for some time. All the images replayed, all the wounds of grief reopened. Families of all types are still reeling from the attacks. The youngest victim was 2-year-old Christine Hansen. She was on United Airlines Flight 175 on her way to Disneyland for the first time. The oldest victim, 82-year-old Robert Norton, who was on American Airlines Flight 11.
And Katie, let me give you an idea of what we can expect to see throughout the day. President Bush has designated today Patriot Day. Flags across the country are flying at half-staff. President and Mrs. Bush are leaving the White House to attend a private church service. And 1 year ago, the president was at the Emma E. Booker Elementary School in Sarasota, Florida. He was preparing to talk to school children when he first got word of the attack. Today will be a very different day for the president. After church and a moment of silence at the White House at 8:46, the exact time the first plane hit the first tower, he and Mrs. Bush will make their way to the Pentagon, where Mr. Bush will deliver remarks at a ceremony there. The Bushes will then travel to Shanksville, Pennsylvania to lay a wreath on the field where Flight 93 slammed into the ground, killing all 40 people on board after what's been described as a fierce struggle. President Bush will then move on to New York City, where he and Mrs. Bush will lay a wreath at Ground Zero. And tonight, He'll address the nation from New York. Katie.
Meanwhile, Matt, in a moment, we're going to be talking with some of the family members who are dealing with this extremely difficult anniversary. We're going to find out how they're coping, why many are participating in this ceremony at Ground Zero, and why so many, Matt, are staying away, preferring to recognize this day privately with their loved ones.
So look at the spiritual impact of the day from Cardinal Edward Egan, the leader of the Catholic Church here in New York. And just to give you a sense of our timeline, 1 year ago, at this very time a year ago, American Airlines Flight 77 began boarding passengers at Washington's Dulles Airport. Now let's get a check of the weather across the nation from Al. Al, good morning again.
Thank you very much, Matt. We're out here with a lot of folks wearing patriotic colors. We also have a gentleman, Samuel Holliday, who was one of the original wind talkers from code talkers. I'm sorry, from the Navajo Nation. Yeah, and you're here today, and we appreciate the work you did so many years ago. Thank you so very much. And what's your name?
Helena. This is my father.
Oh, thank you very much.
My best friend, Janet.
Great. It's really great. And what is Yahati?
Ya'at means hello in Navajo.
All right. So how would you say today in Navajo?
Dija.
Dija? So this is the Dija show.
Oh.
Thank you very much. Well, we appreciate you coming down. Thank you very much, sir. All right, let's check your weather, see what's going on, and we'll show you the heat in the south. The dog day still hanging around as we work our way into September. Mobile, Alabama, 95, Augusta, 97, Waco, Texas, 98. Again, we've got Gustav off the northeast coast, bringing a lot of rain to northern New England. Monsoonal moisture in the southwest with rain all the way up into Montana. Sunshine in the northwest with 77 degrees, sunny skies in Seattle today. That's what's going on around the country. Here's what's happening in your neck of the woods.
It is 7:34, and we've seen the peak of the heat here in East Tennessee. Things starting to cool now. We will see a few clouds this afternoon and highs only in the mid to upper 80s. Overnight tonight, everybody will be in the 50s for overnight lows with mostly clear skies. Big change coming tomorrow, though. High temperatures, some places only in the upper 70s, valley highs in the low 80s, lots of sunshine through the rest of the work week. And then 2 chances of rain on the weekend. Slight chances on Saturday, better chances as we get to Sunday afternoon.
That's your latest weather. Now back to Ground Zero and Kate.
All right, Al, thank you very much. You know, some families have chosen to stay away from Ground Zero and the ceremony here, but many are gathering for the commemoration. Tom Roger's daughter, Jean, was a flight attendant on American Airlines Flight 11, the first plane to hit the towers. He is Vice President of Families of September 11th. Christy Farrer's husband, Neil Levin, was the Executive Director of the Port Authority of New York and New Jersey. Neil died at the World Trade Center. Christy serves as Mayor Bloomberg's liaison with the families of those killed. Tom and Christy, good morning. I'm so happy to see you all here. I know it's a really difficult day, but we really appreciate you joining us. You all are here sort of really in an official capacity because you're not only grieving the loss of your loved ones, but you've really helped so many other families as well. Yet on a personal level, I'm sure you're thinking of your daughter today.
Absolutely, Katie. It's an emotional time, you know, for us. Our whole family is here today, and you know, as last year, you know, it's been a very difficult time for everyone. You know, certainly the remorse and the recovery effort, and you know, and all the efforts of the country to try to put things right. You know, we're hoping, at least for some of us, that today can mark a new beginning in this whole process.
Tell me a little about your daughter, Jeannie. So young, so vibrant, so much of her life ahead of her.
Yes, my daughter was, my only daughter, was a wonderful young woman, you know, very attractive. You can see the picture of she and I. That was actually before a Millennium Party a few years ago, and we had a terrific time, and you know, she was not supposed to be on that plane, but you know, we understand she got on that plane with a smile on her face.
Christy, Neil was such an outstanding person. Tell me what you would like people to know about your husband, Neil Levin.
He was an uncompromisingly honest person, a dedicated public servant, and he took time for people. He took time. I mean, you know that, Katie. You knew him. He took time. He took time to pat, you know, a doorman, a driver, shake their hand. He's just, you know, an extremely magnanimous individual.
As I mentioned, Christy, anniversaries are very tough. They really do reopen the wounds of loss and grief. Are you dreading this day, or what are you hoping to get out of this day?
I don't want to speak for everybody, but I think there's a large number of us that can't wait for this day to be over. As Janis Joplin said in some bastardized form of it, tomorrow is the first day of her life. It's a new life tomorrow. I mean, I think after 1 year, we really have to begin the healing process. And it's kind of up to the victims' families, who have a lot of moral authority in what's going on here, to say to the nation, okay, let's heal and let's heal together.
You've been communicating with so many of the victims' families. I've heard such incredibly complimentary things about both of you and how helpful you've been and how heroic you've been in sort of being selfless and helping them. But what is the biggest concern and the biggest issue facing these families, Christy?
Staying together in terms of trying to cooperate with the rest of the stakeholders and what's going to go on down here. How many acres are going to be devoted to the memorial? It's not quantity, it's quality. And trying to come together in something that is going to memorialize our loved ones, but at the same time allow this to be a neighborhood. That's the task that's before us, to listen to the other stakeholders and at the same time satisfy our needs.
But how do you do that with 2,801 victims taken here at the World Trade Center and on those planes? How can you possibly please everyone? And what are your thoughts of what ultimately you would like to see here, Tom?
Well, I personally accept the fact that there needs to be a mixed-use development here, but the memorial should be the most important part of the process, and that anything that goes here really needs to speak to the memorial. So when you're on this site, the 16 acres, you know that you are within the World Trade Center memorial site, whether it's next year or 100 years from now.
Rudy Giuliani wants the whole 16-acre site to be just a memorial. Do you understand, or do you recognize, or do you accept, Christy, the need to have some kind of commercial area, or do you agree with the former mayor?
You know, it's difficult to say, but in my heart, my background is city planning, and I understand the need for mixed use. And I think it may be unrealistic for the plans that Mayor Bloomberg has for Lower Manhattan to think of this entire area as a 16-acre park. And I do believe there has to be some mixed use. I don't know whether it's commercial, it could be housing, it could be some business, it could be some respectable use of commercial, it could be a museum dedicated to the memorial.
And very quickly, I know one of the bones of contention in the aftermath of this has been the Victims' Compensation Fund, the feeling that it's arbitrary and unfair. Are you all confident that those issues are being settled vis-a-vis how much money is being allocated to each family?
It seems to be working itself out. You know, certainly most of the families seem to be standing back and watching the process work, and Mr. Feinberg is certainly speaking everywhere he can about the advantages of the process, and I'm optimistic that that will probably end up being the best situation for the families.
Also, I just want to say one thing about that. Most of these families haven't even focused on money unless they're in dire need, and they've turned to 9/11 United Services, which has done an enormously fabulous job of helping these families out. A lot of these families haven't even thought about what they're going to do about compensating for their loss of income. I mean, it's just beginning now. A lot of them aren't focused on it.
Christy Ferrer and Tom Roger, thank you both so much. You know, we'll spend the day thinking of people like your husband Neil and your daughter Jeannie. I know what a tough day this is going to be, but we'll be thinking about you too as well. Thanks so much. Now back to Matt.
All right, Katie, thank you very much. A year ago, New York's bravest and finest suffered great losses. 23 members of the NYPD didn't make it, and a staggering 343 members of the Fire Department of New York City died at the World Trade Center. On September 11th, 2001, more firefighters died than had been killed in the whole 50 years before. From the earliest moments, the firefighters were there.
The firemen were phenomenal, phenomenal. They're true heroes. They were there. They went back in over and over again.
I guess it was about the 27th floor. The firemen started coming up into the building. You know, we were kind of clapping for them and wishing them luck on their way in.
But soon reality hit. Many who went in would never come out.
I've never seen anything like it. It's one of the worst things I've ever seen in my life.
We've got
over 300 people that are missing that we can't account for. We believe that many of them are gone.
Firefighters found comfort in each other and over the months continued searching for their fallen brothers.
It hurts so much inside right now, and our main goal is just to try to get every person, every brother, every civilian out of that building right now and let them rest in peace.
One of the first bodies recovered was that of Father Michael Judge, the firefighters' chaplain.
Michael's death, really left a void in a lot of people's lives.
The fire department alone had 148 funerals in the 6 months after September 11th.
It's just, it's a devastating thing. I don't know, well, the fire department will recover, but I don't know how.
New York's bravest and finest faced the reality that they were only human heroes, not superheroes.
In a conversation with one of the firefighters, I said, well, now you can no longer hide from your spouse the real dangers of your work. And he responded, yes, that's true, and we can no longer hide from ourselves anymore the true danger that we face.
Nicholas Scapetta is New York City's fire commissioner. Has been working on rebuilding the department since he took office in December. Commissioner Scapetta, good morning to you.
Good morning.
343 firefighters died on September 11th. If you look at it another way, that's 4,400 years of firefighting experience. How do you go about replacing that?
Well, we've worked hard at that. We've hired over 1,200 new firefighters. We've promoted almost 700 superior officers. We've almost doubled the number of staff chiefs, the senior chiefs in the department, and that's beginning to address that terrible loss.
Has September 11th inspired younger people to join the fire department, or are you seeing the opposite effect? People saying they don't want a part of that life?
Well, I don't think people are saying that, but this year we had more than a 3-month application period. We usually have 3 or 4 weeks. We're in the last month of that period, so we're expecting a surge. As it is, we have a little over 7,000 applications in the department now, and I think we're going to be okay. But any attention you can give to what a wonderful job this is and the great benefits and the need that we have, we'd be delighted to get it.
I know a lot of firefighters have been complaining about a respiratory disability that they're now suffering as a result of their work in the clearing of Ground Zero. How concerned are you for the long-term health of your firefighters?
That is my main concern, the emotional and physical well-being of our firefighters, because that's what makes this a unique department. It's the people. We replaced equipment, we hired new people, we have new strategies, new communication system, new planning, but that is meaningless unless we get the force back to where it was before September 11th.
What is the biggest change in the mood of the fire department these days, Commissioner?
Well, there's an overlay of sadness and mourning that is still very much with us, and of course today has resurrected all those feelings. But it's still a very strong department. It's a department rich in tradition and history, and we're going to be all right. It's going to take some time.
New York City Fire Commissioner Nicholas Scapetta. Commissioner, thanks very much for your time. Our thoughts are with you today.
Thank you very much.
And now back to Katie.
All right, Matt, thank you. On Tuesday morning, September 11th, 2 brothers from Manhasset, New York, Dennis and Timothy Coughlin, went to work at the World Trade Center. But tragically, only Dennis made it home that day. Timothy, who was a senior managing director for Cantor Fitzgerald Securities, did not. His office was on the 105th floor of the North Tower. 1 year later, Timmy's wife, Maura, and his 2 brothers, Dennis and Frank, have come here to pay tribute to the person they loved so much. Good morning to all of you. Thank you so much for being here this morning. Maura, what are your thoughts as you approach this very difficult day?
Well, I've spent the last couple of weeks, obviously, not really believing that it's been a year. It's been a year without Timmy. And last year, had you told me that I would make it through this year, I don't know if I'd believe it. And it's been a hard year without him, and I think a lot in terms of my children and how they've changed in the last year and how they've grown and what he's missed. And that's certainly very sad.
You have 3 children. Ryan was just 4.5 at the time of Timmy's death. Sean was almost 3, and Riley was just 7 months old. I know that you've worked so hard, Maura, to make sure that your husband's memory is kept alive, haven't you?
I have, and actually, if you had known Timmy, that it's been pretty easy. I mean, in such a short time with the kids, he had a huge impact on their lives, and they've really done a very good job of keeping him alive themselves. I mean, we talk about him and everything every day and all day long, but they have a lot of memories on their own, and that's pretty impressive.
Frank, as we look at a picture of your brother, which we'll have in a moment, why was it so important for you to be here today? Because I know half the family said, we're going to do this privately. I know you had a service for Timmy at St. Ignatius last night, but why did you want to be here?
This is where he breathed his last, and this is hallowed ground for us. I mean, it is the site of unspeakable violence, but it's also the site of such heroism. And so that's the reason why, I think, because for us it will always be where Tim breathed his last.
I know that, Dennis, you worked at Eurobrokers. You still work at Eurobrokers. At the time, your office was located on the 84th floor of the South Tower. You went through the attack on the World Trade Center in 1993, and despite the fact that an announcement had come over the loudspeaker saying, return to your desk, after that first plane hit, you said, I'm going to get the heck out of here, didn't you?
I think a lot of us who had been there in 93 realized that we were very jumpy to begin with. You could feel some of the reverberation. Although we were in the South Tower, you could feel some of the reverberation from the North Tower. And immediately all the people, many of the colleagues around me, especially the ones who were there in 93, looked up immediately from their desk. And the first thing you think of is, let's evacuate. Unfortunately, a lot of our other colleagues were in different parts of the room, didn't see the security. A man named Jose Marrero came in and waved us out. We were close enough to the door to see that. And unfortunately, he was lost, but a lot of us made the decision to move quickly. Unfortunately, a lot of my colleagues did not.
61 employees were lost. I imagine you've been having a hard time wondering, why my brother, why not me, since you all worked in the same building? That must be very difficult for you.
Well, we've been through so much in the last year. I mean, my colleagues and with Timmy, especially thinking about them. I really don't think about that too much. I think about the fact that all that we can be thankful for. And, you know, you take nothing for granted anymore. One day Timmy was here on September 10th, living a beautiful life, and the next day he was gone. And I think you have to accentuate that you don't know what tomorrow will bring. Live today to the fullest and love one another.
Do you agree with Christy Farrer that you'll be glad when this day is over, that the healing process can really begin perhaps tomorrow?
Well, I have to say I am looking forward to tomorrow. I think the healing process just continues. I feel like I've been healing since last September 11th, and I was a little nervous about this day, and yet I think it's necessary and it's important that everybody remembers, and I can get through it.
And 25 families in Manhasset are going through the same thing that you all have. Thank you all so much for being here, Maura and Dennis and Frank. It's good to see you all. Thank you. Good luck today.
Thank you.
Matt, back to you.
Katie, thank you. During the past year, many Americans have struggled with trying to make some kind of sense out of the events of September 11th, questioning their faith and, of course, their spirituality. One person who's tried to address these issues in depth is Cardinal Edward Egan, the leader of the Archdiocese of New York. Your Eminence, good morning. Thanks for being here.
Good morning, Matt. It's a pleasure to be here.
I know people have turned to the church, to their religious leaders, with a lot of questions over these past 12 months. What questions have you heard most often?
Well, the question that I think so many ask, of course, is how in the world could Providence allow such a thing to happen? But you know, Matt, we have seen here in New York such demonstrations of selflessness and goodness and compassion that I think that one answer we can give is that we've had a lesson of true goodness and even, I would say, holiness here in this wonderful town of ours over the last year. I've seen heroism such as I never expected to see. When I leave the mayor's celebration this morning, I'll be going over to St. Peter's Church, which is one closest to Ground Zero. And I want to tell you, Matt, that the priests and the people of that parish have been absolutely heroes. They have fed and taken care of and run the email and provided the cots and everything for hundreds and hundreds all the way until the end of this past May. So, Matt, I would say that in the midst of all of this horror, I, at least, and many others, have been truly inspired by the goodness we've seen. And I think the Lord has been working in that regard.
You know, people obviously say, where was God, Cardinal Egan, on September 11th? And they also have a question, how could people have done this, committed these horrific acts in the name of their own God?
Well, I don't know for sure, Matt, if that's the reason they did it. But if they did it, they're, of course, completely out of line. But let me tell you, I saw God here. I was standing in front of St. Vincent's Hospital when the second building came down. I was walking through Ground Zero for the days afterwards, and I want to tell you that I saw the Lord in his people. I saw people who, Matt, were willing to walk into harm's way for others and ask nothing but to serve and nothing but to save. So I assure you that God was there. God was there inspiring the wonderful firefighters, police officers, emergency workers, healthcare professionals. Matt, one day I'm going to write a book, if I ever can get retired and get a little time, and describe what I saw. And let me assure you, the Lord was with every one of us.
You are not only a religious leader in this city, you're now a New Yorker. I know you're from Chicago originally, but as a New Yorker, someone who lives very close to St. Patrick's Cathedral, have you been afraid in this last year, Cardinal Egan?
Not for 1 minute. This town is safe because this town is being protected by the greatest police department in the world, a fire department of men who are the most dedicated and women who are the most dedicated that you can imagine. Yesterday morning, I was at the funeral of Mayor Giuliani's dear mother, and I think you know the heroism and the importance he gave to the protection of this town, and my good friend Mayor Bloomberg is doing the same. New York is safe. Say to all of New York and to all of America, come and visit us. We're safe here, we're well protected, and we're doing just fine.
Cardinal Edward Egan, Your Eminence, thank you for your time this morning. I hope you'll come talk to me in the near future.
Thanks, Matt. It's great to see you always.
All right, and we should mention, according to a recent poll, 77% of Americans say they will pray on this September 11th. We're back right after this. Katie, a year ago at this moment, hijacker Mohammed Atta placed a cell phone call to hijacker Marwan al-Shahi aboard United Airlines Flight 175 to confirm that both Boston flights were boarded successfully.
We'll be back with more after this. Good morning. It is 7:57. I'm Michelle Silva. Ben Bailey will have an update on the forecast after we get a check on traffic with Ed Rupp. Ed, good morning.
Good morning. Interstate traffic heavy now, 40 eastbound, westbound, approaching the James White Parkway. Very heavy 40 westbound coming past Geary Street. No wrecks in your way there. Extra heavy security this morning up in Oak Ridge, so you're going to need a little extra time down Bethel Valley Road getting in. Emergency crews from Del Rio and Newport on the scene of a wreck on 2570E in Cock County near Newport. A vehicle flipped over there, 2570E near Stone Mountain. Road work today, Alcoa Highway northbound down to one lane at the county line. Have a terrific day. WIVK's Ed Rupp checking traffic, Action 10 News.
Ed, thanks a lot. Ben Bailey joining us now with an update on today's forecast, and it is, what, in the 60s, 66 degrees. Let's keep those temperatures nice and low.
It'll be warm today, but it won't be hot. We'll see a big change from yesterday. Bigger changes, though, coming in the near future. And as we speak, we are in the mid-60s with clear skies outside. A little bit of a southwest wind. That will shift around to the north as we bring a cold front through later on this afternoon. And with that front, cooler temperatures, only 87 this afternoon for a high. We will see some clouds with that front, but it looks like we should stay dry. Tonight, mostly clear skies with lows in the 50s for just about everybody, even the valley. And tomorrow, high temperatures in the upper 70s to low 80s with mostly sunny skies. And we will stay dry and bring back a lot of sunshine for the rest of the work week. Weekly planner showing we bring chances of rain in, though, on Saturday and Sunday. Much needed rainfall. We haven't had a drop this month, and it looks like high temperatures are going to stay right around average for the weekend, anywhere from 83 on Saturday to 85 on Sunday.
Okay, Ben, thanks a lot. A memorial in honor of the victims of 9/11 is temporarily planted on the grass at Lakeshore Park.
It's made up of 3,245 pairs of shoes, the same number of victims who perished in the attacks last year. Employees with Citadel Communications, which owns WIVK, spent yesterday placing the footwear in the formation to read a 9, a 1, and a 1. Every pair of shoes has a tag tied to it. On it, the name of the victim, their age, where they're from, where they worked, and whether they died at Ground Zero, Pennsylvania, or Washington, D.C. The memorial is on display at the park on North Shore until tomorrow. Then the shoes will be donated to Knox Area Rescue Ministries to help the homeless. Time now is 7:59. Here's a look at what's happening around East Tennessee today.
Ted Hall, weeknights on Action 10 News.
Ground Zero, the Pentagon, a field in Shanksville, Pennsylvania. This is a special edition of Today America Remembers, September the 11th, 2002. I'm Katie Couric, overlooking at what is now and will forever be known as Ground Zero. Family members of those who lost loved ones, who are gathering for a commemoration which will get underway at 8:46 Eastern Time, marking the moment the first plane hit the North Tower of the World Trade Center. Already, bagpipers from all 5 New York City boroughs are just gathering here at Ground Zero. Matt, that's the scene down here and I know that you have a timeline of what transpired on this day 1 year ago.
We certainly do, Katie. So much has changed in the last year. At 8:01 last year, Flight 93 was leaving the gate at Newark Airport bound for San Francisco. As we all know, it would never arrive. When we came on the air 1 year ago today, we were talking about a hero to millions of people, Michael Jordan, and his possible return to the NBA. But when that horrible day was over, we had a whole new definition of the word hero. 343 New York City firefighters were killed at the Twin Towers, 23 members of the New York Police Department, 37 Port Authority officers. In just a couple of minutes, we'll look at how security in big cities has changed, particularly here in New York City, Katie.
Matt will also remember one of the heroes of September 11th, a man credited with saving hundreds of lives before he lost his own when the towers collapsed. We're also going to be talking with Mideast expert Tom Friedman about how far the United States has come when it comes to the war against terrorism. One man who knows about the role of the United States firsthand, Lieutenant General Dan McNeil, commander of U.S. forces in Afghanistan. He's at Bagram Air Base this morning. General McNeil, good morning to you. Thanks very much for joining us.
Good morning, Ms. Couric, and good morning to all of the Today Show team from the coalition team here in Afghanistan.
Well, thank you. There was a serious assassination attempt, General, I know, on President Karzai last week. There are also reports that suspected Al-Qaeda and Taliban members are re-entering Afghanistan. Are you fearful that once again Afghanistan has become a hotbed for those planning terrorist activities?
Afghanistan is a much better place today, Katie, than it was 6 months ago. It'll be better tomorrow than it is today as long as we continue to do what we're doing, and that is helping the Afghan people get back on their feet. Indeed, I've heard or read the same media reports that you have about Al-Qaeda. It's not anything different from what we predicted in June, that we expected to see them come back in smaller numbers, perhaps more often. And we have set our force in such a way, and we've got what we need to continue this fight. We're ready for it.
General, how worried are you, though, about internal pressure or internal struggles happening in country with the individuals in Afghanistan? In other words, about some of these terrorists once again getting a foothold there?
Well, Afghanistan is a country with a 23, 24-year history of war and totalitarian regimes. Certainly, it would be an unreasonable expectation of us to think that the government will be perfect in its administration within a matter of months. They get better every day, in my view. I'm not a politician. I don't make policy. But just living here, I'm fairly confident they get a little stronger, they get a little better every day. And I think we all ought to have patience. We all ought to continue to help them, especially the international community, which was so generous in its offers to donate $4.5 billion U.S. We just need to come forward with those things. The force that I'm responsible for needs to continue to have the support not only of America, but all the countries that are part of the coalition. If we all move forward together, this country will find its ultimate destiny.
General McNeil, what about the search for Osama bin Laden? I know that U.S. troops have been focusing lately on the border areas. Can you give us a progress report on that?
First, they're not solely U.S. troops. It's a coalition force, and I do concede that we are working quite a bit in the eastern provinces. We are not solely focused on any personality. There's no compelling evidence to say that Osama is alive. There's none to say he's dead. There are many other leaders of Al-Qaeda. There are many former Taliban leaders that we would have equal interest in, but we're not focused singularly on any one personality. Job one for this force is to close with and destroy, either by capturing or killing, what's left of terrorists and those organizations that support terrorists. We'll get it done.
And in closing, General, how long do you think U.S. forces will be in Afghanistan?
I will leave that to Mr. Rumsfeld, General Franks, and others who set policy. I will simply tell you what I've been told. I'm here till the job gets done.
As General Schwarzkopf would say, that's decided at a pay grade higher than mine. Lieutenant General Dan McNeil, commander of U.S. forces in Afghanistan. General McNeil, thanks so much for talking with us. We appreciate it, and good luck to you and all the men and women who are working for you over there.
Thank you so much. And they are great men and women.
All right. Now let's go back to Matt in Studio 1A.
All right, Katie, thank you. After last year's brutal attack, New York Governor George Pataki called for a complete evaluation of the current security measures for New York State. Then he wanted them improved. He turned to James Kallstrom, the former FBI agent in charge of New York City. James Kallstrom, good morning. Always good to have you here.
Good morning, Matt.
But before I talk about what you've learned in the last several months, let me ask you about the state of alert we are under today, the second highest state of alert. Have you heard any information here in New York State that makes you concerned?
Well, as we reflect on the great loss of a year ago, Matt, it's good to remind everybody we are at war. I mean, it's as serious as World War II, as serious as the Cold War. There's no specific information relative to New York, but Al-Qaeda is operational worldwide. The prudent thing to do, because of some of the intelligence that's been collected recently and as recent as yesterday, was to move to a new level of alert.
And as we are in that new level of alert, have you taken specific actions to upgrade security for this particular day?
Well, the city has been at orange alert for a number of months now, and pretty much is maxed out from a security standpoint. The state now, yesterday, moved to that new level of alert. We trained for that. We programmed ourselves for that, so we moved to that yesterday.
When you took this job, you looked at the entire system of security in New York State, and you made, I believe, about 100 recommendations to the governor. What's your #1 recommendation? What needs to be changed most?
The most important thing, the governor's provided great leadership on this point, is to stop the next attack. I think the two important things there are intelligence and equipping state and local law enforcement with better, relevant information, education, and access to information in Washington.
When you talk about stopping the attacks, though, isn't one of the lessons we learned from September 11th that a trained terrorist who is willing to give up his or her own life in committing an act of terror is very difficult to stop?
Matt, it's very, very difficult, but we're never going to stop trying to stop it. I mean, we're always going to go to the max to try to stop that thing, and we can do it. We're better than they are. We can do it, and we're determined to do it.
One of the recommendations you made is you want mandatory criminal background checks for anyone who's going to be working at an airport. Will we see that happen?
Well, we think that's really something that needs to happen. I mean, when you go through security at the airports, the people on the other side, and I'm sure 99.99 or maybe 100% of them close to that are great people that are just there for a job. But we don't know who they are. They're not subject to background investigations. We don't know who's working in the sterile area at the airports, and that needs to change.
And as you talk about gathering intelligence, and that's so important, as you just said, are we doing enough? Are we concentrating in the right areas to get the kind of intelligence we need to prevent a future 9/11?
Well, you know, in the last 20 years, we've created a very risk-adverse intelligence agency, the FBI, law enforcement. We need to change that. These agencies run on their fuel, their jet fuel is morale. You know, we need to get out of this zero defects mentality, and we're doing that. And we need to work much closer together. We need to have better intelligence around the world, and we're moving there. It takes a while to get there, but we're on our way.
You were in charge of the FBI in New York City in 1993 when the World Trade Center was bombed. The buildings, of course, stood, as we all know then. Did we do enough to take Osama bin Laden and Al-Qaeda and the threat of terror attacks here in New York City seriously enough between 1993 and 2001?
Well, there were a number of people that took it very seriously, but I think collectively, as a nation, we didn't take it seriously enough, and there's enough blame to go around on that. But certainly this war has been going on at least since '93. I mean, look at the events of the Trade Center, the Manila Air conspiracy to blow up airliners, the Blind Shake conspiracy to blow up the tunnels in the UN and the FBI building, the embassy bombings, the bombings in Saudi Arabia barracks, and the USS Cole. So this war has been going on for a long time, Matt.
James Kallstrom, always good to have you here.
Nice to be with you.
It's 10 after the hour. Here's Katie.
All right, Matt, thank you so much. You know, it's still hard to believe that more than 2,800 people lost their lives 1 year ago today here at the site of the World Trade Center. One of them was a man named Rick Rescorla. He was a Vietnam veteran who many say saved hundreds of lives on September 11th, but shortly after going back into the World Trade Center to rescue others, to double check that no one was still in there, Tower 2 collapsed, and Rick never came out. His remarkable story and that of his best friend Dan Hill, an American Muslim who fought in Afghanistan, is now told in a new book called Heart of a Soldier. It was written by Pulitzer Prize-winning author James Stewart, who spent countless hours with Rick's widow, Susan Rescorla. And Jim Stewart, good morning. Thanks so much for being here.
Good morning, Kate.
Nice to see you both. I know that your husband was head of security for Morgan Stanley, and that was the largest employer at the World Trade Center. He's credited with saving hundreds of lives. I mean, there were many heroes that day, but certainly he should be always on that list. I know that you've dealt with sort of heartache about, on one hand, you celebrate that your husband was a hero. On the other hand, you mourn the fact that he left you alone.
That's correct, yeah.
How do you sort of square those two feelings?
You eventually come to a point in time where I accept, first of all, I'm so proud of him. I'm so proud of what he did that day. And he was my hero before 9/11. He was a warrior, he was doing his job, and you know, I know why he went. I know why he went the way he did. And I just was upset in the beginning to think, well, why was I left? But I know what I have a different mission. I have a new mission, and that is to not let people forget not only what happened to Rick, but what happened to America.
In fact, we have a photo of Rick taken last year as he was helping everyone out of the World Trade Center.
Yes.
He called you shortly after that first plane crashed into the building. What did he say?
He said to me, stop crying. He said, I have to get everybody out of the building, and I want you to know if something happens to me that you made my life.
And that was the last time you heard from him.
And then I said, you made my life too, and the phone went dead. And then I kept watching the television, and then the building came down.
Did you know right away?
Yes. I knew when he spoke to me that I would never see him again, just from the way he spoke to me.
Jim, Rick was an amazing human being prior to September 11th. He had such a rich and interesting life, almost something out of a spy novel.
Absolutely. I mean, I really find it an epic story, and his life was entwined with so many great historical events: British colonialism in Africa, the Vietnam War, the protests on American campuses, the financial centers, and he was there in the '93 bombing. He loved the books of Rudyard Kipling and Joseph Conrad. He could have been a character in one of those novels.
I think it's so interesting looking back on your career as a writer. You've written a lot about the lack of integrity in corporate America, the lack of integrity, in your view, in the American political system. This story could not be further from those. I mean, you're talking about a story of honor, integrity, doing the right thing. There are thousands of stories like this, or, you know, thousands of victims who led pretty remarkable lives, maybe not quite as exciting as your husband. Why, I'm curious, did you choose this one?
Well, Katie, I think we all changed because of September 11th, and I felt compelled to write this story. I've never felt anything like it in my life. And yes, it's the opposite of the kind of behavior I wrote about before, the worst in human nature. And here was a story in crystal clarity that showed the greatest and the best and the most noble in human nature in Rick Viscorla, and I had to tell that story.
And at the core, it is a love story, isn't it?
Absolutely. I mean, he had a full and wonderful life. Largely, I think he would say, because of this great love and romance he found with Susan towards the end of his life, but thank God he found it because it completed his life and they made each other whole, as Susan has said so many times.
How did you meet?
Actually, we were living in the same townhouse complex, and he was jogging barefoot, and I was walking my dog, and he went by, and I just said, "Why are you jogging in barefoot?" And he said, "I'm writing a book about Rhodesia, and I wanted to know how it felt to, you know, to walk with no shoes on."
And you must have thought, gosh, this guy could be pretty interesting.
I thought from the moment, yes.
And of course, this great love of your life came later in your life,
right,
for you, which was a wonderful surprise and enriched your life so much, and his life as well. This also is a book about friendship. Tell me about this one individual. So fascinating, because it really is sort of emblematic of the whole of a different chapter in this tragedy, isn't it, Jim?
Well, Rick met his best friend Dan Hill in the remote corner of Africa in the early 60s, with politics and intrigue and war swirling around them. And they forged a friendship that maybe only two soldiers can, who have saved each other's lives. I mean, Rick grabbed helicopters and came to Dan's rescue on an isolated hilltop in Vietnam. And yet, I have to say, I envy this friendship. I don't have a friendship like this in my life. It was so close. It was so intense. I think it shows Rick's huge heart, which is partly why it's heart of a soldier, not only for the woman that he loved, but this great capacity for friendship, a very deep and inspiring relationship,
and
I think.
This friend of his, Dan Hill,
yes,
converted to Islam.
Amazingly. I mean, you know, fact stranger than fiction. He had parachuted into Lebanon in a U.S. operation in 1958, where he first met Muslims. He became interested, and later in life he did convert to Islam, which enabled him, first of all, he speaks fluent Arabic, and secondly, after the '93 bombing, he went to various mosques in the New York area, and he came back to Rick and he said, you know, they're not giving up. There is virulent anti-Americanism and hatred in this community. These buildings are going to remain a target, and they started calling the World Trade Center Ground Zero in 1993.
But nobody really listened, did
No one wanted to hear that. No one. We went into denial. America went into denial. The Port Authority went into denial, and we saw that we reaped the consequences.
Meanwhile, I know that your husband often wrote and thought about writing a book called Heart of a Soldier. And one of the things he jotted down shortly before he died was, heroic acts tend to gather around soldiers, perhaps stirred up on the cries for patriotic duty.
We will rejoin today's show coverage of the September 11th events in just a few minutes. We want to take you right now, though, to the United Way Day of Caring breakfast over at the Civic Coliseum and hear from John Lenore. He's a guest speaker this morning whose son was lost a year ago today.
2002. I also want to congratulate and thank each of you, United Way volunteers, for the work that you do and are about to do to help people in our community with various problems and needs. The support of United Way is vital to our city and surrounding area in supplying help to people with deep needs, and the volunteers here today are a vital link in assuring that the aid and assistance will continue to flow. So I wish each of you much success in your fundraising efforts and in the successful performance of your various assistance projects today and in the future. When Richard Isaac and Ben Landers called me about speaking today, my immediate reaction was, oh no, I can't speak. I don't have anything to say worth hearing. Why don't you get somebody else? My wife is a better speaker than I am, Pat here. Why don't you get her? She's a better speaker and cuter too. But then my next thought was, no, I owe my family and friends in the city and the country some words and comments on this very traumatic and sad anniversary of probably the most heinous and destructive crime ever committed in our country's history. The simultaneous air hijackings and the attacks against the two towers of the World Trade Center in New York and the Pentagon in Washington, D.C. Your theme this year, People Caring for People, the person who came up with this theme really should be applauded. I think that this theme has been widely displayed and repeated all around our country since September 11, 2001. Imagine the level of imagine the level of care and concern in the minds and hearts of those firemen and policemen in New York as they entered the burning buildings with elevators out of commission and raging fires going in the upper levels of each building. I was then, and still remain today, stunned by the bravery and commitment that they had to their job. I would have to say that those men demonstrated the ultimate in people caring for people. But it certainly didn't stop there. People all over the country, including all over East Tennessee, have demonstrated overwhelming concern for the September 11 victims and their families in a multitude of ways by sending rescuers and equipment, charitable donations, physical comforts, and encouragement to New York. And on a personal level, people have shown their love to us by cleaning our house, cutting our grass, and showering us with prayers, calls, notes, hugs, and food. People will even cry with you when you need to cry. People caring for people. This year has been very tough for our country and also for my family. Our oldest son, Rob, who was age 38 last September, who was a salesman for a New York brokerage firm, was at work on September the 11th on the 104th floor of the South Tower. He never made it out. I want to digress for just a second. Rob didn't grow up in Knoxville. He graduated from high school in 1980 in Columbia, South Carolina, where we lived at the time. He was a big, strong defensive tackle, about 6'3", 245 pounds last year. His playing weight was 265. His first time to visit Knoxville was in 1982 with his Duke football teammates. You see his picture here. The World's Fair was in progress. Before I finish this story, please notice my shirt, okay? And also know that my wife and I are parents of Patrick Lenore, who was a 295-pound offensive tackle for the Vols from 1987 to 1991. We bleed orange today, but 20 years ago, about 1,000 of us had on blue and white in a sea of 95,000 orange and white. Late in the fourth quarter at Neyland Stadium, our son laid a block on Fuad Revez, y'all remember him, the UT kickoff man, who was the last Tennessee defender. Rob's block allowed the Duke kickoff returner to score and for Duke to defeat the Vols 25-24 that year. Johnny Majors and Phil Fulmer were not happy that day, but we were. September 11, 2001 was an awful day, the worst that any of us can remember, and certainly one of the worst in the nation's history. Our son was a fine man of excellent character, ability, and attitude. He was respected and loved by everyone who knew him. I just wonder how many other parents of September 11 victims are standing before groups today saying similar things about their sons or daughters. I'll bet that December 7, 1942, that the first anniversary of the Pearl Harbor attack was a day much like this. Rob is survived by his wife of 16 years, Susan, his two children, Andrew, 12, Courtney, 10, in New York, and by his brother Patrick and family in Chattanooga, and his sister Kate here in Knoxville. Our entire extended family has experienced people caring for people, from the 10,000 teddy bears that were collected here in our city and sent to the children of victims in New York, to the $1 million New York fire truck that was replaced by Knox County citizens, from the 2 handmade quilts sent to us by 4th graders in elementary school in St. Louis, to the local monument company that donated a marker in Rob's memory on the campus of my wife's school in North Knoxville. And I could go on in countless ways, people caring for people. Every victim of September 11 has left family members to grieve. Many of them are young, defenseless, and in need of help. I can think of no better way to honor the memory of fallen countrymen and their families than by dedicating this day and the rest of the year to helping our less fortunate citizens in the best ways we can. The Bible teaches us to love God and to love our fellow man. I believe that we prove our love of God by showing kindness and love to one another, people caring for people. I like that.
From John Lenore, his son Rob was killed in the World Trade Center attacks last year. He was speaking this morning at the United Way Day of Caring breakfast over at the Civic Coliseum. We now return you to the Today Show in New York City.
I think it depends how we approach it. If we go to the UN, make one last diplomatic effort on inspections, say unfettered inspections anywhere, anytime, 24 hours a day, surprise, and Saddam says no, at least we have a triggering mechanism. So before the eyes of the world, it's clearly he who has refused the diplomatic route.
Tom Friedman of the New York Times. I could stay here and talk with you all morning, but unfortunately we have other business to get to. Thanks so much for stopping by this morning. Great to see you as always. Now here's Matt.
All right, Katie, while some families gather at ceremonies today, others have chosen to spend the day a little differently. The Hickey family in Bethpage, New York will go to church and have dinner with the squad at Rescue 4 in Queens. That's where Brian Hickey was an FDNY captain before he died at the World Trade Center. Back in December, we met Brian's 10-year-old son, Kevin, and recently we returned to the Hickey household to check in on the family and, of course, our friend Kevin.
I think he's gaining strength with every day, seeing that he can do this, but still has the broken heart, still the little boy. He was lost without Brian.
1 year later, the Hickeys are still lost without Brian, but they're recovering, each on their own time.
He was the whole package. He was honest, he had integrity like I've never seen in a man, compassion.
He was a hero because he was a devoted husband, father, son, and brother.
I want to talk to you a little bit, Kevin, about your dad.
Okay.
We first met Brian's youngest son, 10-year-old Kevin, in December, just 3 months after his father's death.
And he was one of the heroes who went to the World Trade Center that day, wasn't he?
We asked Kevin if there was something we could do that might ease some of his pain, even for just a couple of hours. His wish, to visit Yankee Stadium and meet some of the players.
How you doing? Jason Giambi, buddy.
Kevin managed a few smiles that day. He met Jason Giambi, the team's newest star, who, as luck would have it, had just replaced Kevin's favorite player.
Who's your favorite Yankee? Tino.
Just a few months later, Kevin flew to St. Louis to meet Tino Martinez, that is, his favorite former Yankee, now a Cardinal. But that stadium just wasn't quite like home.
Too much red.
Over the last year, the Hickey family allowed us to share moments like these with a home video camera that we provided.
Happy Valentine's Day, 2009.
School plays, a St. Patrick's Day parade, family vacation, a birthday celebration.
Happy birthday, Dennis. I remember Daddy coming out of the hospital doors in a gown. I got a boy!
And a junior prom. Happy moments, but somehow always bittersweet.
I put Brian's duffel bag there. That's the one he used to carry every day back and forth to work. I just kind of assumed it would go there.
Recently, I went back to Long Island to see how Kevin, his mom Donna, and his brothers and sister are doing.
Look at this, we have the same haircut. When did that happen?
I got one 2 days ago.
Did you? You like it?
Just a few months ago, they moved into a new house, the house that Brian and Donna always dreamed of.
It's really the Brian dream house in general, isn't it?
Yes, the whole thing. The whole thing is the way he wanted it. So, I'm building the mansion down here, and he's going to build the mansion up there. That's
nice
how
way
I'm
to look
looking
at
at it, you know?
Great.
Yeah.
Maybe the simplest question and the most difficult question I can ask, and what's this last year been like for you?
A dream, surreal. You know, it still hasn't. It's just unbelievable. They never found him, and that's made it really, really hard.
You're
on
still
all of
waiting
us.
for some kind of DNA evidence.
You know, I had a funeral. I buried him on his birthday because they did find his helmet, and it was all I was going to get, and I knew that. And it was right. The timing was there. The kids were ready. I was ready. It had been 9 months.
Your son, Danny, made a speech that day, and he said, "My dad's not a hero because of the way he died."
He was a hero because of the way he lived his life.
I was so proud of him at that moment.
He always said, you know, just talk from the heart. Always talk from the heart. He was a hero because he was kind, generous, and loving.
That's the kind of family I've got. I'm lucky.
How are the kids doing?
They're different. I'm trying to figure them out. You know, there's no blueprint for this, and we're all going to make a lot of mistakes before this is over, if it's ever over. I tried to fill a big hole, is what I tried to do. Oh, overindulged. And it's just recently I'm learning that the hole will never be filled.
For the three youngest children, Dennis, 19, Jackie, 17, and 10-year-old Kevin, some of the most difficult years are just beginning, years that are tough to face without a father.
He was basically the one who was guiding me to do, like, the right things and try to, like, set goals for myself, but now I just got to do that on my own. So, I don't know, it'll take a little while to figure it out.
You say you knew there'd be bad days and your friends knew there would be bad days. Describe a bad day.
You realize that your family's not whole. And, like, you look at other people and they have, like, a happy, like, family, and I don't know, it's different.
Kevin, last time I saw you, it was a really difficult time for you.
Yep.
And tell me how it's gone since then.
Well, I'd gone over it, and it's not so sad anymore.
What do you miss most about him?
Everything.
So he's trying to move on
He's
in his own way.
trying to move on in his own way. The only thing that frightens me is you don't know where that fine line is, because I don't want him to ever forget Brian. I want him to know exactly what kind of father he had.
The Hickeys are learning to go on by finding strength in each other.
He was the one that held us all together. Now I have to do it. It's very scary.
So when you hear people say it's time to get back to normal,
I get crazy.
it drives you
I get
nuts.
crazy. Because how could you? Don't make that statement, because there's too many of us affected that can never go back to the way it was. You know, no matter how hard we try.
Are there good days?
No. Mm-mm.
It's hard for me to ask, and it's hard to listen to your answer.
I don't know if there's ever going to be a good day again. We get through the days. We function. We go through the motions. And I know things change, and I know that there's a lot of things ahead of us that we don't know, and I'm trying to be very positive about that. But the loneliness is incomprehensible. It's not anything you can possibly be prepared for. And it doesn't go away.
But even though he is no longer here in person, his example lives on. These shoes are very hard to fill. I don't think anybody ever will. But his legacy lives on as we use his life as an example to guide us. Happy birthday, Pop.
We want to thank the Hickey family for letting us into their home, and our thoughts and prayers are certainly with them. About 13 minutes from now, America will take part in a moment of silence. That's the time when the president will experience that moment of silence at the White House. That's, of course, when a hijacked plane sliced into the North Tower of the World Trade Center. Bagpipers from all 5 boroughs of New York have marched to Ground Zero to form a circle of honor. At the White House, employees are gathering for a moment of silence. You can see there, and in Shanksville, Pennsylvania, people are starting to come together. At the Pentagon, families, military leaders, politicians, all united in mourning. And in Boston this morning at Logan Airport, where 2 of the planes took off a year ago, there is a vigil. I'm Matt Lauer in Studio 1A. Katie's down at Ground Zero this morning. Katie, an awfully difficult morning for a lot of people.
It certainly is, Matt. And as we've noted, many families have chosen to stay away from this morning's ceremony here at Ground Zero. Others have been gathering for hours now. If you look below me, there is absolutely a sea of people who are getting ready to participate in what will be a very moving and somber ceremony. As you mentioned, Mayor Bloomberg will call for a moment of silence. Then Governor George Pataki of New York will read the Gettysburg Address. And former New York Mayor Rudy Giuliani will begin the reading of 2,801 names of those who died here. Other people who will be reading names include Hillary Rodham Clinton, actor Robert De Niro, Michael LaMonaco, who is the chef, or was the chef at Windows on the World, who was very lucky to escape with his life that terrible morning, Colin Powell, as well as a cross-section of New Yorkers who lost loved ones in this tragedy. During the ceremony as well, Matt, family members who choose to do so will, for the first time, actually walk down to the footprints of the Twin Towers of the World Trade Center. They have not been permitted there until today. They will lay a rose for their loved one, and the vase of roses will be kept and be included in whatever memorial will be here at some point in time. You know, for all the tragedy of September 11th, there were small pieces of triumph. One of them was St. Paul's Chapel, part of Trinity Church, which used to nestle in the shadow of the World Trade Center. This morning, our national correspondent Jamie Gangel has a look at this wonderful church and the incredible service that it has done and really been doing for all the rescue workers who tirelessly toiled here following that morning. Jamie?
Good morning, Katie. We're standing right in front of the gates here, and it's amazing that the church and chapel survived, but it's also remarkable the extraordinary shelter it provided for volunteers, parishioners, and rescue workers.
Built in 1766, a place of prayer, a place of comfort. St. Paul's Chapel and Trinity Church are 2 of the oldest buildings in New York, sacred, historic landmarks. George Washington prayed here. Alexander Hamilton is buried in the graveyard. Just blocks away from the World Trade Center on 9/11, it was a miracle that it survived it all.
Why did it stand? Providence, God's divine plan. Those are mysteries that we don't understand, and we accept them, certainly.
At first, the hallowed ground was covered with ash and debris, but within days, the doors reopened. The church went back to work. It was a haven for volunteers and rescue workers, providing round-the-clock services, a place to get food, care, sleep, a place to look toward heaven. In the years since, Trinity Church has rebuilt its congregation, continued to help the community, and accept its new place in history.
Katie, the church kept up that work for 8 months. Today it reopens its doors again. There are going to be special services here, concerts, there's a photo exhibit, all honoring rescue workers and the people of Ground Zero. And as you can see behind me, people from all over the world have come and left tributes on the gates here. It's just covered, and it's been very somber here. We're really just across the street, and as we've stood here this morning, hundreds of family members, firefighters, and police officers have been making their way past the chapel going to Ground Zero. It's been very somber. Katie?
As you say, Jamie, a little piece of hope and salvation amidst the terrible devastation and destruction. Jamie Gangel. Jamie, thank you so much.
Thank you, Katie.
Now here's Matt.
Thanks. We want to go to the White House in Washington now, where in just a few minutes the president will come out to observe a moment of silence. NBC's Campbell Brown is there this morning. Campbell, good morning.
Good morning, Matt. Well, almost the entire White House staff, along with the President and First Lady, are gathering now on the South Lawn to observe that moment of silence at 8:46 a.m. precisely. That was the moment when the first plane hit the World Trade Center. And this is a repeat of a similar moment of silence that was held here at the White House on the South Lawn 1 week after the attacks. And as you know, so far for the President, it's been a morning mostly of quiet prayer. He attended morning service at St. John's Church just across from the White House, right next to Lafayette Park. And you may remember seeing pictures of the White House staff running across the park when the White House was evacuated a year ago. And that became sort of a gathering place for staff in those first few hours after all the confusion. And we're not actually going to hear from the President until he speaks a little more than an hour from now at the Pentagon, remembering the victims who died both on the ground and aboard Flight 77. But one thing I think that's interesting, Matt, is his message overall today really hasn't changed that much from what we heard from him a year ago, along with honoring the families and the victims of the attacks on September 11th. There is a real air of defiance to what we're going to hear from the President both at the Pentagon and then in New York tonight, saying that Americans now have a responsibility to defend freedom, to fight for freedom around the world. Matt?
Quickly, Campbell, if you will, there is always intense security around the President of the United States, but as he moves from the Pentagon to Shanksville to New York today, I would imagine it will be even more severe.
Extremely tight security around the President today, and we're even getting a sense for it at the White House right now, where the Secret Service is on heightened alert. As you know, Vice President Dick Cheney now is in an undisclosed location to ensure the continuity of government. Secretary of Defense Rumsfeld even putting anti-aircraft, live anti-aircraft missiles, deploying them around Washington. All of this, they say, not in response to specific threats aimed at the U.S., but rather at overseas targets, but no one today taking any chances.
All right, NBC's Campbell Brown at the White House this morning. Campbell, thanks very much. 40 after the hour. Let's go back to Ground Zero and Katie.
All right, Matt, thank you so much. NBC's Tim Russert is our Washington bureau chief as well as moderator of Meet the Press. He's here to reflect on the importance of this National Day of Remembrance. And Tim, you really can't overstate how important this day is for the entire nation, can you?
You sure can, Katie. I don't think the English language has yet found the words that can describe the pain and the hurt, the sorrow, the anger that we all are experiencing this day. So often we say, gee, how that year flew by, but think about it. It just really does literally seem like yesterday that we experienced and watched our fellow Americans withstand this attack. It's an extraordinary moment for all of us, and it's going to play out through the entire day.
It also underscores the importance of ceremony, the importance of things like tolling bells, historical symbols, the importance of silence at a time like this.
Katie, not only does the country need that, but the families need it. They need to know that their loved ones are remembered, not only by them, but by all of us. They paid the ultimate price for representing what we stand for. And for us not to honor them and to remember them in a very bold and dramatic way would be unforgiving of ourselves. There is no doubt this is going to cause renewed grief and suffering, but it is something we have to go through and experience if we're going to maintain our resolve and understand who we are in the world and what we have to do to maintain our standing and our own lifestyle.
And the President will be making an address at the Statue of Liberty tonight. Obviously, he'll be going to the Pentagon as well as the ceremony in Shanksville. How important is his message tonight, particularly as discussion now focuses on the possibility of an invasion on Iraq?
Well, you've described it exactly right, Katie. He not only is commander-in-chief, but he is healer-in-chief. Two very difficult and delicate and perhaps even sometimes contradictory roles, but he must fulfill them. You know, President Bush often remarks that the Bushmen, his father, his brothers, are emotional and sometimes show tears. I have no doubt we'll see some of that today. On the other hand, we'll also see a steely resolve in the war against terrorism as it expands now to Iraq.
Might this make the problem of the whole debate about Iraq a little more problematic for the White House with the war against terrorism still being fought in Afghanistan?
I think that issue is going to be raised. Can a nation, in fact, have a two-front war? Will one detract from another? Is the job in Afghanistan finished? Is Osama bin Laden alive or dead? That was a central part of the debate. But I think more of the focus will be today on September 11th and those we lost 1 year ago.
Tim Russert in Washington. Tim, thank you very much. Matt?
Katie, we are listening to the bagpipers now who have created a circle of honor down by you at Ground Zero. They're going to be playing until this nation observes a moment of silence about 2 minutes from right now. Of course, the time when Flight 11 sliced into the North Tower of the World Trade Center 1 year ago today. Let's listen.
Again today, we are a nation that mourns. Again today, we take into our hearts and minds those who perished on this site 1 year ago, and also those who came to toil in the rubble to bring order out of chaos, and those who throughout these 12 months have struggled to help us make sense of our despair. Now we join with our fellow Americans in a minute of silence, led by President George W. Bush from the South Lawn of the White House in Washington. One 139 years ago, President Abraham Lincoln looked out at his wounded nation as he stood on a once beautiful field that had become its saddest and largest burial ground. Then it was Gettysburg. Today it is the World Trade Center, where we gather on native soil to share our common grief. Governor George E. Pataki.
Thank you, Mayor Bloomberg. 77 years ago, our fathers brought forth on this continent a new nation conceived in liberty and dedicated to the proposition that all men are created equal. Now we are engaged in a great civil war, testing whether that nation, or any nation, so conceived and so dedicated, can long endure. We are met on a great battlefield of that war. We have come to dedicate a portion of that field as a final resting place for those who here gave their lives that the nation might live. It is altogether fitting and proper that we should do this. But in a larger sense, we cannot dedicate, we cannot consecrate, we cannot hallow this ground. The brave men, living and dead, who struggled here, have consecrated it far beyond our poor powers to add or detract. The world will little note nor long remember what we say here, but it can never forget what they did here. It is for us, the living, rather to be dedicated here to the unfinished work which they who fought here have thus far so nobly advanced. It is rather for us to be here dedicated to the great task remaining before us, that from these honored dead we take increased devotion to that cause for which they gave the last full measure of devotion. That we here highly resolve that these dead shall not have died in vain, that this nation, under God, shall have a new birth of freedom, and that government of the people, by the people, for the people, shall not perish from the earth.
They were our neighbors, our husbands, our children, our sisters, our brothers, and our wives. They were our countrymen and our friends. They were us. Mayor Rudolph W. Giuliani.
Gordon M. Ahmad Jr. Edelmiro Abad. Maria Rose Abad. Andrew Anthony Abadi. Vincent Abadi. Lawrence Christopher Abel. Alona Abraham. William F. Abrahamson. Richard Anthony Acedo. Jesus Acevedo Rescond. Heinrich Bernard Ackerman. Paul Aquaviva. Donald Leroy Adams. Patrick Adams. Shannon Lewis Adams. Stephen George Adams. Ignatius Odo Adanga. Christy A. Adamo. Terrence E. Adderley, Jr. Sophia Boruwad Addo. Lee Allen Adler. Daniel Thomas Afflito. Emmanuel Akwazi Afuakwa. Alak Agarwal. Mokul Kumar Agarwala. Joseph Agnello. David Scott Agnes. Brian G. Ahern. Jeremiah Joseph Ahern. Joanne Maria Alayados. Shabir Ahmed. Terrence Andre Aiken. Godwin Ajawala. Gertrude M. Alagero. Andrew Alameno. Margaret Ann Alario. Gary M. Albero. John Leslie Albert. Peter Alderman. Jacqueline Delane Aldridge. David D. Alger. Sarah Ali Escarcega. Ernest Ali Kakos.
Edward L. Allegretto.
Eric Allen.
Joseph Ryan Allen.
Richard Dennis Allen.
Richard Leonard Allen.
Christopher E. Allingham.
Anna Allison.
Janet M. Alonzo.
Arturo Alva Marino.
Anthony Alvarado.
Antonio Javier Alvarez.
Victoria Alvarez Burrito.
Telmo E. Alver.
Cesar Almaranto Alviar.
Tariq Amanula.
Angelo Amaranto.
James M. Amato.
Joseph Amatuccio.
Christopher Charles Amoroso.
Kazuhiro Anai.
Calixto Anaya Jr.
Joseph Anchundia.
Kermit Charles Anderson.
Yvette Constance Anderson.
John Andrea Kehoe.
Michael Rourke Andrews.
Jean Ann Andrucki.
Siunia Ang.
Joseph Angelini Jr.
Joseph Angelini Sr.
David Lawrence Angel.
Laura Angeletta.
Doreen J. Angrisani.
Peter Paul Apollo.
Sima A. Oyama.
Frank Thomas Acalino.
Faustina Apasal Jr.
David Arce.
Patrick Michael Aranios.
Louis Arena.
Michael George Arsinski.
Adam P. Arias.
Barbara Jean Arestigi.
Jack Charles Aron.
Michael Armstrong.
Richard Avery Aronoff.
Joshua Aron.
Yafet Jesse Ari.
Myra Joe Aronson.
Carl Asaro.
Patrick Asante.
Michael Edward Asher.
Michael Asiak.
Thomas J. Ashton.
Janice Marie Ashley.
O. Asitenberg.
Greg Arthur Atlas.
Gerard
T. Atwood,
James Otafred,
Lois Frank Adversano Jr.,
Ezra Aviles,
Sandy Ayala,
Arlene T. Babakitas,
Eustace P. Bacchus,
John J. Badagliaca,
Jane Ellen Bassler,
Robert J. Firewalter,
Andrew J. Bailey,
Brett T. Bailey,
Burnett Edward Bailey,
Tatiana Bakalinskaya,
Michael S. Bass,
Sharon M. Balkan,
Michael Andrew Bain,
Catherine Bantis,
Gerard Baptist,
Walter Barron,
Gerard A. Barbara,
Paul Vincent Barbaro,
James William Barbella,
Ivan Kirillos F. Barbosa,
Victor Daniel Barbosa,
Christine Barbudo,
Colleen Ann Barkow,
Davo Michael Barkway,
Matthew Barnes,
Sheila Patricia Barnes,
Evan J. Barron,
Renee Barrett Arjun,
Natalie Barrios La Cruz,
Arthur Thaddeus Berry,
Diane G. Berry,
Maurice Vincent Berry,
Scott D. Bart,
Carlton W. Bartels,
Guy Bartvi,
Ina B. Basina,
Alicia Basmajian,
Kenneth William Basnicki,
Stephen Bates,
Paul James Batiglia,
Walter David Bauer Jr.,
Marlene Capito Bautista,
Mark Lawrence Bavis,
Jasper Baxter,
Michelle Beal,
Paul Frederick Biatini,
Jane S. Beatty,
Lawrence Ira Beck,
Manette Marie Beckles,
Carl John Badigian,
Michael Ernest Beekman,
Maria A. Bear,
Yelena Belavosky,
Nina Patrice Bell,
Debbie Bellows,
Stephen Elliott Belson,
Paul M. Benedetti,
Denise Lenore Benedetto,
Maria Bangachea,
Brian Craig Bennett,
Eric L. Bennett,
Oliver Duncan Bennett,
Margaret L. Benson,
Dominic J. Berardi,
James Patrick Berger,
Stephen Howard Berger, Alvin Bergson,
Daniel Bergstein,
Graham Andrew Berkeley,
Michael J. Berkeley,
Donna M. Bernards,
David W. Bernard,
William Bernstein,
David M.
Okay.
Berry,
David
Okay.
S.
Just want me to
Berry,
Joseph J. Berry,
William Reed Bethke,
Timothy Betterly, Carolyn Biong, Edward Frank Baye, Paul Bayer, Anil Talhiram Baneve, Bella J. Bokan, Shimi D. Vijalaisen, Peter Alexander Belfield, William G. Bigart, Brian Belcher,
As the
Carl
names of those who
Vincent
died in the
Linney,
World Trade Center attacks a
Gary
year ago
Eugene
are
Bird,
read at the
Joshua
podium at Ground
David
Zero, and
Burnwall,
family members take
George
roses down
John
to the
Bishop,
bottom of the
Jeffrey
pit.
Donald
We're
Victor,
approaching 9:03,
Albert Maliwa
which is the
Blackman
time
Jr.,
that bells will
Christopher
toll
Joseph
throughout this
Blackwell,
city, commemorating the moment when the
Susan
second
Leigh
plane,
Blair,
United Airlines
Harry
Flight 175,
Blanding Jr.,
hit the South
Janet
Tower
Lee
of the World Trade
Lady,
Center a year ago.
Craig
That
Michael
moment
Black,
is coming up now in about 10
Rita
seconds.
Blau, Richard Middleton Blood Jr., Michael Andrew Bucardi, John P. Baki, Michael Leopoldo Buccino, Susan M. Buccino, Bruce D. Bowen.
My name is Marianne Keene. My stepfather, Franco Lalama, was an engineer for the Port Authority. He worked on the 64th floor of the World Trade Center. I read this for his memorial. I don't remember the last time I told him that I loved him. I would give anything to go back to the morning of September 11th and tell him how much I appreciate everything he's done for me. But I think he knows that now. In my eyes, he's died a hero. And how much more could you ask for? There's a quote that pretty much speaks for itself. You never lose anything. Not really. Things, people, they go away sooner or later. You can't hold them any more than you can hold the moonlight. But if they've touched you, if they're inside of you, then they're still yours. Frank, as I look back on these days, I realize how much I'll truly miss you and how much I truly love you. You were the best father I could ever ask for. I miss you, and I hope you didn't hurt too much. Love, Marianne.
Mary Catherine Bofa.
Nicholas Andrew Bogdan.
Darren Christopher Bohan.
Lawrence Francis Boisseau.
Vincent M. Boland Jr.
Tori Belorchi.
Alan Bondonkenko.
Andre Bonhier Jr.
Colin Arthur Bonet.
Frank Bonamo.
Yvonne Lucia
We are watching the memorial service at Ground Zero, commemorating the one-year anniversary since the attacks on the World Trade Center. The reading of the names of the victims at the World Trade Center, 2,801 people on the ground and in the airplanes that struck the towers. Family members taking roses down to the bottom of what is called the pit at Ground Zero. That is a place they have not been before. I'm joined in the studio by Doris Kearns-Goodwin, a presidential historian. And Doris, I'd like to ask you about the significance and in your opinion, the appropriateness of the Gettysburg Address being read by Governor Pataki on this occasion.
You know, some people have said that it's not the same event, that at Gettysburg, 8,000 bodies, makeshift bodies, were ready to be buried. They were soldiers fighting against one another. These were civilians who were killed. But I think it's incredibly significant. First of all, the Gettysburg Address, the Declaration of Independence, these are our canons, our sacred canons of our secular religion. We don't have a central religion. So these documents, the Constitution, whenever we can be reminded of the past and what pulled us together. And the second thing is those people were killed because of the idea of what America stands for, because of its openness, its pluralism, its democracy, its attitude toward women, everything we believe in. So I think it does go back to what Lincoln said. There's unfinished work here, and we're going to dedicate our lives to make it honored.
But Doris, some people think that the Gettysburg Address is a great example of a leader rising to the occasion and reaching for words to describe the incomprehensible. And shouldn't our leaders today try to do the same?
Without question, if Abraham Lincoln floated back on the scene today, I would put him up on that stand to come up with his own. But I think for Governor Pataki, for Mayor Bloomberg, for the leaders in New York to read past canons is perfectly appropriate. Leave it to the President of the United States to come up with the words that fit the occasion and fit the context tonight.
And as we hear the names read of those victims from September 11th, I was reading an article that said oftentimes these days names replace bodies.
Oh, I think that's true. And I think it's a very moving thing to read the names, because what we forget when we think of 2,800 people is that for each one of those people, a family and a whole circle surrounded them. The name gives that moment of memory to them.
Let's listen in some more.
Lloyd Stanford Brown.
Patrick J. Brown.
Bettina Brown.
Mark Bruce.
Ronald George
Bruherty. Andrew Brune.
Vincent Brunton.
Ronald Paul Buca.
Brandon J. Buchanan.
Gregory Joseph Buck.
Dennis Buckley.
Nancy Claire Buesch.
Patrick Joseph Booz.
John Edwards Bulaga, Jr.
Stephen Boonin. William Francis Burke, Jr. Matthew J. Burke.
Thomas Daniel Burke.
Donald J. Burns.
Kathleen Ann Burns.
Keith James Burns.
John Patrick Burnside.
Irina Buslow.
Milton G. Bustillo.
Thomas M. Butler.
Patrick Byrne.
Timothy G. Byrne. Jesus Neptali Cabeza. Lillian Caceres. Brian Joseph Cachia. Stephen Dennis Gafiero Jr. Richard M. Cagiano. Cecile Morella Cacuicla. John Brett Cahill. Michael John Cahill. Scott Walter Cahill. Thomas Joseph Cahill. George Kane. Salvatore B. Calabro. Joseph Calendrijo. Philip B. Calgano. Edward Calderon. Kenneth Marcus Caldwell. Dominic Enrico Calia. Felix Calixte. Frank Callahan. Leanne Callahan. Luigi Calvi. Rocco Camas. Michael F. Camarada. David Otay Campbell. Jeffrey Thomas Campbell. Jill Marie Campbell. Robert Arthur Campbell.
Patricia Campbell.
Sean Thomas Canavan.
John A. Candela.
Vincent Cangelosi.
Stephen J. Cangelosi.
Lisa Bella Canova.
Brian Canarazzo.
Michael Canty.
Louis Anthony Calvarici.
Jonathan Neff Capello.
James Christopher Capers.
Richard Michael Caproni.
Jose Manuel Cardona.
Dennis M. Carey.
Steve Carey.
Edward Carlino.
Michael Scott Carlo.
David G. Carlone.
Rosemary C. Carlson.
Mark Stephen Carney.
Joyce Ann Carpenetto.
Ivan Luis Carpio Batista.
Jeremy M. Carrington.
Michael Carroll.
Peter Carroll.
James Joseph Carson, Jr.
Christopher Mikel Costigan.
Marcia Cecil Carter.
James Marcel Cortez. Vivian. John Francis.
You're watching and listening to the reading of names of 2,801 victims of the World Trade Center disaster. Obviously an extremely difficult and emotional day for family members. Many, of course, are state and national officials. We heard Hillary Rodham Clinton reading names, Joe Alba, director of FEMA, the head of the New York Stock Exchange will be reading names momentarily, Richard Grasso, Ken Chenault, CEO and chairman of American Express. But of course, the majority of these people are individuals who lost loved ones in the disaster. And it's very meaningful, a poignant honor for them to be able to read the names of some of the lives that were lost on this day 1 year ago. David Bloom is here with me watching the ceremony. And David, I know you've been struck by a few things as we stood here.
I think there are two things worth pointing out right now. As you look at the people who are leaving their remembrances
at Ground Zero, remember that the vast majority of these people have never been inside what was at first called the pit and then came to be known as Ground Zero. Certainly the firefighters, the police officers, their families, their loved ones had been there. But for many of these people, this is the very first time they've ventured to this site and been deep inside of it. The second thing that struck me, and I know we were talking about this earlier, is as that moment of silence occurred at 8:46 a.m. and the names were begun to be read, the winds, which are quite strong here this morning, were swirling all around, and the dust was being picked up. And I know that more than one of us were talking about the feeling that you got was that their spirit was somehow in the air. I mean, for these families, this is hallowed ground, and it was a striking moment to see the dust whipping up in the air at that precise moment as the names were being read.
It's true, it really was an eerie sight to see the wind pick up precisely at that moment. Meanwhile, we should mention the music that is being played in the background is from a variety of sources. Yo-Yo Ma, the celebrated cellist, has been playing a string quartet from Juilliard. Paula Robeson, who is considered the first lady of the flute, is providing music. Harriet Langley, who's only 10 years old, she's a 5th grader at the French American School of New York, will be playing the violin. And I think they're providing a very appropriate setting and atmosphere for the reading of the names.
Let me say a word about that, too. I can't tell you how important those musical sounds are for the families. More than one of these family members has said to me that what they were most haunted by was the sounds that must have echoed from this place 1 year ago today. So instead, when they hear the bagpipes echoing, when they hear the soft sounds echoing, that, these family members say, provides some level of comfort to them.
It's such a contrast, as you say, from what was transpiring here at that very moment, at this very site. We'll listen in as Senator John Corzine reads some names of those who died.
Susan Marie Klein.
Stephen Coakley.
Jeffrey Allen Cole.
Patricia A. Cody.
Daniel Michael Coffey.
Jason M. Coffey.
Florence G. Cohen.
Kevin Sanford Cohen.
Anthony Joseph Caladonato.
Mark Joseph Caleo.
Stephen J. Coleo.
Christopher M. Colasanti.
Kevin Nathaniel Colbert.
Michael P. Colbert.
Keith E. Coleman.
Scott Thomas Coleman.
Taro Coleman.
Liam Joseph Colhoun.
Robert D. Collin.
Robert J. Cole.
Gene Collin.
John Michael Collins.
Michael L. Collins.
Thomas J. Collins.
Joseph Collison.
Jeffrey Dwayne Coleman.
Patricia Malia Kolodner.
Linda M. Colon.
Saul E. Colon.
Ronald Edward Comer.
Sandra Jolene Conati Brace.
Jaime Concepcion.
Albert Condé.
Denise Connolly.
Susan P. Conlon.
Margaret Mary Connor.
Cynthia Marie Lease Connolly.
John E. Connolly, Jr.
James Lee Connor.
Jonathan M. Connors.
Kevin Patrick Connors.
As the names continue to be read at Ground Zero, we want to remind you that 2,000 children lost a parent on 9/11. Countless parents lost their children. Alice Hoagland lost her son Mark Bingham when United Flight 93 crashed into a field in Shanksville, Pennsylvania, just 129 miles out of Washington, D.C. This morning, she's in Shanksville to pay tribute to her son and the other courageous men and women who were on that flight. Alice, good morning. Thanks so much for being with us.
Good morning. Thanks for inviting me.
We've talked several times over these past 12 months. Was this a day you were dreading?
Yes, I've been dreading it, but I've also been looking forward to it. I'm glad to be here. I'm glad to be able to share time and communion with the other Flight 93 family members.
What do you think about the details of the ceremony that will be held in Shanksville this morning? Are you pleased with what's going to be included?
Yes, I am. We have been treated very graciously by the people of Shanksville and Somerset County. Last night, Susan Hankinson, the Flight 93 coordinator for the county, put on a magnificent show, including a local Marine Color Guard and the Johnstown Symphony Orchestra. It was heart-rending, and I expect that today will also be a very moving ceremony right here at the site of the crash.
Alice, have you developed any close friendships with the family members of others on board that flight?
I feel a real kinship and gratitude to Dina Burnett, who is the wife of Tom Burnett, and Tom and Mark were seatmates on Flight 93. I really enjoy her company. I've got to know Liz Glick. I've gotten to know Debbie Borza and the families of Hilda Marson and Jack Grancolis, who lost his beautiful wife, Lauren Grancolis. There are many of us here, and we do love and admire one another, and we're giving each other strength.
You know, it's important that we stop and remember the individuals who are on not only that plane, but the other 3 planes. Alice, tell me a little bit about Mark.
Right.
Remind me about him.
Mark was a 31-year-old graduate of the University of California, Berkeley, a rugby player. He was real hard to categorize. He was a crazy guy. He drew his friends from all over the world. He was a gay man. He was a real tough competitor. He was a businessman and just a true liver of life.
And you've been a flight attendant for, I believe, over 20 years now, and I know you've been pushing for defense security training for flight attendants. Where do you think that will go?
Yes. I certainly hope that it goes somewhere. I'd like to encourage United Airlines, my employer, to be the first in the United States to implement significant changes in security, better baggage inspection, better screening for passengers, better screening for people who have access to the plane while it's on the ground, and a much better and uniform standard for security cabin defensive training for flight attendants, better cockpit doors, and better procedures.
Well, Alice, our thoughts are with you, as you know, and your family today, and we thank you for your generosity and your time over these past 12 months.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here.
Now going back to Ground Zero as the list of names being read at the podium continues.
Manuel John DeMota.
Caleb Aaron Black.
Carlos S. Da Costa.
Joao Alberto da Fonseca.
NBC's
Brian
Kerry Sanders
Paul
is in
Dale.
Sarasota, Florida this morning. That is where last year on this day President Bush was visiting the Emma E. Booker Elementary School when he got the word of the terrorist attacks. Kerry, what's the scene there this morning?
Well, as you can hear behind me, they're playing Amazing Grace on the bagpipes as the students have all gathered here at Emma Booker Elementary School. It was 1 year ago today that President Bush was here. He was here to help promote a reading program. He was sitting in Mrs. Daniels' second grade class, and as he was sitting there, a member of his staff, Andy Card, leaned over and whispered into his ear, "A second plane has hit a second tower. America is under attack." If you saw those pictures, and many people remember them as well as they remember the actual planes going into the towers, they saw sort of a glazed look in the president's eyes, sort of a haunting as he bit his lower lip, then excused himself. The kids here today at Emma Booker Elementary are gathered, as they are in schools across the country, to remember what happened that day, to remember what the president did when he was here, and how the president, when he left here, took a rather circuitous route back to Washington. And today, the teachers here tell me, especially Mrs. Daniels, who deals with these kids every day, that the children talk about what happened that day every day with her. So she's hoping that today is an important milestone in their lives to help them not only deal with what they've dealt with for the last year, but to look forward. Matt?
All right, Kerry Sanders in Sarasota, Florida this morning. Kerry, thank you very much. Let's go back to Ground Zero and Katie.
James B. de Blasi.
Paul DeCola.
Simon Marash Vizufkash.
Jason DeFazio.
David A. DeFeo.
Manuel Davaya Jr.
Donald Arthur de la Pena.
Vito
On the morning of
Joseph
September 11th,
Delo.
Jennifer Oberstein was on her way to work at the Ritz-Carlton
Danielle
Hotel. It's about 5 blocks
DeLee.
south of Ground Zero here in downtown Manhattan. That's when she heard an awful explosion. Seconds later, she was the first eyewitness to call us as she stood only blocks away from a burning World Trade Center.
Pauline and Delary, Francis Albert de Martinez, Anthony Demas.
Any fire like this in the air, and pieces of the building were flying down. It looks like it's like the top, I can't even tell you, maybe 20 floors. Intense smoke. It's horrible. I can't even describe it.
1 year later, calmer Jennifer Oberstein joins us here at Ground Zero. Jennifer, good morning.
Good morning.
Do you remember those few minutes when you first saw a fire in the World Trade Center? What went through your mind?
I had just come out of the subway at Bowling Green, and it was the most beautiful day, as you know, you could imagine. And I'm a New Yorker, but I looked up in the sky, and there was this fireball. And I was thinking, did other people just see that? And I thought a bomb went off at the World Trade Center.
And so you were nice enough to call us at the Today Show. You used to work at NBC News. You knew right away, instantly, that you were witnessing something that was incredibly important. So you phoned in.
Yes, I first called my father because he actually works at the World Financial Center, and told him that I tried to get word to him that I think he should get out, that I think there's a bomb. And then right after that, I used to work for NBC News, and I saw so much debris. Everything seemed very calm around. There weren't many sirens, but I knew something had happened, and I called in to see if you knew.
Could you ever imagine? You said you thought it was a bomb. When did you realize that a plane, a missile, a plane turned into a missile with a lot of people on board, had actually done this damage?
It's funny because I remember talking to you and Matt on my cell phone, and one of you said, "We hear it could be a plane." And I said, "A plane? Like, I never, ever would have imagined a plane." Now, you have to remember, I was south, and the first plane came north to south, so all I saw was an explosion. As I'm on the phone with you, the second plane flew directly over my head. It used West Street as a runway, and I watched it turn itself and fly itself directly into the building.
So you actually saw the second plane hit?
Yes, and I knew immediately it was terrorism. I did not know it was a commercial airliner for hours. I thought it was, I didn't know, I knew it was a horrible person doing something horrible, and that it was a plane, but I didn't know that there were people on board.
You described the scene initially as eerily quiet when the first tower was struck,
yes.
But did it become incredibly chaotic soon after that?
I was actually quite surprised. Slowly more ambulances came, but at first it was very quiet, and then I started seeing all these police and ambulances starting to arrive. But I believe that south of the towers it was more quiet because we hadn't seen the plane. We didn't know what it was south. And if you could just seen the explosion, like I had, you saw something. Otherwise, you didn't necessarily see unless you saw the debris flying.
You obviously knew you needed to get out of that area. You regrouped with co-workers at the Ritz-Carlton.
We had about 80 managers on board. We were supposed to open in October, and so at that point I was thankful. All of my colleagues and my general manager came out and we did a head count. And at this point, I was just completely stunned, but I had two thoughts. One was, oh my God, I think the Statue of Liberty is in trouble. And then I was standing there and I did a double take, and I realized that I wasn't just watching debris falling, I was watching people falling. And it was at that point, the idea to have to see someone go to their death, the humanity, I was gone. I said, I'm leaving. And I walked about 3 hours home up the East River along the FDR Drive, and it took about 3 hours.
We're going to listen to the names being read in just a second, but before we do, witnessing what you witnessed and the horror of this, what kind of repercussions have you experienced, Jennifer, in the last year?
Obviously, it was something that seemed unfathomable. As I lied in bed last night and I watched it turn past midnight, I thought how many times I've said, a year ago we were, and now I can't say a year ago, because it's been a year. I definitely dealt with post-traumatic stress after it happened, but I'm very lucky because I have wonderful family and friends, And I talked about it. I talked about it a lot. And that's what got me through.
Jennifer Overstein, thank you for stopping by. All the best to you. Now let's go back to Matt.
All right, Katie, thank you very much. I'm joined here in Studio 1A by Tom Brokaw of NBC News, who at this time last year was just pulling up a seat with us here inside the studio and watching as events unfolded faster than I think, Tom, any of us could comprehend at the time.
It was the single most challenging time of my professional life, Matt, no question about it, because we were seeing something unprecedented. We're looking at the Pentagon now because it was just moments from now, 1 year ago, that Jim Miklashevsky came on our air and said, I don't want to alarm anyone, but we just felt an explosion and the building has rocked. We don't know what it is. It was on the far side of where he was. The President and Mrs. Bush, and Defense Secretary Donald Rumsfeld there for these ceremonies. And that, of course, was just one more unexpected and completely stunning event in that long and difficult day. The people at the Pentagon,
please stand for our invocation.
All in uniform, obviously. Some civilians. Some of them have felt that they have not gotten the same amount of attention that the World Trade Center did, or even Shanksville, Pennsylvania, obviously.
While the reality of our pain and loss has become all too apparent, we ask you now to bless the memory of those who made the ultimate sacrifice a year ago. Bless those who suffered injury and are still recovering. Bless all of those who aided in the rescue and recovery. Bless all the affected families and friends who struggle with the loss and pain. Our tribute to all of them, O Lord, is our steadfast resolve. We are amazed and grateful for the immense accomplishment of reconstruction. The rebuilding of the Pentagon is more than the restoration of stone and steel. It represents the spirit of America. Lord, it represents our nation standing together, restored and renewed by your life-giving love and hope. Today, Lord, we rise as a people to meet the challenges of a new day. Fortify our inner courage as we hold the moral high ground. Deepen our resolve to stand against evil no matter the cost. And grant us, Lord, wisdom to continue building on the foundation of equality, justice, and liberty. Now, Lord, we offer this sacred ground to you and ask your blessing upon it. We will not let those who died fade from our memories. We will not be swayed from our faithful service in the cause of freedom. With your blessing, Lord, we consecrate this building, all who serve here, all the men and women of our armed forces who serve around the world. Guide us as we press on in the cause of justice and peace for our country and for the world. God bless America. Amen.
The invocation of the Pentagon ceremonies, Donald Rumsfeld rushed from his office and was involved in some of the rescue efforts that were going on at the Pentagon, and immediately had to turn around and become not just the Secretary of Defense anymore, but the Secretary of War.
And remind people that 189 people died at the Pentagon. 125 of those were Pentagon workers, 64 people aboard the airplane, and that plane pierced 3 of the 5 rings of the Pentagon, causing part of the building to collapse in a fire, which was just horrific. Go to NBC's Jim Miklashevsky, who is at the Pentagon, and as Tom mentioned a second ago, was there a year ago today when he heard and felt the explosion shake that building. Mick?
Matt, we're sitting directly in front of Ground Zero here at the Pentagon, the impact point where American Flight 77 slammed into the Pentagon, taking out a huge chunk of the building, and as you say, killing 125 Pentagon employees inside. Today, exactly 1 year after this tragedy, the outermost ring of the Pentagon, the E ring, is reoccupied. Pentagon workers back at their desks, back on the job, which is a tribute, I think, not only to the construction workers who helped rebuild the 2 million square feet that were damaged here, but it's also a testimony, I think, Matt, to the human spirit.
And Mick, I just want to remind viewers of your reporting on that day. You were very careful. You didn't want to be alarmist, but as you felt that building shake and you heard the explosion, you were, I'm sure, speculating in your own mind whether or not it was another plane, because of course you knew that 2 planes had already struck the World Trade Center.
Well, instinctively, I knew that it was an attack of some kind, whether it was a plane, a car bomb, and in fact, initial reports said it may have been a car bomb that was rammed into the building right here where we're sitting. But you know, there was a lot of construction work going on at the time, and it was totally unclear to me. Our office is just around the corner from where the plane impacted here at the Pentagon, but it's such a huge complex. Around the corner is about 100 yards as the crow flies between our office and the impact site. But it only took a few minutes. I stepped out in the hallway, which was already filling with smoke. People were running from the impact zone, actually telling me that they thought it was a car bomb. And when I got back on the air and sat down, it was Katie who informed me that it was a plane.
Right.
And we were forced to evacuate the building a short time later, and our reporting ended that day, I would say about 15 hours later.
Mick, I want to mention Tom is sitting here with me. We should mention the leadership of Congress there with Condoleezza Rice.
They are, and it was that moment that was not just a Pentagon attack, but what happened here. There was political unity in Washington, the likes of which many people have not seen in their lifetime. That's begun to fray, obviously, as was expected. It is not a monolithic system that we have. But in the days immediately after the attacks on the World Trade Center and the Pentagon and the plane going down in Shanksville, Pennsylvania, the Democratic leadership wrapped arms around President Bush and the administration. In fact, there was an embrace on the floor between the president and Senator Tom Daschle, the Senate Majority Leader. That's Trent Lott, who's the Republican leader, Gephardt behind him, who leads the Democrats, and Condi Rice, who is the National Security Advisor. She was at the White House that day and had the assignment of letting the president who was traveling know what was going on, and was the interface, as it were, between Vice President Cheney and the president who was on the road and then on Air Force One.
Coming up about a minute now until a moment of silence will be observed at the Pentagon, the exact moment when Flight 77 hit the building. I know there is enormous pride, the people there, that they have managed to reoccupy that building in short order, in less than a year after the attacks.
And to mount what was a very effective military campaign, much of it unorthodox, in Afghanistan. But as they will tell you in the Pentagon, that first phase was in many ways the easy part. Osama bin Laden is still at large, we believe. Al-Qaeda has dispersed, probably to Southeast Asia as well as to the Middle East. Now the president is talking strongly about mounting a military campaign against Iraq. So this building is operating as it always does, 24/7, but with a great sense of urgency and a new challenge before it. This is Joyce Rumsfeld sitting to the Secretary's right. Long and very happy marriage, and they've been in Washington at the highest levels so many times. He was a Defense Secretary once before.
President Bush, escorted by Secretary Rumsfeld, will move to the side stage for the unfurling of the American flag and our national anthem. Please stand.
The President arrives here today not just as the Chief Executive of the United States, but also as Commander-in-Chief of all the forces that are assembled there and around the world.
With an important speech to the nation tonight from New York, and a very important speech tomorrow at the United Nations.
first.
Most aviation experts say the man in control of that plane that hit the Pentagon knew what he was doing. It's a low profile. You come in over Washington. Could have crashed it earlier into the freeway system, but he hit exactly, apparently, where he wanted to.
By way of preview, we should tell you that there will be an address coming up by General Richard Myers, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff.
For the Pledge of Allegiance,
First
which will
Pledge
be
of
led by
Allegiance.
children representing the following schools: Bertie Backus Middle School, Ketchum Elementary School, Leckie Elementary School, University Park Elementary School.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Secretary of Defense Rumsfeld will also address the crowd, as will the President. There's Henry Kissinger in attendance.
Don Rumsfeld is a Navy aviation veteran. He flew in the backseat of a tactical aircraft as a navigator. And he's a tough guy.
Please be seated.
Former collegiate wrestler. And he forced the Pentagon military planners to think outside the box, as he put it, when they began their operation in Afghanistan, and we ended up the most modern war of all time.
Ladies and
in many ways,
gentlemen,
with men on horseback.
General Myers.
President and Mrs. Bush, Secretary and Mrs. Rumsfeld, distinguished guests, families and friends of those we lost a year ago today. Until last year in this country, the day September 11th was significant, but only to a few hardcore historians. On this day in 1777, American forces fought under the new national flag, the Stars and
As we
Stripes.
listen
for
to
the
remarks
first time,
being made at the Pentagon, we want to also return to New York City and Ground Zero, where the names of the 2,801 people who died 1 year ago today continue to be read by those who lost loved ones and a variety of officials and a cross-section of New Yorkers.
Warren Grifka. Ramon Grijalvo. Joseph F. Grillo.
David Joseph Grimner.
Francis Edward Grogan.
Kenneth George Rosales.
Joseph Gerzalak.
Matthew James Jamalski.
Robert Joseph Gashar.
Leming Gu.
Jose Guadalupe.
Cindy Yan Chu Guan.
Joel Guevara Gonzalez.
Tabitha Giamamati Guman.
Joseph Gullickson.
Janet Ruth Gustafson.
Douglas Brian Gurian.
Barbara
About
Guisado.
15 minutes from now, there will be another
Philip
minute of
T.
silence
Guza.
to commemorate the
Gary Robert
time
Hart.
when the South Tower collapsed at
Peter
9:59. It was the second
Giulivari.
tower to be hit that morning,
Barbara
the
Mary
first
Habib.
tower to collapse.
Andrea
Later,
Lynn
another minute of
Haberman.
silence at 10:28 when the North Tower collapsed.
Philip Tensler.
Between that time at 10:07, United Flight 93
Karen Elizabeth
crashed
Haggerty.
into that field in Shanksville, Pennsylvania. Kelly O'Donnell is standing by in Shanksville. And Kelly, what happened that morning was really gleaned from conversations that many of those passengers had with loved ones on their cell phones. They were well aware of what had transpired about the planes going into the World Trade Center, the Pentagon, and they knew if they had to keep another disaster from happening, or if they could, they had to overcome the hijackers.
Katie, that has been a source of comfort for many of the families we've talked to, because they are able to piece together at least some of the experience of their loved ones before those final moments. That is not the case for many who died at the Pentagon or at Ground Zero in New York. So for many of the families here in Shanksville, that has been some measure of peace. The ceremony here is underway. Shortly, 40 names will be read, and the bells here will toll, bells of remembrance, they're calling them, 40 times for each of the passengers and crew members who died 1 year ago today. Of course, 4 hijackers were also on board United Flight 93. We will also hear from the wife of the pilot. Her name is Sandy Dahl. She is the wife of James Dahl, who was in command of the aircraft when it took off from Newark on its way, never making it to San Francisco. Also today, we will hear from the former governor of Pennsylvania, who is now, of course, the director of Homeland Security, Tom Ridge. And here, above this mining field, which is vacant except for families, loved ones, and mementos, but a very open pastoral scene, there will also be an Air Force One flyover in what they call the Missing Man Formation. So there is a very somber mood here, fiercely windy today, chilly temperatures, and many of the organizers had hoped that there would be as many as 20,000 in attendance. The numbers appear to be significantly smaller than that, but at least 500 family members of the 40 passengers and crew members are here, and they are participating in today's remembrances. One of the things many people have talked about is that Shanksville did not, as a community, know any of the passengers or crew members personally. But in the years since, many here in this community who have embraced the families and were among the first responders have developed close ties, and that is a bond that they expect will continue long after this day. Katie?
Kelly, when it comes to the number of people attending, we should remember that those who perished in that field in Shanksville were from all over the country. And not from that area, so perhaps it was very difficult, and perhaps for other emotional reasons, as was the case here at the World Trade Center. They're estimating about half of the families are participating in this ceremony, but there are a couple of reasons why there might not be as many in Shanksville as in other locations.
Katie, Shanksville expected many people from the wider community. The representation of families has actually been quite strong. They are telling us that there is someone here from, I believe, all of the 40 passengers and crew members. But of course, Shanksville is a community of less than 250. Somerset County, Pennsylvania, about 2 hours drive from Pittsburgh, has a wider group. But of course, it is a remote area where on weekends thousands of people have been coming to make a pilgrimage. But this was a difficult scene to get to today, and the weather not particularly cooperative, but there is still a sizable showing, and it is not measured by the numbers, but it's certainly measured by emotions here today. Katie?
And I know the president will be coming by to pay his respects around noontime, Kelly.
He's expected around 12:30, and that will be after the services here. He and the First Lady will make a private pilgrimage, laying a wreath at the crash site, which is some distance away. The crater that was created 1 year ago upon the terrible, forceful impact has long been filled over, and it is now marked by a single flag. He will also spend some time personally greeting the family members of those passengers and crew who are assembled here today. He's expected to be here for about an hour, but we all know the schedule may change a bit. But this will be President Bush's first trip to Shanksville. Katie?
Kelly O'Donnell in Shanksville, Pennsylvania. Kelly, thank you so much. The events of September 11th affected so many families on so many different fronts. On September 11th, Doreen Keyville lost 7 of her co-workers on American Airlines Flight 11 bound for Los Angeles. Her husband, Robert, was on duty that morning as a 911 dispatcher for the Massachusetts State Police Department, but he's also a reservist. And in July, he hugged his wife and his 7-year-old daughter, Samantha, goodbye as he headed out the door to Fort Drum. That would be the last time the three would be able to see each other until now. A month ago, Sergeant Keyville was shipped to Afghanistan, where he joins us this morning, along with Doreen, Samantha, who are at Logan Airport in Boston. Good morning to all of you.
Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning.
Doreen, let me start with you. Tell us what happened 1 year ago today for you personally.
Well, I was going into work when I first heard that the first plane had crashed into the World Trade Center. At the time, I really never considered my friends being on that plane because they were going to LA, and I figured, you know, this was going to New York. And once I got in there, you know, a lot of people were listening to the radio. You know, we just, we're just kind of speculating. But it seemed like within probably a half hour, we started to hear that it might have been the plane that was headed towards LA. And it might have also been the plane that our friends were on. It was a very difficult day. I remember going up to my friend's sister's desk, who also works there, and she wasn't there. And once I knew that, I knew it wasn't good.
Doreen, I know your 2 very good friends, Doreen, I know were Tara Kramer and Susan McKay, very close personal friends of yours. On this day, you must be spending a lot of time thinking about them.
I am. They were probably the 2 that I knew the best. I used to work for Susan, and Tara was a very good friend of mine. And you know, you think of them every day. The one thing the 2 had in common is they were so funny and loving, and I find myself, you know, laughing once in a while because I was thinking about something that we did or something we said. But it's still very difficult. I've been working with Tara's family, well, primarily her sister, Kelly, and I think the 2 of us have really started to develop a great friendship, and that has really been a tremendous support for me to help me get through the loss of a really good friend.
Bob, let me turn to you. You're a member of the Army Reserves, but you're also a full-time supervisor of the 911 dispatchers for the Massachusetts State Police. Do you remember what it was like for you that morning?
It was, I was torn between having to perform my job as a dispatcher and a dispatch supervisor for the state police and trying to console my wife, knowing after we had spoken on the phone that Tara and her friends and all of her colleagues from TJX were involved and had perished in that crash.
What can you tell us about your duties over in Afghanistan, and what has most surprised you about that country?
What's most surprised me about the country, I'll answer that one first, is it's taught me to really appreciate everything that we have back in the United States. Things here are totally different, very different than what we have here, and it's very difficult to get to understand how people can survive under the conditions that they live in here. As far as my duties, I'm here as a military police person, an NCO. Some of my additional duties are the customs inspection and things of that nature of equipment and personnel that leave Afghanistan and go back into the continental United States.
Bob, how often are you able to speak with your wife and daughter?
You know, I try and give them a call once a week. Now that Samantha's back in school, the time difference between home and here is something really different for me to understand, because in here we work on Zulu time, they're on Eastern Daylight Time, and there's also local time here, so there's a lot of math involved in making sure I get the right time and don't wake them up in the middle of the night.
Samantha, it's a nice opportunity. Hi, Samantha, that you can talk to your dad. I know a lot of other people will be listening in, but is there anything you'd like to say to your father?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I miss you, Daddy. I love you, and I hope you come home soon.
That's a good question. Actually, Samantha is a journalist in training. When will you be able to come home, Bob?
You know, that's a good question. We don't have a hard, fast date on when we'll be able to come home. The orders say one thing, but the mission dictates when we'll be able to get home.
And is there something you would like to say to your wife and daughter?
Yeah, there's a lot I'd like to say to my wife and daughter. I'm sure we're short on time. I just want to tell the girls that I miss them a lot, and I love them with all my heart. And, you know, we'll all stay safe here, and I'll be home as soon as I can. We'll have a big barbecue and go swimming and get back to a normal life.
Is this a hard day for you, Doreen?
It's very hard. You know, just remembering September 11th and my husband not being with me has been really difficult. But, you know, the two of us, Samantha and I, we hang in there for each other, and we'll be okay.
Well, you have a darling little girl. I'm sure she's a great source of comfort and great company for you. Doreen and Samantha Keyville and Sergeant Robert Keyville talking with us from Afghanistan, the wonders of modern technology, right, folks? Thank you all so much for talking with us this morning and letting us eavesdrop on your personal conversation.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I love you, Bobby.
I love you, Daddy.
I love you, too. I love you, babes.
As we continue to look at the events here at Ground Zero, names continue to be recited. We now go back to the Pentagon, where another somber ceremony is taking place.
Have joined in this effort, the greatest military coalition ever assembled in human history.
And as Secretary of Defense Donald Rumsfeld addresses the crowd gathered at the Pentagon, we are moving up to a point in the morning. It's 56 after the hour of 9 o'clock on the East Coast, and just about 2.5 minutes from now, we'll reach a moment that I personally, Tom, feel was the most dramatic moment I remember a year ago today, and that is at 9:59 when the South Tower of the World Trade Center collapsed. And I'll never forget watching the monitors with you and Katie, if you can hear me, as we sat here and we watched an enormous cloud of dust and smoke rise from that building, and then it just disappeared.
Came at a terrible price.
The camera was panning at the time, as I remember, and you commanded it to go back again. We had just been discussing a short time before that the structural damage that had been done to the World Trade Centers and the very strong possibility that they would have to be brought down, but no one anticipated that they would come down in the calamitous fashion that they did.
And Katie, we all looked at each other in disbelief when it happened.
That's right. I think that we perhaps discussed it, but really never anticipated how quickly that would happen. And of course, our first thought, Tom and Matt, was about all the people who were still inside, who had not been evacuated, all the rescue workers who were trying to make sure that people got out safely. And in an instant, seems like all hope of those individuals surviving was gone.
And it seemed to defy logic because, of course, the South Tower was the second tower struck, yet it was the first tower to collapse. And at that time, we were hearing the stories of what people were doing to escape the first tower, and unfortunately, those stories included jumping off the high floors to escape the flames.
You know, it's quite remarkable that you'll remember early in our coverage that day we were talking about the fact that the Twin Trade Towers probably had 20,000 people in them at work.
Right.
And in a fairly short order of time, a lot of people were evacuated or got themselves out of there. The death toll was unacceptably high, but it could have been so much higher. I think the personal resourcefulness of a lot of people, but also the fire and police work that day was heroic beyond our ability to describe it.
We approach now 9:59 Eastern Time, the moment that the South Tower collapsed.
My name is Brittany Clark. My father, Keith, was a chef on the 96th floor of the World Trade Center. This poem makes me feel like my daddy is speaking to me. I give you this one thought to keep. I am with you still, I do not sleep. I am 1,000 winds that blow. I am the diamond glints on the snow. I am the sunlight on ripened grain. I am the gentle autumn rain. When you awaken in morning's hush, I am the swift, uplifting rush of quiet birds in circle flight. I am the soft stars that shine at night. Do not think of me as gone. I am with you still in each new dawn.
We talk about the collapse of the South Tower at the World Trade Center. Of course, for those family members watching on television that awful day, that was the moment where their hopes were dashed, their greatest fears came true. And I remember 1993, Tom, when the World Trade Center was bombed, when I was working here, and there was some childish sense of pride in my heart that those buildings didn't go down. And when I saw that first tower collapse a year ago today, I had a feeling in my stomach I can't describe.
Thomas Michael Kelly.
Thomas Richard Kelly.
Thomas W. Kelly.
Katie, have the crowds been gathering? Have they been growing down there? Have people begun to leave? What's the situation?
Oh no, everybody is perfectly still, Matt. You know, it's hard to really give you a crowd estimate. Early on, it was predicted that about half of all the families who lost loved ones would show up here. I think that actually, that number probably has grown, with some people perhaps deciding at the last minute that this would be therapeutic and helpful in the healing process. But everyone is being very attentive as all the names are read. As you just saw a moment ago, people are walking down to the quote-unquote pit to place roses in memory of their family members. Those roses will be preserved and kept for whatever permanent memorial is placed here. And I think those speeches are so moving. That little girl, young girl, Brittany, whose father was the chef at Windows on the World, writing that, reciting what I thought was a really beautiful poem. The other young lady talking about her stepfather and all the regrets she had about not being able to say goodbye and to thank him before he perished on that day. I think those moments certainly make you realize the enormity of the loss and the fact that there is a face behind these numbers.
You know, there was also another concern, Katie and Tom, you can address this, that the cleanup effort was a perilous effort, and there was great fear that there would be further loss of life among the firefighters and rescue workers and recovery workers who were on that site, and yet it was completed with no fatalities.
That's right, and as you know, Matt, a few months ago they had a ceremony marking the end of the cleanup efforts, the official cleanup efforts. Obviously, many bodies have still not been identified. They're still working with DNA to try to help families know that, yes, they found evidence that their loved one had perished. But there was a great show of appreciation to all the rescue workers who work day in, day out under, as you say, Matt, terrible conditions and very dangerous circumstances. And I think all these families are so grateful that there was so much help in the months following this disaster.
It was a cleanup job on a scale, I think, probably unlike any other in history outside of World War II, what they had to do there. And they did it in swift fashion, about 1,700,000 hours altogether. More than 1,000,006 tons of debris and steel removed. 450 people were involved, working around the clock 7 days a week. Many of them on personal missions trying to find remnants of their loved ones while they were there. There is a residual effect. They're discovering now some lung ailments among the firemen who were down there. There was so much residue, asbestos and other chemicals that were released elements from that explosion that had the force of a nuclear bomb. And so we don't know yet what the long-term health effects will be. I think it's also important to say that this is just 1 year after these attacks. Let's go to the president.
One year ago, men and women and children were killed here because they were Americans. And because this place is a symbol to the world of our country's might and resolve. Today we remember each life. We rededicate this proud symbol, and we renew our commitment to win the war that began here. The terrorists chose this target hoping to demoralize our country. They failed. Within minutes, brave men and women were rescuing their comrades. Within hours, in this building, the planning began for a military response. Within weeks, commands went forth from this place that would clear terrorist camps and caves and liberate a nation, and within 1 year, this great building has been made whole once again. Many civilian and military personnel have now returned to offices they occupied before the attack. Pentagon is a working building, not a memorial. Yet the memories of a great tragedy linger here. And for all who knew loss here, life is not the same. The 184 whose lives were taken in this place, veterans and recruits, soldiers and civilians, husbands and wives, parents and children, left behind family and friends whose loss cannot be weighed. The murder of innocents cannot be explained, only endured. And though they died in tragedy, they did not die in vain. Their loss has moved a nation to action in a cause to defend other innocent lives across the world. This war is waged on many fronts. We've captured more than 2,000 terrorists. A larger number of killers have met their end in combat. We've seized millions in terrorist assets. We're reorganizing the federal government to protect the homeland. Yet there's a great deal left to do. And the greatest tasks and the greatest dangers will fall to the armed forces of the United States. I came to the presidency with respect for all who wear America's uniform every day. Every day, as your commander-in-chief, my respect and that of our nation has deepened. I have great confidence in every man and woman who wears the uniform of the United States of America. I am proud of all who have fought on my orders, and this nation honors all who died in our cause. Wherever our military is sent in the world, you bring hope and justice and promise of a better day. You are worthy of the traditions you represent, the uniform you wear, the ideals you serve. America is counting on you, and our confidence is well placed. What happened to our nation on a September day set in motion the first great struggle of a new century. The enemies who struck us are determined, and they're resourceful. They will not be stopped by a sense of decency or a hint of conscience, but they will be stopped. A greater force is amassed against them. They're opposed by freedom-loving people in many lands. They're opposed by our allies who have fought bravely by our side. And as long as terrorists and dictators plot against our lives and our liberty, they will be opposed by the United States Army, Navy, Coast Guard, Air Force, and Marines. We fight as Americans have always fought, not just for ourselves, but for the security of our friends and for peace in the world. We fight for the dignity of life against fanatics who feel no shame in murder. We fight to protect the innocent so that the lawless and the merciless will not inherit the earth. At every turn of this war, we will always remember how it began and who fell first. The thousands who went to work, boarded a plane, or reported to their post. Today, the nation pays our respects to them. Here and in Pennsylvania and in New York, we honor each name and each life. We ask God to bring comfort to every home where they are loved and missed. And on this day, and on every day, may He watch over the United States of America. God bless.
George W. Bush, whose presidency is defined by what happened 1 year ago today, it's fair to say that politically he was adrift, having returned from the talk of Washington. He was in Florida in a school reading program when he got news that America was under attack and became, at that instant, the commander-in-chief of the first war of the 21st century now.
He's thanking the military, of course, for what they've done over the last year, talking about the building and how it's been made whole again. He also said that a great deal is left to do. The greatest tasks and dangers will fall on the men and women of the armed forces, and he's going to probably, or I shouldn't say probably, he may be calling on those men and women in the near future to go into action once again.
Help us
he obviously has Iraq in his crosshairs at this time. The administration, in effect, has declared war and now is going to explain it not just to the nation but to the world. You know, this is taxing the military in ways that probably does not get enough attention. We have force readiness now in places that a year ago were not really on the radar screen. Reserve units have been called up, National Guard units have been called up, people have been taken from their homes. There's a big press on to get more people to volunteer for the armed forces. I was out on the USS Stennis in the Arabian Sea. They were working 24/7. They were diverted there very quickly and spent a long time at sea. They're back now, wondering where they're going to go next.
How would you describe the president's relationship with the military, Tom, as compared to some presidents in the past?
Well, specifically Bill Clinton.
Right.
He has a strong relationship with them, in part because he came in on a kind of pro-military platform, that he wanted to get salaries up, he wanted to reform a lot of things in the Pentagon, even though his Vietnam record was called into question during the campaign. He was in an Air National Guard unit. There was some question about how often he turned up for those meetings that he was supposed to attend. But Rumsfeld, Cheney, Paul Wolfowitz, Colin Powell, those are people who have a strong pro-military attitude and direction to them.
Seeing Let's Roll is a reminder that the President and First Lady will be moving from the Pentagon on to Shanksville, Pennsylvania a little later in the morning, and then here to New York, where they'll go to Ground Zero later this afternoon, and he'll give a speech tonight. So a very busy day ahead for him.
And that truth crushed to earth.
Katie's still down at Ground Zero. Katie?
Matt, we're going to go to Tim Russert. I know a song is about to begin at the Pentagon, but Tim, you know, President Bush has to wear two hats today. He has to be the leader of the free world and the national healer as well. I thought he was empathetic and respectful, but also strong, defiant, and resolute in his remarks.
Absolutely, Katie, and the setting of the Pentagon is the best place to do just that. These are people who are mourning the loss of September 11th of their fellow workers, but they are also warriors, fully engaged in the war on terrorism, which in Afghanistan, throughout the world, and maybe soon Iraq. Pentagon people I've spoken to believe very strongly that we are on the verge of going to war, and they understand that today is a day of mourning, and tomorrow, beginning with the President's speech to the United Nations, is a countdown to perhaps more military action.
With the light from above, from the mountains to the prairies, to the ocean, white with love. Deathless America, my home, sweet home. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in singing God Bless America.
Tim, you mentioned Iraq, and of course, the president has an extremely important speech to deliver to the United Nations tomorrow vis-a-vis Iraq, and laying out a strategy or a justification for a U.S. attack, which will, in his view, hopefully be supported by our allies. Do you have a preview of that, or have you heard anything about what he'll be saying to the United Nations?
Quite a bit about what the president plans to say, Katie. It is going to be a challenge to the world community that after the Persian Gulf War, Saddam Hussein signed an understanding, a surrender, if you will, that he would not develop weapons of mass destruction, and that he has violated that agreement with the world, specifically with the United Nations. 9 times the United Nations has passed resolutions ordering him to comply. The president will say 9 times he has refused. That it is now time to force Saddam Hussein to comply. Whether the United Nations will take from that another opportunity to try to send inspectors into Iraq with a firm deadline of unfettered access or military action to follow is still an open question. There is no, quote, smoking gun in terms of the evidence that the president will provide tomorrow. The White House view is that a smoking gun would be a mushroom cloud, that if you wait too long, Saddam will have a nuclear bomb, which he will use to blackmail or to detonate. The speech is going to be at least a half hour long, Katie. And we keep hearing over and over again from White House officials, it is the president's challenge to the world. He is going to say to them, in effect, Saddam has played you for a fool. Take it no more.
And in fact, Tom Friedman and I were talking earlier, Tim, and he said one of the problems of the administration as it laid the groundwork for an attack is the strategy was leaked before the justification for an attack itself.
That's why many have been urging the president to go to the United Nations to ask for a return of the inspectors. And if, in fact, the inspectors are allowed in and denied unfettered access or simply refused entry, the U.S. then has casus belli, a cause to go to war. And the Security Council and other allies around the world will say, Saddam obviously has something to hide. He will not let us in. Let's do this together.
Tim, let's pause for a moment and watch the events here at Ground Zero. Obviously, this is a very difficult day, as you can see from that picture, for so many family members as they place a rose in what was the footprint of the Twin Towers. We should point out the financial impact, of course, the emotional impact of this terrible day. Words can hardly describe that, but financially, this cost New York City alone $95 billion, the loss of 195,000 jobs. There's been $500 million in aid earmarked for New York City. 2/3 of it has yet to be distributed, though, because of bureaucratic problems. Foot traffic down 50%. But if you can see, there are thousands of people here, family members as well as citizens of New York, who have gathered on Church Street behind where the ceremony is taking place. And you can slowly see that New York is trying to rebuild quickly enough to continue to attract businesses that had to leave temporarily for other locations. Century 21, a discount retail outlet, opened up last spring. Following this attack, it was almost obliterated, glass blown out everywhere, merchandise destroyed. But that perhaps is one of the symbols of New York's effort to rebuild and to reopen, and its resolve to come back.
Franklin Monahan.
John Monahan.
Kristen Montanaro.
Craig Montano.
Katie?
Yes, ma'am.
You're talking about the financial impact on the larger scale, even nationally. There are those who say that perhaps we may not have fallen into a recession were it not for 9/11, that we may have teetered on the brink but not fallen into it. And of course, there were some industries that have still not recovered from that day: the airline industry, the travel industry in general, hotels and tourism. And the Congressional Budget Office is forecasting that 80% of the surpluses once forecast, that $1.7 trillion, will melt away.
Yeah, economic impact, Matt, really is enormous. You know, you just think about the cleanup effort, as we were mentioning, with firefighters and police officers from all over the country coming in to help out. I came down here, there were guys from Los Angeles, Chicago, Dallas, people from all over the world to lend a hand, iron workers, union workers, machinists. And that effort alone cost $600 million. I mean, really, the figures are just staggering.
Kathleen Moran.
And the fact is that we're not at the end of this by any means yet. It's hard to acknowledge this, but this attack was successful beyond what had to be the wildest expectations of the terrorists. They not only brought down the buildings, but they caused an enormous rupture in the American sense of security here, the economic impact which continues to ripple across the country. If you think of the cost that companies now have to divert to security considerations, which does not go to their bottom line. It's not a productive cost except for the security companies. At NBC and across America, everybody has to wear a card now. There are new electronic systems in place, more guards on duty, more installations that are put into the buildings to secure them. And that is a cost that doesn't go to the bottom line.
Katie?
I know that they're down here, Matt and Tom, they're getting ready for another moment of silence at 10:29 when the second tower fell, the first tower to be hit, the North Tower, but the second tower to fall to the ground. David Bloom has been watching the ceremony with me this morning. We can see Secretary of State Colin Powell here, of course a native New Yorker, reading some of the names.
We are at a significant moment, or coming up upon one here, because in just a minute they'll stop the reading of the names, and two trumpeters will stand at opposite ends of the pit to play taps as they remember that moment when the North Tower collapsed. It stood, of course, for 102 minutes, giving many people a chance to escape. You might recall that people as high as the 88th floor made it out safely, and of course no one escaped from the floors above where the plane hit. It took 6.5 years to build the World Trade Center, and at 10:28 and 10:29 it came down 1 hour and 42 minutes to bring it down. It collapsed in only 12 seconds. Of course, at that moment, New Yorkers were weak and numb and frightened. The sense of security, certainly innocence, was lost. But don't forget, too, that on that day alone, Walmart sold 116,000 American flags. And before this year is out, 3.6 million people will have visited this site.
This is the most popular tourist attraction in New York now, and probably will continue to be for some time to come. Incidentally, structural engineers predicted or evaluated the site when it was being built, and it was determined that the Twin Towers could withstand the impact of airplanes, just not an airplane that big or airplanes this big, not with full tanks of fuel. And of course that is indicative of the diabolical nature of these attacks, that so much fuel would be so devastating and such a massive aircraft would be so powerful that the Twin Towers just could not withstand the impact.
That's right. You'll recall that the original engineering plans had the buildings able to withstand the plane flying something on the order of 150 miles an hour. But then, of course, these two planes hit the World Trade Center, one at just under 500 miles an hour, one at close to 600 miles an hour. And as you mentioned, both loaded with close to 10,000 gallons of fuel that burned at, by some estimates, close to 1,800 degrees, well beyond the strength at which the steel would melt.
Let's go back to ground zero and listen to some of the names that continue to be read.
Lawrence Nadell.
Luke G. Nee.
Pete Negron.
Laura Ann Niera.
Ann M. Nelson.
David William Nelson.
James Nelson.
Michelle Ann Nelson.
Peter Allen Nelson.
Oscar Francis Nesbitt.
Gerard Terrence Nevin.
Renee Lucille Newell.
Christopher Newton Carter.
Kapinga Nagula.
Nancy U.N. Lee.
Jody Nicolo.
Kathleen Ann DeCasco.
Martin S. Nadra.
Alfonso Joseph Neddymeyer.
Frank John Neistat Jr.
Gloria Nye.
Juan Nieves Jr.
Troy Edward Nilsson.
Paul Nimby.
B. Niven.
Catherine Marie Nowak.
Curtis Terrence Noel. Danielle R. Nolan. Robert Noonan. Jacqueline June Norton. Robert Grant Norton. Daniela Nataro. Brian Christopher Dovanti. Suruchi Damata. Brian Felix Nunez. Jose Nunez. Jeffrey Roger Nusbin. Dennis Oberg. James P. O'Brien Jr. Michael P. O'Brien. Scott J. O'Brien. Timothy Michael O'Brien. Daniel O'Callahan. Diana J. Connor. Dennis James O'Connor Jr. Keith Kevin O'Connor. Richard J. O'Connor. Amy O'Doherty. Marnie Hunt O'Doherty. James Andrew O'Grady. Thomas O. Hagan. Patrick J. O'Keefe. William O'Keefe. Gerald O'Leary.
Timothy Mahoney.
Peter J. O'Neill Jr.
Sean Gordon O'Neill.
Kevin O'Rourke.
Patrick J. O'Shea.
Robert William O'Shea.
Timothy F. O'Sullivan.
James A. Oakley.
Douglas E. Oschlager.
Takashi Agawa.
Albert Ogletree.
Philip Paul Architect.
John Agnagowski.
Joseph J. Aldred.
Samuel Otishi.
Gerald Michael Osat.
Christine Ann Olinda.
Linda Mary Oliva.
Edward Pratt Oliver.
Leah E. Oliver.
Eric T. Olson.
Jeffrey James Olson.
Maureen Lyon Olson.
Stephen John Olson.
Tashiro Onda.
Seamus L. O'Neill.
John P. O'Neill.
Betty Ann Oak.
Frank Oning,
Michael C. Overman,
Christopher Orgilowitz,
Margaret Orlowski,
Virginia Ann Ormistar,
Ronald Orsini,
Peter Orlati,
Juan Ortega Campos,
Jane M. Orm,
Alexander Ortiz,
David Ortiz,
Emilio Ortiz Jr.,
Paul Ortiz Jr.,
Pablo Ortiz,
Sonia Ortiz,
Masaru Ose,
Elsie C. Osorio,
James R. Ostrowski,
Jason Douglas Oswald,
Michael Otten,
Isidro C. Ottenwalder,
Michael Chung O,
Todd Joseph Uwida,
Jesus Ovalles,
Peter J. Owens Jr.,
Adianes Oyola,
Angel Pavon,
Israel Pavon Jr.,
Roland Pacheco, Michael Benjamin Packer, Renee Padilla Chavaria, Deepa Pakala, Jeffrey Matthew Palazzo, Thomas Palazzo, Richard Palazzolo, Gloria J. Palmer, Frank Anthony Palumbo, Alan N. Palumbo, Christopher Matthew Panettiere, Dominique Lisa Ladapia, Paul J. Pancini, John M. Paolio, Edward Joseph Papa, Salvatore Papasso, James Nicholas Papa George, Maria Papalato, Vinod Kumar Parakat, Via Shankar Paramo Soti, Nitin Paranskar, Hadi Papu, James Wendell Parham, Deborah Marie Paris, George Paris, G. Young Pa, Philip Lacey Parker, Michael Elaine Parks,
Robert E. Parks Jr.,
Hashmakrai C. Parmar,
Robert Harrow,
Diane Marie Parsons,
Leobardo Lopez Pascual,
Michael Pascuma,
Gerald Patkins,
Robert Torres Pasanti,
Suzanne H. Passaro,
Avnish Ramamba Patel,
Deepti Patel,
Manish Patel,
Stephen Bennett Patterson,
James Matthew Patrick,
Manuel E. Patricino,
Bernard E. Patterson,
Images here at Ground
Marie
Zero,
Patty,
the tearful
Robert
embraces,
E.
the photos
Patterson,
being held up
James
by
Robert
family
Paul,
members.
Patrice Haas,
Really is very moving, and you can't help but hope that these people are
Stacy Lynn
getting
Keith,
some degree of solace, David, by being around other people who are going through the same pain that they're going through. I just want to mention that during that moment of silence, bells rang all over New York City, including those at Trinity Church, Manhattan's oldest Episcopal church. It was built in 1697. As we saw earlier from Jamie Gangel's report, St. Paul's Chapel has been a wonderful refuge for the rescue workers. They worked, the folks, volunteers and church leaders were stationed there for months following the attacks, helping all the rescue workers, giving them a place of shelter, a place to sleep, a place to eat.
You just touched on something important, which is after this official ceremony ends, they're going to allow the families to stay here at Ground Zero in the so-called pits until 1:30 this afternoon, long after the ceremony itself is publicly over. And you mentioned the importance of these families coming together. I can tell you from having spoken with some of these families in the last couple days, they've been exchanging phone calls with people they don't even know. Family members have been calling each other up saying, I saw you in the paper, I saw you on TV, I don't know you, but you can begin to understand what I'm feeling and what I'm going through at this moment. Only you can understand that, and I just wanted to reach out to you. So this is a moment for them publicly now, but privately after the cameras are off, many of them to meet one another for the first time.
And there are also, David, countless stories of people reaching out to one another right after the attacks and forming these incredible bonds. And needless to say, this is uncharted territory for so many people who've never had to deal with loss before, and to be able to relate and share an experience or question a friend who may have also lost a loved one, I think it's been invaluable for so many of these families. I talked with 3 widows in New Jersey, and I was so heartened that they at least had each other as they navigate, you know, the very difficult waters of grief and going on with their lives, that they did have each other to lean on and rely on.
A friend of mine, a minister, has been pastoring to 10 widows of New York City firefighters. And every single time he leaves and calls me, he says, they do a lot more to help each other than I could ever do to help them.
Joshua Heber.
Joseph Lumitalo.
Anna Gloria Pocasangre de Barrera.
John Pocher.
William Howard
The
Holman.
reading of these names began before 9 o'clock this morning. It's now almost 40 after 10. And just to give you some idea of how many people died at the World Trade Center, it will take more than 2 hours to read all the names. And Tom, I know you saw something that was poignant in the New York Times.
Well, the New York Times invented a new form of journalism, and I think it's important. And we are now having a compilation of it in a special section today. They have put a face to as many victims as they could get pictures of, and when you see these faces and read the names Fontana, Guadalupe, Rooney, Palazzo, Wong, Caracat, Zion, Holmes, you know then that it was the fabric of America that was attacked that day. I'm not sure what the terrorists had in the inner part of their souls or their hearts, what they thought these people represented as a threat to Allah or to Muslim religion. Some of them, many of them, were in fact Muslims who were killed that day.
It takes up, what, how many, 3 or 4 full pages?
Yeah, small portraits of grief, as they were called, as they wrote about them. And, you know, we were all riveted by reading about these people. This is just one page, and it goes on and on and on. And I think it's almost required reading for all of us as citizens to put a face to those names. They were not just anonymous people who ended up as part of a death toll.
These were the 2,801 killed in New York. Of course, 40 people lost their lives in Shanksville, Pennsylvania, when a plane crashed into a field there. NBC's Kelly O'Donnell is standing by in Shanksville. Kelly, what's the latest on the ceremony there?
It has just concluded a few minutes ago, Matt, and it was a moving picture here because part of this program included the release of 40 white doves, each one representing one of the passengers or crew members lost in the crash 1 year ago. There was also comments from the wife of the captain of the plane, Sandy Dahl, who described a wave of courage that began in the cockpit, went all the way to the back of the plane, and returned to the cockpit again, saying the passengers and crew members were in a fight for their lives and they were not alone. Also, we heard from the Director of Homeland Security, former governor of Pennsylvania, Tom Ridge, who described this as the first battlefield in the war on terror, telling the grieving families here that their loved ones had never known they would serve, but serve they did. The ceremony was moving. It included taps. It included a 21-gun salute. It also included stirring songs and even the words of a young girl who lost her older sister. She asked for a moment of silence, 1 minute of peace, asking that around the world people would think of peace on this important day and asking all of us to do some good deed in an effort to bring about a more positive point from this day forward. The service will now break up, as we are seeing off in the distance here. A number of the people who've come to attend are beginning to make their way across this large field. Many will attend for a few moments the temporary memorial behind me, which is a 30-foot fence which was erected not long after the tragedy last year, a place where people can leave mementos and messages. All of them have been cataloged over this last year at the local historical society here in Somerset, and also at a nearby church.
Kelly.
So it is a place where the remembrances go on.
Kelly, let me interrupt you for a second. We're seeing the President and Mrs. Bush at Andrews Air Force Base. They're making their way from a chopper to a plane, and they are now on their way to Shanksville, where they will lay a wreath in that field that you were just describing.
There was,
It is.
I was just about to say, Kelly, there was great fear, obviously, that that plane was headed for Washington. In fact, there's a lot of certainty that it was headed for Washington. What the exact target was, no one can say for sure. I talked with air traffic controllers in Cleveland, and it was chaos on that plane, not just at the time of the takeover, but when the passengers revolted. But the plane undulated through the air for a while. It was going up 300 feet, down 300 feet. The traffic controllers couldn't figure out where it was going to head. The transponder went on, went off, came back on again. Then it turned around somewhere over Pittsburgh and headed back toward Washington. And that's when Todd Beamer and the others decided to let's roll and got into the cockpit. There are recordings within the cockpit of that plane that air traffic controllers in Cleveland heard at the time the hijackers took it over. Pretty gruesome stuff.
Part of a special, Tom, that you'll be airing on Dateline tonight is discussions with those air traffic controllers who really had two separate things going on. They were watching these terrorist attacks, at the same time trying to take care of thousands of flights that were still aloft over the United States or coming to the United States.
And they did it in remarkably orderly fashion and very swiftly. What haunts many of them is that they may have put planes down on the ground in which hijackers walked off from those planes. They don't know how many more might have been hijacked.
John, Thomas, rest up.
And the Shanksville flight, of course, was delayed at Newark for 40 minutes before it took off. And had it been delayed another few more minutes, it may never have left the ground because they shut down operations there after Tower 1 was hit.
And Tom, I should add that here in Shanksville, there were about 100 members of the White House staff who were also brought here to Shanksville to acknowledge the heroic efforts of the passengers on Flight 93 and to thank them for perhaps saving their lives had the White House, in fact, been the intended target.
All right, Kelly O'Donnell in Shanksville, Pennsylvania. Kelly, thank you very much. Let's go back to Ground Zero and Katie.
Matt, earlier David Bloom and I were talking about some of the bonds of friendship that have been formed in the wake of this tragedy, and we have another example. Kathy Marchese Collins and Diane Leonard didn't know each other before last September, but then Kathy's little sister, Laura, was killed on the 102nd floor of the North Tower. Laura was just 35 years old. Back in April of 1995, Diane's husband, Don, was killed in the bombing of the Oklahoma City Federal Building, and after September 11th, Diane offered the kind of help only those who have lived through such heartbreak can. Now, Kathy and Diane's tragic circumstances have led to a remarkable friendship. Good morning, Kathy, and good morning to you, Diane, as well.
Good morning.
Nice to see you both. Kathy, I know that at first you didn't want to go through any counseling. You were sort of dealing with this on your own, but you work for Cigna Insurance as a business analyst, and a member of the group you work with in Oklahoma City decided you needed to talk to Diane. Is that right?
Oh, yes.
What was that like, the first call? Did she call you? Did you call her? How did it work?
Well, she called me, and actually I think she called me about 4 or 5 times before I kind of had the courage to speak with her. I was living in the fantasy that we were still going to find Laura, and it was just Diane's sweet voice one day. I'm like, okay, I'll call you when I get home, and we just started talking, and half an hour later, we made plans to speak later that evening, and it just developed into a wonderful friendship.
How important has Diane's sweet voice and sort of virtual shoulder to cry on, how important have those things been to you?
Oh, Kathy? It's been tremendous. It's been tremendous. She just knows everything that you're going to be going through before it happens. And I mean, we've gone through the searching through the hospitals, still calling, hoping that maybe Laura will turn up in one of the burn centers. I reach out to her for everything from, I was working with infertility doctors in an attempt to get pregnant, and I speak to her, and she's been a great source of strength and inspiration. When Laura's fiance Joe was kind of thinking about dating, I was discussing that with Diane. She actually went to the family center and was the person to give me the memorial urn and the flag. And that was the first time we met, and it was wonderful.
And when was that?
I think it was back in October.
Diane, obviously you should perhaps go into counseling. You've been so helpful to Kathy. As you all have forged this friendship, how have you tried to approach Kathy and her situation and help her in the healing process?
Well, I think the most important thing is that these people need someone who will listen, and it's so helpful if the listener has been in your shoes. Peer support is tremendously important during a time like this, and I think what it does is validate where you are, and it validates the emotions you're feeling, because at times you feel like you're just going crazy.
Do you wish that you had had this kind of support when you were going through your loss and grieving the loss of your husband, or did you feel like you had all the support you needed, Diane?
I don't think you can ever have too much support, but the families in Oklahoma City reached out to each other a lot. We became quite a family here. So we depended on each other to help validate the emotions that we were experiencing.
And it was really a smaller, less spread out group in Oklahoma City, so it was probably easier for you all to kind of form a cohesive group and really help each other along.
That's absolutely correct. We were, most of us, local people, and there were all kinds of meetings and venues to get together through the years.
Meanwhile, Kathy, I know you talked about touching base with Diane on all different kinds of milestones, and I know that police came to your parents' house just last month to tell you that they had found Laura's thigh and forearm, which, you know, it's so upsetting for me even to say this, so I can only imagine how upsetting it was for your family to get the news. But Diane was the first person you called.
Oh, yeah. I feel that we've been through so much together. And as she was just explaining, having someone to speak to, I mean, it's not something I can really speak to a lot of my friends with, because they haven't dealt with this. And most people feel that you should be over it already, even though it was your sister. But it's a different type of death. We have no place to go. We don't have a body. It's not as if she was sick and I was grieving her.
Or you were prepared for the loss at all. It was so sudden.
Yeah. And even when they found her partial remains, it was just so horrifying. My father called me, and he was the one that told me I was getting ready to leave work, and just reaching out to Diane, and I mean, she went and identified her husband's body. So she knows what you feel like.
Diane, in closing, is this day difficult for you? It must dredge up a lot of feelings for you. You lost your husband in an act of terrorism, very different circumstances, and yet seeing all these people relive the experience and, you know, face their pain, it must be difficult for you as well, is it?
It is, but it's also very, very rewarding. And to me, when our event happened, the thing that helped me, made it bearable, was making positives come from it. And I have tried very hard the last 7 years to find positives, and one positive, one great positive, is to be able to share what you've learned and comfort others and be a tiny part of the Band-Aid that holds their broken heart together.
Well, that was beautifully expressed. Diane Leonard in Oklahoma City at the Oklahoma City National Memorial. Thanks, Diane, so much for all you've done for Kathy, and thanks for talking with us this morning. And Kathy, Our very best
Thank
to you
you.
and your family on this difficult day.
Thank you very much.
Matt, back to you.
All right, Katie, thank you very much. We're about to lose the services of Tom Brokaw this morning. He's going off to prepare for other chores. What do you have in store?
This afternoon from 1 until late in the afternoon, until 4 o'clock, we're going to do a town meeting with members of surviving families, with Senator John McCain, Senator Hillary Clinton will be there as well. We're going to get into the whole compensation issue, which is still controversial. We're going to catch up on the war on terrorism with the Air Force Chief, or with the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Meyer. We've got a lot going on, and then tonight, as you said earlier, I've got a riveting 1 hour. It sounds like a self-advertisement, but the fact is I sat there utterly fascinated by what these air traffic controllers from Boston, Newark, New York, and Cleveland told me about what they went through that morning from the moment that they realized that American Airlines Flight 11 had been hijacked. So we got a lot going on. Concert in America tonight as well.
That's right. Thanks for your services this morning. I appreciate it.
It's always a pleasure,
All right.
even under these difficult circumstances.
Exactly right. Almost immediately after the tragedy of September 11th, the generosity of Americans was extraordinary. Never before in the history of this country did everyone give so freely and unselfishly. NBC's Ann Thompson has that side of the story.
For most Americans, it was the best way to help. Opening up their wallets, giving to ease the hurt.
Now it's our turn to help.
Over 300 charities raised money, the 34 largest collecting $2.4 billion. The families extraordinarily grateful, but a year later, still frustrated.
The frustration has arisen from the fact that many families are in great need, yet cannot get the money that Americans donated.
Carrie Lamack is president of the Families of September 11th, a victims advocacy group, 1,300 strong. Her mom, Judy LaRoque, was on one of the planes that hit the World Trade Center. Lamack gives high marks to smaller charity efforts.
One that jumps to mind is the National Association of Realtors, who actually came to victims' families' doors with checks to help pay mortgages in the months after our loved ones were murdered.
But she still gets complaints about some of the larger charities, demanding more and more paperwork. Bob Hurst, CEO of 9/11 United Services Group, a consortium of charities in the New York area, says one solution could be a universal application form.
Take down, using technology, all the information that's necessary, scan documents so that they don't have to be produced time and time again at a variety of agencies.
Another source of friction, only 2/3 of the money raised has been distributed, $1.6 billion. Much of that money has gone to the families, but some families have gotten more than others. A USA Today analysis found families of firefighters and ambulance crews are getting over $1 million on average, while the families of non-rescue workers who died that day are averaging $146,000.
That isn't fair, and Americans need to think about some of the unpleasantness of the different people that got hurt in all of this.
Tom Valenti, chef at West Restaurant in New York, thought of the restaurant workers in the towers.
You know, these families were prep cooks and porters.
Creating Windows of Hope, Valenti raised $19 million to pay for the family's health insurance and the educational needs of 162 children.
There's going to be continuing need for financial assistance. There's going to be a need for job training.
Trying to anticipate the still unknown consequences of a disaster unlike any other. For Today, Ann Thompson, NBC News, New York.
Millions of Americans have donated millions of dollars, but charities aren't the only source of financial assistance available. In the weeks following the attack, Congress created an unprecedented fund to compensate grieving families. The man in charge of administering that fund is Kenneth Feinberg. Mr. Feinberg, good to have you here.
Thank you.
I can't imagine the difficulty of your task because, in simple terms, you've got to look loved ones in the eyes and attach a dollar figure to their loss.
That's right, but that's the programs established by Congress. The administration asked me, the Attorney General, extremely supportive of this program, and the task is underway.
In the early days of your task, it was not easy, to say the least. Emotions were raw. They still are, but they were, and much of that emotion was aimed squarely on your shoulders. How were those first days, in your opinion?
It was very, very difficult. First of all, as much as I anticipated this, I never fully appreciated the amount of emotion associated with families so soon after September 11.
Well, that's important. The whole idea was to react quickly.
That's right. But in reacting quickly, as a public policy matter, you ran into this storm of emotion. You're asking me to put numbers to a lost loved one, value a lost loved one. And although I think that emotion is dissipating over time, it is still a very unprecedented emotional experience.
You had families who would look you in the eye and say, my loved one was a hero. He or she tried to help other people. We deserve more because of that. And you had to look them in the eye and say no.
My answer is they're all heroes. I am not going to get into the business of trying to distinguish loved one A from loved one B in terms of the emotion of pain and suffering and emotional distress. The economic loss, that varies from claimant to claimant.
You talk about pain and suffering, though. There is a flat award of $250,000 for pain and suffering. Is that correct?
That's right. The victim, $250,000, $100,000 tax-free for every spouse and dependent.
And for those who say that $250,000 is not enough, where was that number? Where did they come up with that number?
We came up with that number after looking at legislative, statutory precedents. If a policeman or a fireman dies in the line of duty, that's basically the amount.
I think 700 families have come forward at this point.
So far.
Out of 3,000.
A little over 3,000.
Why has it been slow? And maybe that's not the right word to use.
No, it is. Grief. It's grief. When I visit these families, I've visited over 1,000 families, I get the same basic response. Mr. Feinberg, thank you. Not yet. I'm not ready to take a pen and start crunching numbers about a lost loved one. This program doesn't run out until December of 2003. I'm confident that by the end of the program, we'll have 90% or better participation.
5 seconds left. How much money will eventually be handed out by this fund?
We estimate it'll probably be $2 to $3 billion taxpayer dollars.
Kenneth Feinberg, a man with a very difficult task. We appreciate your time.
Thank you very much.
And we have much more ahead on a special edition of Today, America Remembers.
Elizabeth Sohan.
Sushil S. Solanki.
Ruben Solares.
Naomi Leah Solomon.
Daniel W. Song.
Michael Charles Perez.
Fabian Soto.
Timothy Patrick Stewart.
Gregory Magnoletti.
Donald F. Santinato Jr. John Anthony Vitale.
And the list goes on. 2,801 people killed in the attack on the World Trade Center, each name being read aloud, each name the symbol of grief for thousands of families, the names echoing through the empty 16-acre site that was once the Twin Towers.
Joseph Spohr, Jr.
Klaus Johannes Sprackmann.
1 year ago at this hour, then Mayor Rudolph Giuliani ordered an evacuation of Lower Manhattan. 1 year ago, the scope of this tragedy was unfathomable. Today, we know some basic facts. We know the hijackers' names. We know the names and faces of most of the 3,000 victims. We know the rebuilding process is certainly underway. We know the facts and figures, but the toll is certainly hard to measure. Yet America's resolve is strong. At the Pentagon, the section that was destroyed a year ago has been restored. Workers have returned to their duties. In Afghanistan, the U.S. defeated the Taliban and disrupted the Al-Qaeda network. And here at home, security has stepped up at airports and other transportation centers. We are more vigilant, but also feel more vulnerable than we did 365 days ago.
Eric Thomas Steen. William R.
And welcome back to this special edition of Today on this Wednesday morning. We hardly need to say that it is September 11th, the year 2002. As we continue to watch the ceremony here at Ground Zero, as we mentioned, the names continue to be read. A bit later, the governor of New Jersey, Jim McGreevey, will be reading from the Declaration of Independence. And as David Bloom mentioned, families will be allowed to stay at the site until 1:30 this afternoon so they can spend some time talking with each other and honoring those they have lost.
Strauss.
Stephen R. Strauss.
Stephen F. Strobert.
Walwyn W. Stewart, Jr.
Benjamin Suarez.
David Scott Suarez.
Ramon Suarez.
Xavier Suarez.
Yoichi Sugiyama.
William Christopher Sugra.
Daniel Schur.
David Mark Sullen.
I'm Katie Couric down at Ground Zero on a sunny but extremely windy Wednesday morning. Needless to say, security has been a huge concern as this anniversary approached, and based on new intelligence, the federal government put the nation on a higher state of alert on Tuesday, a so-called Code Orange. Let's check in with NBC's Brian Williams. He's been covering Homeland Security for us this morning. Brian, what's the latest?
Katie, thanks. And as you mentioned, the backdrop against which we are covering this September 11th anniversary bears repeating. The Associated Press lead at this hour reads, "The nation steeled itself against a possible attack today. Overseas, 9 U.S. embassies were closed, and they're repeating the warning from Tom Ridge that widely dispersed, unsophisticated strikes are possible today." Now, having said that, America is up and running and incident-free, and for a lot of Americans, this Wednesday is a business day, and that means travel. We have a look at the Flight Explorer website, which we call upon from time to time to show us where air travel is across the United States, and every dot on the national map represents a commercial airline flight over the U.S. All the hubs are visible. They are up and running from New York to Atlanta, St. Louis, Dallas, Denver, Colorado. There you see them, and you can almost pick out the DFW hub for American Airlines, the Atlanta hub for Delta, St. Louis, Denver. That is commercial air travel this morning across the United States. While bookings are down because flights are down 13% as we look at Washington National's tower adjacent to the Potomac River, business is proceeding along today across the country in what is so free, an incident-free day. The one aircraft not reflected on that national map because it is blocked out electronically is Air Force One, which just departed from Andrews Air Force Base just outside Washington. The president traveling today in a smaller 757 as he's en route to Johnstown, Pennsylvania, where they cannot accommodate the larger 747. This president, following his own advice, he will be traveling today several legs of this trip, which will take him to all of the places that were turned into targets on September 11th. That is the view from here. Katie?
Brian, I was going to ask you, I know there was some discussion about canceling some overseas flights today for fear that they would be possible terrorist targets. Was that ever done by airlines like British Airways, etc.?
They sure did. And Katie, carriers like American a long time ago looked at their schedule a few months out, noticed there was zero interest in many of the flights that bore this date, and they went ahead and did preemptively cancel a lot of flights. Those people wanting to get someplace today can get there today. It's safe to say, but a lot of very sparsely populated jetliners are crisscrossing the U.S. and the world, for that matter, as we speak.
All right, Brian Williams. Brian, thank you so much. Now let's head back to Studio 1A, where Ann Curry has a look at the news headlines on this Wednesday morning. Ann, good morning.
Good morning once again, Katie. Good morning once again, everybody. In the news this morning and other news, as America pauses to honor the lives lost on 9/11, tributes are pouring in from other nations all around the world. One of the most moving, this tribute from Paris. 2 powerful rays of light were beamed into the night sky as a symbol of solidarity with the United States. Today at London's St. Paul's Cathedral, Prince Charles, his son Prince Harry, Prime Minister Tony Blair, and others attended a service in remembrance of all of the victims. And at the Vatican this morning, Pope John Paul called terrorism, quote, ferocious inhumanity. He also asked for prayers that love may be able to take the place of hate. Voters went to the polls in 12 states and the District of Columbia on Tuesday. In North Carolina, former Republican Cabinet Secretary Elizabeth Dole won and will now face former Clinton Chief of Staff Erskine Bowles in the race to succeed Jesse Helms. And in Florida, the votes are still being counted in the Democratic race for governor. Former Clinton Attorney General Janet Reno is trailing political novice Bill McBride by a slight margin. But it is deja vu all over again in Florida. Voters there say they had lots of problems with the new electronic voting machines and the polling procedures. There were enough foul-ups for Florida Governor Jeb Bush to order polls to stay open an extra 2 hours. In New Hampshire, incumbent Senator Bob Smith lost to Representative John Sununu in the Republican primary. Smith had angered many voters when he ran for president as an independent in 1999. He is the first senator to lose a primary battle in a decade. A House committee turned the Martha Stewart investigation over to the Justice Department on Tuesday. The committee wants federal prosecutors to look into whether Stewart misled investigators in explaining her sale of ImClone stock just before the price plummeted. A spokesman for Apollo 11 astronaut Buzz Aldrin claims he was protecting himself on Monday when he was confronted by a man in Beverly Hills. Aldrin punched the man when he asked him to swear on a Bible that he has walked on the moon in a confrontation caught on videotape. Officials are now investigating the incident. And Gustav has now turned into the Atlantic season's first hurricane of this year. The storm is moving out to sea, but it could cause rip currents and heavy surf in the northeast. It has top winds of nearly 75 miles per hour. Gustav dumped up to 6 inches of rain on North Carolina's Outer Banks on Tuesday. The storm also knocked out power on Hatteras Island. It is now 9 minutes past the hour. Let's now turn over to Matt.
All right, Ann, thank you very much. The Bush administration raised the nation's terror alert warning to its second highest level on Tuesday, code orange, signaling a high risk of attack. But just what kind of activity is happening in Al-Qaeda cells to warrant such a warning? And just how realistic is the threat of terrorist acts on American soil? Peter Bergen is the author of Holy War Incorporated and is one of the only Western journalists to have interviewed Osama bin Laden face-to-face. Peter, good morning. Good to have you back. When the government talks about monitoring chatter and seeing a level of chatter equal to what they saw just before September 11th, what's chatter by definition?
Well, it's intelligence signals they're picking up. Last year, there was indications that there was an attack, very clear indications there was an attack, all sorts of things, videotapes circulating, also people being arrested around the world in places like Yemen and India. Unfortunately, everybody was looking in the wrong direction. Now, this time, of course, we're not going to make the same mistake. But I think the threat is high in the South Asia area, not here. And the administration is pretty clear about that.
When they're monitoring the communications, though, between these suspected or known terrorist operatives, what way are they using to communicate? It was said years ago we were monitoring satellite cell phones or satellite phones from Osama bin Laden. They know about that now, so how are they communicating?
I think, well, we know from, for instance, the 9/11, the final days of the 9/11 conspiracy, bin Laden was actually told in person by one of the conspirators who's now missing that 9/11 was going to happen. He was told on the Thursday before the Tuesday. So the most important communications are happening face-to-face. But there was also communication by code on the phone. You mentioned satellite phones. I think those are things that they're not using anymore.
Is there any estimate, Peter, as to how many Al-Qaeda cells there are around the world and then here in the United States?
Senator Bob Graham, who's the head of the Senate Intelligence Committee, who's in a position to know, said in February that there were still 100 Al-Qaeda operatives in this country. So let's use his opinion rather than mine. In terms of around the world, we're talking estimates, but 25,000 people went through those Al-Qaeda training camps in the last, say, 5 to 10 years. How many of those people are still active in the group, I think, is anyone's guess. But if we even say 10%, that makes 2,500 people.
Let's talk about Osama bin Laden. Throughout the last year, we've been hearing he's dead, he's alive. Nobody knows. Rumor today that he is dead. What do you think?
Well, I'm of the empirical school, Matt. There's no evidence he's dead, so why presume he's dead? And I think it would be wishful thinking to presume that he is dead when we don't have evidence that he is dead. So let's presume for the moment that he's alive. If he's alive, I think he's in very poor health. And that may be one of the reasons we have not seen him. The last videotape we saw of him, he spent an entire half an hour with his whole left side immobilized, suggesting he suffered some kind of wound to it.
That's not actually the last videotape we saw. We saw other tapes, but it wasn't clear as to when they were recorded.
Right. I mean, the last one that I think we can legitimately say that it was filmed, let's say, in November.
Right.
He was immobilized. He's only 45, and he looked in that videotape like he was a man in his late 60s. So he's clearly in poor health, if indeed he is alive.
If you kill Osama bin Laden, or if he dies of his illnesses, does that necessarily cut the head off the monster?
Well, it would be a blow to the organization. Obviously, bin Laden would linger on as a martyr, but the most obvious statement about martyrs is they're dead. And dead people are generally less effective than people who are alive. So I think that the leader of the organization departing the scene would be important. However, this is more than just simply a cult. You know, in cults, when the leader dies, the cult usually dies with them. It's somewhere between a cult and a mass movement. And we've got thousands of people who have been trained in these camps. They will continue trying to attack Americans.
Shouldn't we also remember that they're very patient? It was 1993 when they first bombed the World Trade Center. They waited another 9 years or 8.5 years to try it again.
Yeah, and the second plan to attack the Trade Center was 2.5 years in the planning and execution. So just because we haven't heard from them for a while doesn't mean they're out of business.
Peter Bergen. Peter, thanks very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
It's 13 after the hour. Here's Katie.
All right, Matt, thank you very much. We're back at Ground Zero. Of course, the anticipation of this day and this anniversary has weighed heavily on Americans all across the country. A few weeks ago, I had the opportunity to sit down with the Secretary of State, Colin Powell, and talk with him and get his thoughts on this anniversary and the war on terrorism. I began by asking him how the events of that day has changed us as a nation.
It changed us in some ways for the better. It showed us once again what we're made of. It gave us a real test of our character, of our courage, of our determination. We passed that test. We will forever mourn those who were lost, and there was a loss of innocence that day when we realized that terrorism was not something that just happened far away in the Middle East. It happened right in our own country. And so that was a terrible tragedy, but out of that tragedy, we became a stronger nation, and we showed what we were made of. Spine of steel, a heart as big as the whole outdoors. And I think we've demonstrated to the people of the world that this is a challenge that must be met by the entire civilized world.
The United States has been less successful in terms of finding out who did this and bringing that individual to justice, though, has it not?
We found out the organization very quickly, Al-Qaeda. Now, Al-Qaeda is not just one person. It's a lot of people around the world, perhaps in dozens of countries. And we're going to get them all. We're going to root the whole thing out. The individual who heads Al-Qaeda, Osama bin Laden, we don't know whether he's dead or he's alive. We can't bring him to justice yet, or perhaps justice has already been meted out to him. But we're continuing to look, and he will never rest if he's alive, because we will be in pursuit of him.
Do you believe, Mr. Secretary, that Al-Qaeda is more dangerous today than it was 1 year ago?
No.
Why?
Because we've destroyed their base in Afghanistan, because the Taliban regime, which was supporting them, is no longer there, and the Pakistani support of the Taliban regime, of course, is also gone. They have been picked up in various places around the world, in Singapore. We are doing more with respect to law enforcement, intelligence collection, intelligence sharing with our friends and allies, and I think that we have got them on the run. Are they still dangerous? Yes. Are they still in many places around the world? Yes. Are we going to continue to pursue them? Yes. Are we going to get them? Yes.
Is it sad but true that terrorism will never be completely obliterated?
There will always be someone who is willing to take an innocent life for a flawed purpose or objective. But what we can do is do everything in our power to make sure that those people do not succeed. Terrorism has been around, I guess, since the beginning of humankind. And so it may continue in the future. Our responsibility is to guard against it as best we can by protecting our borders, by protecting our population, by working with our friends and neighbors, but also by making sure we remain an open society. We don't want to shut foreigners out from America. We want to show them what America is all about. We want to show them our value system. We want them to come to our schools. We want to have them come and visit our tourist attractions and go back with a better image of America, so they could say to people who might be radicalized or might be inclined toward terrorism, no, I've been there, and this is a country that treasures its people. This is a country that treasures its diversity. This is a country that is showing what democracy is all about and how the free enterprise system can work. And this is a country we ought to look at with respect, and a country that is not trying to impose anything on us, is trying to work with us, is trying to help us.
And that we may want to use as a role model.
An example to the world. I don't like role models that suggest you have to look like us, but I think we're an example to the world of what you can do when you take people from every imaginable part of the world, every culture, every country, every religion, every race, bring them together, give them all a sense of hope, put them in an environment of democracy and the free enterprise system, and look what can be accomplished. Take a look at that example and see how it can be applied to your country.
It seems everyone conceded in the days, Mr. Secretary, following September 11th, that U.S. intelligence was lacking. especially the human element, actually people on the ground with an ability to infiltrate and monitor terrorist organizations. Do you see improvement in that regard during the past year?
There has been improvement, and we're always improving our intelligence and law enforcement capability. But to say we failed because we weren't able to get inside of this terrorist organization, I think is not the right characterization. Our intelligence people did a heck of a job last year. We knew something was going on. We had warnings in the course of the summer. We tried to chase those warnings, and we tried to track it down. We weren't successful. But I wouldn't say that it was because our intelligence system failed. There are people out there who were determined to make sure we didn't know what was going on. They hid it very well. And hopefully we are better able, now that we see how they did it, we're better able to discover patterns and find other means of breaking into these networks so that it won't happen again. But we have perhaps the best intelligence system in the world, and we're always trying to improve it.
You say hopefully, but do you feel confident that that's the case?
How can anybody feel absolutely confident? One doesn't know what the future holds, and one doesn't know who's really out there trying to do us harm. And so what we have to do is keep trying and trying and trying and improving, and hope that we're going to be successful.
What do you think the most important lesson we can learn from September 11th?
That the world is still a dangerous place. Even though the Cold War is over, there are people who will attack us if given the chance. There are people who don't understand the democratic system that we believe in, and that we have to be on guard. And we are on guard, but clearly we were given a new challenge that we were not quite expecting at the beginning of the 21st century, and it's a challenge we will certainly meet.
Charles A. Zion.
Secretary of State Colin Powell on the war against terrorism and the anniversary of September 11th. Let's listen as the final names of those who perished here 1 year ago today are read.
Joseph J. Zucala.
Andrew S. Zucker.
Igor Zuckelman.
Lorraine Antigua.
Frank Thomas Aquilino.
Babita Jajamati Guman.
Juan Hodges.
Donna T. Jones.
Donald W. Jones.
Michael F. Lynch.
Vincent S. Morello.
Takashi Ogawa.
May God bless the victims. We love you all. May God bless America.
Detail, present, halt! Order! Halt! Okay, no problem.
One year ago, the ground we are standing on shook, and the earth gave way. Although the buildings fell,
the foundation on which all Americans stand will never fall, for it is the sacred principle of freedom and equality on which we build our lives. Governor James E. McGreevey.
We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, that to secure these rights, governments are instituted among men, deriving their just powers from the consent of the governed. And for the support of this declaration, with a firm reliance on the protection of divine providence, we mutually pledge to each other our lives, our fortunes, and our sacred honor.
You've just listened to a stirring yet haunting rendition of the Star-Spangled Banner, played here at Ground Zero, as the ceremony here is almost complete. We still have family members walking from the site. Many of them have already placed roses there in remembrance of their loved ones.
Officially, the ceremony ends when the honor guard is dismissed. But as we said, no one's going to be telling these families that they have to leave anytime soon.
I was struck, David, as I sat here and listened to the names being recited, not only by the names, but by the people who are reciting them, the diversity of people who worked here at the World Trade Center, the diversity of people who lost their lives that day, Caribbean names, Asian names, South American names, Eastern European names, all people who came to New York or whose parents or grandparents came to this city, idolizing the ideals of freedom that the terrorists were trying to destroy that day. But it was really an incredibly sort of colorful quilt of individuals from all over the world.
They wanted to aim their crosshairs at the symbol of American power. But in doing so, they took out, as you mentioned, such a cross-section of Americans, and not just Americans, but people from all over the world, that they, one can hope, had exactly the opposite effect that they intended. Certainly, in the days following this attack, when people struggled so feverishly in the hopes that there might still be those alive inside, you'll recall that in the 24 hours from about now forward, there were 18 people still found alive. There were a dozen firefighters, there were 3 police officers, there were 3 civilians, but it was days and days and days that Herculean effort went on. That showed what was so great about this country. I want to point out one other thing too, Katie. You'll notice that while the large crowd is standing around what had been what we're calling the footprint of the North Tower, there's also a handful of police officers and firefighters and family members standing at what was the South Tower, the imprint that's left in the ground from the massive collapse of that building. So both of those buildings are being commemorated today, even as the ground around the North Tower is where the sacred site is, if you will, here.
And what this place will ultimately look like is still under much public debate and really anyone's guess at this juncture. There were 6 plans that were drawn up and submitted, but quickly shelved because they were considered not creative or inspiring enough. And now Mayor Bloomberg and other officials and a consortium of experts and family members will begin the task of reviewing various ideas.
And don't forget that it wasn't so much the plans themselves as the constraints that were put upon those architects who were under a order to keep the amount of office space at the same level that it was when the World Trade Center still stood. And what everyone realized after the fact was perhaps that's not possible nor desirable to do that. Let's give them the creative freedom to come up with something without those constraints.
At the same time, city officials will continue to balance and to juggle the need for some commercial space here at the site and an appropriate moving memorial to all of those who died that day. So it's really a very difficult task ahead, and certainly the idea of pleasing everyone is an impossibility. But it will be fascinating, really, to see what this place will look like in probably the 5 years it will take to actually build a memorial and rebuild the infrastructure of the World Trade Center, not to mention transportation. And as we've said throughout the morning, this is the #1 tourist destination here in New York City now.
remember, too, that they have a still photographer or an automatic camera taking still photos of this site every 5 minutes. And they've had that for months and months now. Over the months, that hasn't changed. I mean, essentially, they've been taking a snapshot of the same site. But in the months and certainly years to come, you're going to be able to see that picture of what will become of this site rise again.
As you can see, many people are staying here, even though the ceremony is officially over, and will be permitted to stay here until 1:30 Eastern Time to reflect on the last year and the events of last September 11th. Matt?
All right, Katie and David, thank you very much. When American Airlines Flight 77 plowed into the Pentagon, Wayne Sinclair was only about 150 yards away. He remembers desks flying, a lot of flames, and total darkness as he choked on the smoke. But Isaac Haope, a patrolman for the Pentagon's own police force, came to his rescue and used just his voice to guide Sinclair out. The two men never met that day, but they did meet here on the Today Show 1 month later. And this morning, they're together again at the Pentagon. Isaac and Wayne, good morning to both of you.
Good morning, Matt. How are you?
I'm fine, thank you.
How you doing?
I'm doing great, thank you. Isaac, tell me a little bit about what this last year has been like for you.
You know, first of all, I want to say my heart and prayers go out to the family victims, as well as firefighters, EMS, and police officers. And my hat goes off to my department, the rest of the other officers that helped out. Now, during the year, all I can say really is just took every day, patience, and one day at a time.
Wayne, the last time we spoke to you, you had suffered some extensive burns. Physically, how are you doing?
Well, I'm doing a lot better now. The hands and arms are still in the healing process. I go back to the burn unit on Monday, and they'll tell me if I can take my gloves off or not. So physically, I'm coming along fine. Mentally, I still have some issues every now and then.
And Wayne, remind me exactly where you were when that plane hit the Pentagon.
I was on the ground floor in room 1D520, just in from the heliport pad.
And you obviously were basically thrown to the ground. The desks were flying, the walls were caving in, and the next thing you knew, it was completely dark. What were your chances, in your opinion, of getting out of that building alive?
Slim to none, and I owe my life to Officer Haope.
Isaac, tell me how you managed to guide Wayne and some others out of that building.
Well, even during the course, your adrenaline is just kicking in. Besides carrying people out, there's a part where I ran in the building, and of course, I started calling out if anybody's in there. And that's when I heard voices, people calling out. It's really the last desperation of help, you know, crying out for help. It's more frustrating because even though not wearing the protective gear or equipment, the only thing I could think about is just calling out to them by saying, you know, come towards my voice, head towards my voice. Periodically, people have been popping up at Ballyburn. I picked them up, took them out to a safe area, and then try to return to the same area that I was calling out. But when I called, you know, if anybody's in here, there was no voices. So of course I just moved on, different areas or parts of the building. And 3 weeks later, that's when Mr. Sinclair came on national television, as well as the Washington Post, and said he was just looking for that voice. I felt like a relief, thinking, hey, people did survive, and I was very happy.
Wayne, you met Isaac for the first time on our program, as I mentioned. Have the two of you remained in contact since then?
Oh, we constantly talking to each other on the phone, and I met Isaac a couple of times. We went out to dinner with him and his family, and my wife and my family invited Isaac and his wife and family up to our family reunion last summer.
There are very few people, I would imagine, who have the opportunity to say that someone impacted their life in such a dramatic fashion. Isaac, I guess I should ask you, what's it feel like to be that person?
Really, Matt, there's no feeling. I mean, just knowing that somebody survived is more than a feeling that you can ever have, because not what goes through my mind thinking I could have done more, or what if I did this, or what if I did that, but knowing that somebody did survive or made it through was more like a positive thing.
Wayne, I know you've called Isaac your guardian angel, and you lost a lot of friends that day. What was it like for you, though, to see the workers at the Pentagon moving back into that building a short time ago?
I thought it was great. I can't believe that they rebuilt the Pentagon in a year for this one-year anniversary. It was just a great feeling to be back in the Pentagon and walk through that area that had been destroyed.
Well, Wayne Sinclair, good luck to you. Our thoughts are with you. And Isaac, thank you very much for being with us again. We appreciate it.
Mahalo, Matt.
Thank you.
Hello.
You got it.
Thank you.
Now here's Katie.
All right, Matt, thank you very much. You know, there was enough concrete in the Twin Towers to build a 5-foot-wide sidewalk from New York City to Washington, D.C. Enough steel to build 20 Eiffel Towers. Enough glass to cover 14 acres. The human toll, though, cannot be so easily measured. In dozens of towns around New York City, thousands of World Trade Center widows are struggling to move their families back to a more normal life. Here's NBC's Bob Dotson.
Perhaps it's time to show you something in short supply this week. Happiness.
What do you want to do? You want to go on a ride?
Robert Alonzo has worked hard all year to coax laughter from tears. His daughter, Victoria, watched her mother go to work at the World Trade Center last September 11th and never returned. Searchers found Janet Alonzo's body 7 months later. Victoria never knew.
You know what? The day that Mommy's body was found, I didn't tell her because she knew that Mommy was with Jesus a long time ago.
Besides, the Alonzos had a birthday to celebrate that day. Victoria's brother, Robbie, turned 2. He was born with Down syndrome and needs special care. So Robert still hasn't returned to work at the pizza place he owns in Stony Point, New York. His father covers for him.
It's my responsibility to watch my kids. Walkie, walkie,
and help them grow.
Yay!
Look how they're doing.
You take one hand, I take one hand now.
Robbie started walking in July, long before doctors thought he would.
Hold on, please, tight.
Victoria is now less fearful, more independent.
Whoa! I don't think my wife would be proud of me. I don't think so. I think she realized what I would do this year is what I would do. That's why she married me.
Robert planted a mommy tree in the backyard to ease his children's pain.
I put a picture of the kids on the tree so Mommy can feel her children. All right.
And left Janet's shoes in the closet so Victoria can feel something of her mother's.
Daddy. Oh, boy.
Janet was an email manager at Marsh and McLennan on the 97th floor of the World Trade Center. She had just gone back to work after giving birth to Robbie.
Mommy went to work that day because she loved us. And she just did something that anyone else did. Just go to work. And she paid the ultimate price.
So, with the anniversary of 9/11, Robert and the kids packed for a vacation at Mommy's favorite beach.
No painful memories coming back to the same place? That's always a lot, but you know what? I don't want the bad guys to win. You know, it's important for my children to enjoy what my wife and I enjoyed.
The Alonzos can afford this week at the beach because of the money they received from Janet's insurance and several survivor funds. That money will also allow Robert to stay home with his children until they are old enough for school. And when they are ready, his friends have set aside $60,000 to send them to college.
If I didn't have my children, I don't know what I would have done. They are my glue.
They held him together throughout a year that constantly reminds him of what he has lost. Their nightmares have ended, but he still cannot sleep.
So for $19.95, you have it all.
I've watched every infomercial in the middle of the night. I've seen chickens cooked, more exercise guys working out. I've seen them all. I'll have closure when they close the box on me and put me in the ground next to my wife, where I belong.
Until then, Robert is determined to help his children find their smiles.
All done.
Victoria found something more.
Mommy Star.
Above the Midway's glare,
See, I told you she'd come down to the shore with us.
Janet's light in the life of her family is still strong. For today, Bob Dotson, NBC News, Long Beach Island, New Jersey.
You're looking at a live shot of Shanksville, Pennsylvania, where the memorial service, the anniversary service, ended a short while ago, although you can see family members still mulling about the field where that plane went down a year ago. The President and First Lady are on their way to Shanksville now. They will lay a wreath in that field a little later on this afternoon. In the wake of the attacks 1 year ago today, Attorney General John Ashcroft has become one of the Bush administration's leaders in the fight against terrorism. But the expansion of his role and that of the Justice Department has drawn some criticism. Recently, I had the opportunity to sit down and talk to him about the past year. Did you stop in your tracks at any point in those first couple of days and think, my gosh, how easy it was? How easy their plan was to carry out? Box cutters, one-way tickets, commercial airliners.
You know, a predicate or a presumption in America has always been that people seek to preserve themselves. Our legal system has been designed to say to people, you won't do this because we will punish you. The threat of punishment is not a very substantial threat to someone who is willing to extinguish himself to commit suicide in committing the crime. Once you get into this context of people who are willing to die, prosecution isn't the answer. Prevention has to be the answer.
Let's talk about some of the steps you've taken to that end, okay? And I don't have to tell you that the Justice Department, you in particular, have taken some criticism from a lot of people over these steps. In the days following 9/11, some people were rounded up. I think at one point 1,200 people detained. The perception is that very little information, useful information, concrete information, was gleaned from the interviews with those 1,200 people. Is that a fair perception?
Well, first of all, it's important to understand that those individuals were all in violation, either of their immigration responsibilities or violated the law. So we didn't round anyone up. We did arrest and detain individuals who were violators.
But why hadn't they been arrested or detained prior to 9/11?
Well, I think America had an approach to immigration, which we had never taken as seriously to violations, and it became very clear to us that the threat, which was eventuated in this tragedy on September the 11th, came from outside the United States. And so it became clear to us that we needed to have a greater sensitivity and pay more attention, which obviously we had been working on and working toward, but had not paid adequately. And so these people were detained. No one detained without a charge, no one detained without access to a lawyer, no one detained without the right to hearings.
Let me go back then, but you say that no one was detained without a charge, but a charge related to terrorism, or was that charge of immigration violation an excuse to hold them, to ask them about terrorism?
You know, some of the charges were related to criminal activity, some related to terrorism, some related, which is also criminal activity, I might add, and some related to immigration. It's important to note that we have far, far, far fewer people that are detained now. That process
73? Is that about right?
Yeah, maybe about 6 dozen people. That would be close. I haven't gotten the statistic in the last day or so.
Why are those people still being held?
Well, their cases are being adjudicated, and those people, it's very unlikely that all of those people were picked up right away. These may be different people.
But because they're being held now, it does not signal that they are somehow intimately involved in any terrorist plot.
No, I think what it signals is that they have been the subject of a violation of their status.
Let me talk about racial profiling.
Sure.
After September 11th, let me show you this poster. This is the 19 faces of the hijackers of those planes. Was it inevitable, Mr. Attorney General, that there would be some racial profiling on the part of law enforcement in this country in seeking to investigate this matter?
No, I really don't think so. There is, any time there is good criminal investigative work, there will be the development of common characteristics that are common to the people who are doing the criminal activity. And we have used common characteristics, but we are not racially profiling.
So we're not going out and saying because you are from a certain region of the world, because you look a certain way, we're going to bring you in for questioning.
Well, you see, you've confused the idea of racial profiling with something else when you say if you're from a certain region. We have said that if you come from certain countries that have a high level of Al-Qaeda activity, we would look more carefully at your request
so maybe
to come into the
profiling is a better
States.
term than
Well,
racial profiling.
Yeah, certainly almost all police work involves some assessment of people based on common characteristics, but we don't believe in treating people on the basis of their race as saying that that's a characteristic that is predictive of criminality. Frankly, it's bad police work to believe that.
In December, you appeared before the Senate Judiciary Committee.
We need honest, reasoned debate, not fear-mongering. To those who pit Americans against immigrants and citizens against non-citizens, to those who scare peace-loving people with phantoms of lost liberty, my message is this: your tactics only aid terrorists, for they erode our national unity and diminish our resolve.
Very strong words. But critics said it didn't seem as if you were leaving any room for other opinions, that it was your way.
Read that, starting read that.
Oh, you want to read it?
No, I don't have my glasses
Okay.
on. You read it again.
We need honest, reasoned debate.
Wait a second. Honest, reasoned debate? Now, I asked for honest, reasoned debate. I think that's good.
To those who scare peace-loving people with phantoms of lost liberty. Now,
Different than an honest, reasoned debate.
But one person's phantom of lost liberty, yours, could be another person's genuine concern.
Well, people who have honest, reasoned debate, I have no quarrel with. As a matter of fact, it's my job as Attorney General to protect the rights of individuals for honest, reasoned debate. But for people who would distort the facts, would seek to scare people by telling things that aren't true or conjuring circumstances that misrepresent, I think they do a disservice. And they frankly always do when anybody distorts or otherwise misrepresents. That's not good. So honest, reasoned debate is what we need. I stand by that. And we will do everything within our power to continue to promote the opportunity for good debate.
Benjamin Franklin said this. He said, "Though they that give up essential liberty to obtain a little temporary safety deserve neither."
Yeah, I think he's right about that.
Have we crossed that line?
No, absolutely not. Our business has been to secure freedom, not trade security for freedom. And the terrorist wants us to lose our freedom, and he wants to impair our security. And we're not in a battle in which we have to weigh our freedom against our security. What we're doing is securing freedom.
Thank you. Thank you. Attorney General John Ashcroft. And now here's Katie.
All right, Matt, thank you very much. Here at Ground Zero, Senator Hillary Rodham Clinton of New York participated in this morning's ceremony. She stopped by to really reflect on her experience. Senator Clinton, good morning.
Good morning, Katie.
Were you nervous reading those names?
Oh, I was nervous, but more than being nervous, I was just overwhelmed by all of the names again. You know, last Friday, when the Congress was here, our poet laureate, Billy Collins, read a poem that he had written for the occasion, and it was called Names. And at the very end of it, he has a line, something like, there's not enough room for all the names on the walls of our hearts. And, you know, we have a big hole in the heart of our city, and we have a lot of holes and a lot of hearts that are still very raw and open today.
I know that you said one of the most moving things was to see the family members walk very sort of quietly down to the pit, so to speak, the footprints of where the Twin Towers once stood, to put remembrances of their loved ones. It's not just roses they're putting there, but other keepsakes as well.
That's right. And, you know, I mean, I couldn't see from my vantage point exactly, but I could see that people had created displays, that they had stuffed animals, that they had, you know, pictures that had been signed, that it was another way of saying goodbye. You know, the hardest thing for so many of these families is that they didn't have a body to bury. And that is really, really a tough kind of emotional hurdle.
And then when they did get sort of confirmation, it was of the most grisly sort.
That's right.
You know, I was talking to a woman who lost her 35-year-old sister, and her thigh and forearm had been recovered. I mean, that is really the kind of difficult news and difficult image to fathom that we can't imagine.
Well, I think that we came today to pay honor to those who were lost and to remember, but also to reassert our commitment that they wouldn't have died in vain. That on a beautiful day like today, because it really was, if you remember last September 11th, people got up and they left their homes and their families and went to work. Maybe they stopped and got a cup of coffee and maybe visited with somebody that they usually saw, and then their lives were so cruelly taken away from them. And I just am so impressed by the dignity and the resolve of a lot of the families that I've gotten to know and worked with. These are very courageous and inspiring people, and they want to really make a difference. I remember, not to be personal, Katie, but when your husband died and you really turned your energies to doing everything you could about colon cancer. I mean, I was so impressed then at what you did, and now I'm watching families who are saying to me, I'm going to make sure that this doesn't happen to any other family, and I really respect that.
I know this has posed a lot of challenges for you and other public servants in terms of figuring out what to do, figuring out a way to stop this from happening again, figuring out a way to predict this, which is something that, frankly, is pretty unpredictable. Do you feel confident from where you stand as a senator, as a representative of the people of New York, that all that's being done in the war against terrorism, or all that could be done, is in fact being done?
I think we've made progress. I mean, we are clearly a different nation than we were a year ago. We are alert. We are looking at our vulnerabilities. But we have a long way to go. And it's not only with respect to some of the government action that we need to take to protect our infrastructure and our borders and our ports and all the things that we're working on, but just as citizens, we have to be more involved in almost a network of vigilance to look out for each other. I was talking with one of the family members earlier, and I remember back in the 80s there was research done that when people would go to Europe or Canada or Israel or Japan and they would leave a backpack or a knapsack unattended, somebody would immediately report it. Well, that doesn't happen. And in fact, there was even an article in a news magazine this week where a reporter, did a little experiment with his son. They left an unattended shopping bag in a mall. Nobody paid any attention to it. So unfortunately, we do have to live with a heightened state of awareness. Now, that doesn't mean it should cripple us or discourage us, but we have to do everything we can governmentally, but also personally.
When it comes to the government, I wanted to ask you, you voted in favor of having guns in cockpits of airplanes. Of course, a lot of critics have said this is insane, this is a ridiculous notion. Why did you decide to support that measure?
Well, I talked to a lot of pilots, and I also talked to a lot of the people who are working on transportation security. I see it as a stopgap measure. Ideally, I would like to do what El Al in Israel has done, which is you have a very secure cockpit, and nobody goes in and nobody comes out. We are some ways from doing that, however. And because the president has made the determination, which I agree with, that in the event of some hijacking of an airplane, the message can be given to shoot that plane down. I would rather make sure that we have some last line of defense in the plane itself. Now, I think it's in the best interest of the plane and passengers that the pilot never leave the cockpit. But if it's breached, I want to have that defense there.
Senator Hillary Rodham Clinton. Senator, good to see you. Thanks so much for stopping by. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
And we'll be back with more of Today right after this. Good morning. America remembers not only in New York, but here in Knoxville as well. Memorial services are being held around the country, one specifically in downtown Knoxville. Our own Brett Dark joins us there live to tell us what is going on. Brett, good morning.
Good morning, Michelle, or good afternoon as it's about to be. Yeah, a lot of folks down here on Main Street right in front of the City County building. It's kind of a Knox County commemoration of obviously September 11th, the one-year anniversary of the attacks. This event probably actually started out in West Knox County with a procession of emergency vehicles from Seymour, from Karnes, from Knoxville, Knox County, Sheriff's Department helicopters doing a flyover, as well as UT Lifestar helicopters. They've all convened here for the ceremony, which is going to take place in a few minutes. We'll hear from Mayor Ashe, County Executive Ragsdale, Police Chief Keith, Sheriff Tim Hutchison, all reliving or kind of sharing their ideas on what this day means a year after the attacks. Knoxville firefighter James Anderson is with us this afternoon. I know you've had a big part in kind of putting this together. Tell me what it means to you a year later to have gone over the past year. What did the attacks mean to you?
Watching it today, it means the same thing it did a year ago. It makes you angry. It upsets you. It's kind of depressing. It's kind of uplifting to see people have compassion for each other.
The loss of your brothers, and I know you refer to those guys in New York, even though you may never have met them as your brothers. All firefighters do that. How has it been over the past year to kind of rally support among all firefighters and really all law enforcement personnel? Have you seen a change in that regard?
I've seen a lot of change, a lot of people dropping by, a lot of sharing. Today we had a tremendous amount of people sharing with us. People come by and said, I can't make the celebration, but I want you to know I care. Not just children and women, but men, and a lot more men today than anything else. And the outpouring is just tremendous, and we appreciate every bit of it.
The outpouring is tremendous, Michelle. A ton of people down here, and it's very nice to see another procession of law enforcement officials coming through right now. The ceremony is going to start in just a few minutes. South Doyle High School presenting the colors, and the Vine Middle Magnet School singing patriotic songs of the choir. It's very nice to hear this afternoon in downtown Knoxville. A lot of support here in East Tennessee for the folks in New York.
Looks like it. Thanks a lot, Brett. And we will be returning you to coverage from New York, from Ground Zero with Katie and Matt. But we will be returning throughout the day. Action 10 News Team will bring you local stories about how people are commemorating the anniversary of 9/11. Thanks for watching.
That our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Ladies and gentlemen, and now our market will be opened by the Honorable George Pataki, Governor of the State of New York, the Honorable Michael Bloomberg, Mayor of the City of New York, and the Honorable Rudolph Giuliani, former Mayor of the City of New York. Gentlemen.
One year ago, the trading floor of the New York Stock Exchange was silenced by the attack on the World Trade Center. Today, Wall Street took time out to honor the memory of those who were lost. Trading usually begins at 9:30 Eastern Time, but of course, nothing is business as usual in Lower Manhattan anymore, especially today.
The markets never did open a year ago and were closed for 4 days following the attacks, the longest suspension of trading since the Great Depression. Because of the losses of phone lines and other communication technology, a test was run of all the systems before the exchange reopened with 2 minutes of silence and a rendition of God Bless America. That happened on Monday, the 17th of September. And it was not a good day. The markets plunged on that opening day. The Dow fell 684 points, or about 7%, the biggest ever one-day point decline. Right now, the exchange is open, as you can see. New York Governor George Pataki, former Mayor Rudolph Giuliani, current Mayor Michael Bloomberg, SEC Chairman Harvey Pitt, and representatives of the Fire Department and Police Department, including Daniel Rodriguez, the police officer who sang the national anthem, all there in attendance. We'll have much more ahead in this hour, but before we get to that, let's swing inside and go over to the news desk where Ann Curry has a check of the morning's headlines. Ann?
All right, thanks a lot, Matt. Hello again, everybody. As we've been reporting on this day, this is both a day of remembrance and a day of heightened security, and it's not over yet. NBC's Jim Avila brings us up to date now on what's happened so far today. He joins us from Chicago. Hello, Jim.
Good morning, Ann. Behind me, another symbol of American financial might, the Sears Tower, this nation's tallest building, reaching a quarter mile into the sky. Inside that building today, nearly 12,000 office workers, many of them trying to focus, one eye on ground zero, one eye on business as usual. 1 year later, Americans trying to make September 11 a normal day. At Chicago's Sears Tower, only one company in the 110-story building closed, but few found it easy to come to work.
It's going to be a long, stressful day.
Americans began the morning by lighting candles, singing their national anthem, pledging allegiance across country.
One nation, under God.
At Ground Zero in New York City, bagpipes marched through the 5 boroughs to form a circle at the site of the World Trade Center. Family and friends gather, dropping roses on hallowed ground as Mayor Michael Bloomberg marks the first moment of silence. President Bush at the White House South Lawn. 8:46 September 11, an American Airlines jet, Flight 11, hits the North Tower. Former Mayor Giuliani begins the reading of 2,801 names, the dead from both towers.
Jesus Acevedo Rescond.
At 9:03, a fireman rings the bell for the second jet. United Flight 175 hits the South Tower. Mary Ann Keene's stepfather worked on the 64th floor.
I would give anything to go back to the morning of September 11th and tell him how much I appreciate everything he's done for me.
At the Pentagon, President Bush and Defense Secretary Rumsfeld watch a 38-foot-long flag unfurl on the healed wound of the western face of America's military headquarters.
1 year ago, this was a battle zone, a scene of billowing smoke, towering flames, broken rock, and twisted metal. It says much about our nation and the fierceness and resilience of the American people that were we not here now in this solemn ceremony, a visitor passing would see no hint of the terrible events that took place here but 1 year ago today.
184 died when American Airlines Flight 77 pierced the limestone walls of the Pentagon. Today, each remembered by the president.
The terrorists chose this target hoping to demoralize our country. They failed.
150 miles to the west, Shanksville, Pennsylvania, the symbol of America's fighting back against evil. The victims of Flight 93 memorialized by the release of 40 white doves and one phrase over a cell phone: "Let's roll." The rallying cry of passengers who forced the plane down before it could hit the Washington, D.C. target. Pilot Jason Dahl's wife, Sandy.
In the air, a wave of courage made its way from the cockpit to the rear of the aircraft and back again, with all persevering to the end. Unknown to one another, they supported each other in the fight of their lives.
Back at Ground Zero, the reading of the names, one by one, goes on for hours, followed by taps. A special day coast to coast across America. Somber, reflective, patriotic, and most important, business, if hardly as usual. Ann?
NBC's Jim Avila. That's right, Jim. Thank you for your reporting. Case in point, the nation's stock markets waited until this morning's observances were over before they opened. CNBC's Ron Insana joins us now, where we just saw the opening, and people might be surprised to hear that the markets are expected to be up today.
Yeah, indeed, and several traders and investors I spoke to earlier this morning expect some sort of patriotic rally, one that might actually be impressive in this abbreviated session. They're looking for a stronger day, as has been the case now for the last several on Wall Street. We've seen the first three-day rally. over the last 3 that we've seen in a couple of months.
Still, given the emotions of this day, Ron, I mean, a fragility is also expected today.
Absolutely. The market is still alert for any suspected or suspicious activity, I should say, occurring either here or abroad. It is worried about other more germane matters to the market, those economic numbers and profit reports that are due to come out in the next few weeks. So, yes, the rally could be fragile, although, from what we're hearing today, it may hold very well to the close of trading.
Let's hope it does. NBC's Ron and Sana, thank you this morning. Meantime, the federal government is urging Americans to go about their lives today with some caution because officials have raised the terror alert to a code orange, the second highest risk level. Among other measures, the administration has closed several overseas embassies and deployed missile batteries around the nation's capital. Tuesday was primary day in a dozen states and the District of Columbia, and among the winners, New Hampshire Congressman John Sununu, who defeated Republican Senator Bob Smith. Elizabeth Dole, who will face former Clinton aide Erskine Bowles for the North Carolina Senate seat being vacated by Jesse Helms, and still no winner in the Democratic gubernatorial primary in Florida, where Tampa attorney Bill McBride has a narrow lead over former Attorney General Janet Reno. There were also election problems in Florida, and thousands of ballots there have not been counted. It is now 8 minutes past the hour. Let's now turn back to Ground Zero and Katie.
All right, Ann, thank you very much. Obviously, a very windy day here at Ground Zero. The events of September 11 changed the perception of the United States by the entire world forever. Fareed Zakaria is editor of Newsweek International, also a columnist for its domestic edition. Fareed, good morning. Thanks for coming by. I know that in the most recent issue of Newsweek, you wrote a column and you called it Bin Laden's Bad Bet. You claim that he hasn't been very successful. If the purpose of these attacks was to ignite radical Islamic fundamentalism throughout the world, it hasn't happened.
That's right, Katie. If you ask yourself, what was the point of this barbaric act? It was to create a kind of energy behind these radical movements, to topple governments around the world. And if you look 1 year later, what's most surprising about the world we look at is radical political Islam is nowhere. It's in retreat. It's been a kind of damp squib rather than a forest fire.
You know, I recently spent some time with King Abdullah of Jordan, and he said something very interesting to me that I really hadn't thought about. He said the attacks really were not against the United States as much as they were against moderate Islamic countries overseas. In other words, the attack on the United States was a way to whip up anti-American support and to encourage radical Islamic thought throughout the world. Do you see his point? Do you agree with that?
Entirely. It was about the direction that the world is going in. You know, and the World Trade Center symbolized that direction in a way, toward capitalism, toward democracy, toward a kind of American dream. And the fact that the world was moving that way suggests that so many people share that dream. Of course, there are a fanatical minority who don't, and that's what bin Laden was starting with, but he hoped it would grow to much more than that.
Well, how do you know it hasn't grown, Fareed, with all due respect? How do you know what's going on in terrorist cells around the world? How do you know, have intelligence information that even the highest government officials might not have access to?
Well, nobody knows, and you make a very good point, Katie, that nobody knows what Al-Qaeda is up to. They might well be lying low. They might be energized by this to strike back. They've usually taken 2 to 3 years between events. But I'm not talking about them. I'm talking about the politicians, the editors of magazines. A political movement needs people, ideologists, people who are going to kind of tell the party line, who are going to rouse the masses. If nobody's willing to dare speak the name of Islamic fundamentalism, you can't light a political fire that way if everyone's out there hiding. So the terrorists might be doing all right, but their followers turn out to be in the thousands, not the millions.
They're pretty lukewarm, too, in their level of commitment to these radical Islamic values. You said something very interesting at a luncheon I attended for Newsweek. You talked about how easy it would be to find thousands of people overseas to participate in anti-American rallies, but you added a caveat.
Well, I think that if you looked at those demonstrations and you were to go up and ask the people participating, would you like your children to have green cards to come to the United States, they would give their left arm to be able to have their kids be in America. Because at the end of the day, they know that America has problems, but it has answers.
Well, how does America and American officials balance the desire to help countries perhaps achieve more democratic ways of life without sort of forcing that our ideals and values on other countries, and without having the kind of arrogance that it's our way or the highway.
Yeah. Well, you've hit on the central kind of balancing act that America has to play, where we have to encourage these things, but we can't shove it down their throats. We want to be respected and admired, but we don't want to try to be the bully. We're the 800-pound gorilla of the world, and we just have to remember when we cough, it causes thunderstorms around the world.
We're looking at pictures, by the way, Fareed, of President Bush arriving in Shanksville, Pennsylvania right now, where he'll be laying a wreath to honor all the victims of Flight 93 who perished 1 year ago today. In closing, I wanted to ask you about life as a Muslim here in the United States. You have a PhD, you were editor of Foreign Affairs when you were just a pup, 28 years old. You're a complete, brilliant guy, wonderful writer, and yet you've had some experiences here in this country in the aftermath of September 11th, haven't you?
Well, mostly I've had experiences that have been wonderful. That is, people have been nice, generous. I've had a lot of searches at airports. You know, people who say that young, swarthy men aren't being checked. You know, trust me, we're being checked a lot. I don't really mind it as long as the system is intelligent, as long as there's some purpose to it, where you have the feeling that the government doesn't have a good feel for how it should go about these things. But on the whole, I've got to say, post-September 11th, in the year that I've been here, it's made me all the more grateful to be an American citizen.
Well, Fareed Zakaria, thank you so much for coming by. Of course, people can read your columns and your articles in Newsweek magazine on an almost weekly basis. Fareed, thank you very much.
Thank you.
As we look at pictures of the president in Shanksville, Pennsylvania, let's go back to Matt, Studio 1A, and Mrs. Bush as well, of course.
All right, Katie, thank you. After receiving credible information that there were potential threats from overseas terrorist groups, the Bush administration did heighten the country's security alert from elevated to high on Tuesday. I'm in the studio here in New York with terrorism analyst Steve Emerson. We're going to talk about the risk that he sees. Steve, good morning. Good to see you.
Good to see you.
How significant was the elevation to orange?
It was very significant insofar as the government had received what everyone now says was very credible information that a threat was imminent against a U.S. facility overseas, and the possibility also existed that something might be occurring in the United States. The problem was the intelligence assessment in the United States is so, let's say, limited in terms of our ability to know what's in our backyard.
So, but what you're saying, they had specific information of an attack overseas, but vague information about a possible attack here?
What they had was very specific information about an attack against diplomatic facilities and military facilities overseas, and the possibility of an attack in the United States.
All right, hold on one sec, Steve. Let's watch as the President and the First Lady lay a wreath in the field in Shanksville, Pennsylvania.
We ask that you bow your heads and your hearts with us. God's best to you, President Bush. We love you. Peace I leave with you. My peace I give to you. Not as the world gives do I give to you. Let not your hearts be troubled, neither let them be afraid. I will make a covenant of peace with them. It shall be an everlasting covenant with them, and I will bless them and multiply them, and will set my sanctuary in the midst of them forevermore.
And you, Son of Man, be not afraid of them, nor be afraid of their words. Though briars and thorns are with you, and you sit upon scorpions, be not afraid of their words, nor be dismayed at their looks. The Lord bless you and keep you. The Lord make his face to shine upon you and be gracious to you. The Lord lift up his countenance upon you and give you peace. His truth is marching on. Mine eyes have seen the glory of the coming of the Lord. He is trampling out the vintage where the grapes of wrath are stored. He hath loosed the faithful lightning of his terrible sword. His truth is marching on. Glory, glory, hallelujah. Glory, glory, hallelujah. Glory, glory, hallelujah. His truth is marching on. I have seen him in the watchfires of 100 circling camps. They have builded him an altar in the evening dews and damps. I can read his righteous sentence by the dim and flaring lamps. His day is marching on. Glory, glory, hallelujah. Glory, glory, hallelujah. Glory, glory, hallelujah. His truth is marching on. I have read a fiery gospel written burnished rows of steel. As he deal with my contemner, so with you my grace shall deal. Let the hero born of woman crush the serpent with his heel, since God is marching on. Glory, glory, hallelujah. Glory, glory, hallelujah. Glory, glory, hallelujah. His truth is marching on. He has sounded forth the trumpet that shall never come retreat. He is sifting out the hearts of men before his judgment seat. Oh, be swift, my soul, to answer him. Be jubilant, my feet. Our God is marching on. Glory, glory, hallelujah. Glory, glory, hallelujah. Glory, glory, hallelujah. His truth is marching on. In the beauty of the lilies, Christ was born across the sea, with a glory in his bosom that transfigures you and me. As he died to make men holy, let us die to make men free, while God is marching on. Glory, glory, hallelujah. Glory,
President Bush taking a few minutes to meet with some of the people gathered in the field in Shanksville, Pennsylvania. Mrs. Bush doing the same thing, there to lay a wreath in honor of those who lost their lives a year ago today. The 40 people who were on board that flight that crashed into that field, a flight that may have been headed for the White House or some other landmark in Washington, D.C. I'm in the studio talking to Steve Emerson, our terrorism analyst. And Steve, there have been so many things that the Homeland Security Department says have gone in the right direction in the last 11 months. More air marshals in the sky, some 500 illegal immigrants arrested, people who may have been here for the wrong purposes. In your opinion, though, how much further do we have to go?
Unfortunately, we have a long ways to go, and it's unfair to use a standard that has never been used before, because the bottom line is, in World War II, after Pearl Harbor, it took us 5 years to win the war, and that was a war that was waged conventionally. This is a war that has to be waged internationally. It's waged with spies, with satellites, with infiltrations, with critical infrastructure protection that is protecting our facilities here. It's not going to be done overnight.
And keeping in mind that the federal government has one role, but so much of our vital structure in this country is owned by private enterprises.
Absolutely, and private enterprise can't protect a lot of the infrastructure because they don't have the resources, and they expect the federal government to pay the tab, but that means we have to have better intelligence. That is really the critical determinant of how we're going to protect this country.
Steve Emerson. Steve, thank you very much. I appreciate it. As you look at Shanksville, Pennsylvania, let's go to Katie in Ground Zero.
All right, Matt, thank you so much. Incidentally, the wind has really kicked up here at Ground Zero. The flag, the giant flag, is fluttering against the facade of the building. And we're all feeling like Dorothy before she got to Oz here. So we apologize if it's affecting our microphones and other aspects of this broadcast. Meanwhile, in the wake of the terrorist attacks, the government immediately instituted new security measures. The president set up the office, as everyone knows by now, of Homeland Security. It became a new cabinet-level department. Still, believe it or not, 63% of Americans in a recent AP poll say they are at least somewhat concerned that the steps taken to fight terror could end up limiting individual freedom. We want to take a look now at some of the tools the federal government has for fighting terrorism in this country and around the world. And we're going to start with NBC's Justice correspondent Pete Williams, who is at the FBI this morning. Pete, good morning.
Katie, good morning to you. For most of its nearly 100 years, the Federal Bureau of Investigation has judged its agents by their records of arrest and prosecution, by how many people they put in jail. Now the FBI has a new mission, and it's scrambling to meet it. The FBI didn't need any advertising to recruit the new class of agents now training. More than 47,000 applications came in online for 900 new positions. Besides learning how to catch bank robbers and kidnappers, they're now getting double the amount of training in counterterrorism compared to a year ago.
Across the FBI, there isn't an agent or a support person out there who doesn't understand that our principal mission at this point in time is try to prevent another attack such as September 11th.
The FBI director, who took the job just 1 week before the 9/11 attacks, is trying to change a long-standing FBI tradition, one that made field offices nearly autonomous. The challenge now, get agents to act less like cops and more like intelligence officers by pushing information to the FBI's headquarters in Washington. The most dramatic example of the problem was made public by Colleen Rowley, an agent from Minneapolis, where investigators who'd arrested Zacharias Moussaoui did not know about a memo from a Phoenix agent concerned about a rise in Middle Easterners attending U.S. flight schools.
The shift in the Bureau has been from a understanding that we have to gather evidence to put it into a courtroom to an understanding that every piece of information that comes to our attention in the course of an investigation has to be analyzed to see whether it's a piece of a puzzle that'll paint a picture that will give us some insight into the next attack.
FBI Director Mueller is now reassigning 500 agents from drug and other investigations to counterterrorism. But some question whether switching 500 out of a total agent force of 11,000 is enough.
There's still a lot of resistance from out in the field from special agents in charge. They want to work the cases they want to work, and sometimes counterterrorism isn't that high priority even now for them.
The FBI also hopes to use advanced data management to help its analysts look for telltale patterns that could reveal potential terrorist attacks. Bob Chiradio helped develop the plan for updating the Bureau's data system.
The idea is to be predictive, to skate to where the puck's going to be, to use a hockey analogy, not to skate behind the puck or to skate where the puck was.
But to do that will require a top-to-bottom change in the FBI's wildly outdated computer system. Its best central computers run 60 times slower than those in many businesses, and field offices have desktops years behind the current standard. An example of how antiquated the FBI system is, a year ago, the FBI had to send pictures of the 19 hijackers to its field offices by mail because the computers here aren't good enough to handle email. Katie?
All right, Pete Williams. Pete, thank you so much. Meanwhile, NBC's chief foreign affairs correspondent Andrea Mitchell has been covering the Central Intelligence Agency. She joins us this morning from the State Department. Andrea, good morning.
Good morning to you, Katie. Well, the key question 1 year after 9/11 is how has the CIA changed in response to the attacks on America?
Start here in the heart of the counter-terror operation, now the chief focus of the agency. More than 1,000 people, now including many from the FBI, in offices spread throughout 2 buildings at Langley. Trying to rebuild an agency its leaders say was badly eroded after the end of the Cold War.
The Berlin Wall came down. People believed that perhaps there wasn't as much need for a clandestine service, the organization that I have the privilege of running. Those of us who were in the business didn't agree with that, but we had to deal with what we had to deal with.
I'd like you to stand now and raise your right hand.
The post-9/11 counter-terror strategy rests partly on new recruits for the clandestine service. More diverse, the agency hopes better able to infiltrate terror networks. An agent we'll call Suhalia is less obviously American, especially when wearing the veil in the Middle East or a burqa in Afghanistan.
What languages do you speak?
I speak 5 languages, including 2 Middle Eastern languages and French and German.
But even the best new agents cannot become skilled operatives overnight.
The truth is that it'll take anywhere from 5 to 10 years to train the young case officers that are being hired right now.
And still being debated even a year later, how much information should the CIA be sharing with other intelligence and law enforcement agencies?
I'm not sure that they're sharing all the information that they should. I think they're sharing more.
Once they turn over all the raw information that exists in CIA to Immigrations and Naturalization Service, to Customs, wherever, the integrity of the CIA is destroyed.
Despite closer cooperation between the CIA and FBI, more recruitment, and expanded counter-terror efforts, will it ever be enough?
How can Americans be sure that it's not going to happen again?
I don't think Americans can be sure that it won't happen again. Sadly, the terrorist is a determined lot wherever they are, and they are all over. There is no perfection in my business.
Of course, the CIA can't tell the public how many attacks, possible attacks, they've actually prevented in the last year since 9/11, but their one abiding terror is, as they go to sleep every night, is that they will never be able to prevent them all. Katie?
No such thing as perfection, Andrea, but certainly room for improvement. Andrea Mitchell with the State Department. Andrea, thank you so much. Meanwhile, NBC's Robert Hager covers the airline industry, the aviation industry. He's at Reagan National Airport with a look at how that industry has changed in the last year. Bob, good morning.
Morning, Katie. We'll start with a little bit of news here. It's a very slow flying day, as you can see behind me from that ticket counter. People just staying away in droves. There was an incident this morning. A Northwest flight from Memphis to Las Vegas was diverted to a military base at Fort Smith, Arkansas, just after takeoff, after 3 passengers were reported to be acting strangely. The FBI is questioning those 3 men now. More evidence of how everything has changed in our world in a year's time, but maybe nothing so dramatically as the way we fly.
We get to the airport early now, unsure whether the wait will be 10 minutes or 2 hours.
Take anything metallic out of your pockets and put in the plastic bins, please.
We patiently show identification, empty our pockets, watch our carry-on searched in intimate detail, sometimes take off our shoes. Small children are wanded, supposedly for explosives, grandmotherly women as well. And when we're at last ready to board,
you're going to San Francisco, flight 659.
We go through some of it again.
Please have your photo IDs and your boarding passes out and available.
Once in the air, if it's in or out of Washington's Reagan National, we must stay seated, sometimes for the whole flight. Can't even use the lavatory. What a hassle compared to a year ago. But is it safer? Most experts say yes, somewhat. But there are gaping holes. There's virtually no screening of cargo. Thousands of ramp workers never pass through a metal detector. And the government will miss a previously envisioned year-end deadline to put all check bags through big bomb detection devices like this. Instead, we'll often rely on a swab check, which takes more time. Denver Airport Aviation Manager Bruce Baumgartner's worst-case scenario.
The wait times for these people to get through security will be 3.5 hours.
And while screeners seize penknives and scissors, when fake guns and explosives are sent through as a test, they go undiscovered 25% of the time. With the new, better paid and better trained federal screeners all in place by November, that should improve, says Transportation Secretary Norman Mineta.
That kind of false testing that we've had in the past will go down appreciably.
But it's a different sort of change, a change in attitude that may be the most important of all. A new willingness by passengers and crews to get involved fast if there's trouble in flight. At J.K. Lee's self-defense school in Milwaukee, flight attendants and frequent flyers learn how.
Let me go! Oh, man, please, on the way!
They're taught to use anything on the plane to fight back, like the fire extinguisher, for instance, and avoid being taken hostage. And with the numerical advantage of a plane load of passengers and crew, it may be this new, more aggressive view is the best protection against another 9/11.
But again, on this day, on this anniversary, many are simply staying away from airports and airplanes. Katie?
All right, Bob Hager at Reagan National Airport. Bob, thank you so much. Newsweek columnist Steve Brill has spent a great deal of time with the Director of Homeland Security, Tom Ridge, in the last year. He's here with a look at how secure our nation has become since September 11th. Hi, Steve. Good morning. Let's talk about this. I mean, in general, we just heard about a lot of good news and bad news, a lot of bad news still about the lack of coordination among the agencies, about antiquated devices, antiquated equipment. We heard Pete Williams say they couldn't even send pictures of the hijackers over the computer at the FBI. Training more CIA agents to go undercover because human intelligence was such a big issue following September 11th, and a lot of things getting through airport security systems. That's the bad news. What's the good news?
Well, it's good news and bad news. It's not like we suddenly discovered that there was a broken lock on the only door in our house. We have a ton of vulnerabilities. I think we've done a pretty good job. Arguably, we've spent too much money and too much time on airline security because that's, after all, the thing that happened on September 11th, the thing that gets the most attention and the thing that scares us the most, being in an airplane. But while we've done that, we haven't done as good a job on the borders, on the immigration problem. The Immigration and Naturalization Service is still every bit as hopeless and as terrible as it was a year ago. They haven't even figured out the kind of entry-exit system they want to design to build to keep track of immigrants, let alone started to build it yet, even though Congress has mandated it. On the third hand, the Customs Service has actually done a pretty good job at the ports with the big container cargo ships that we see over there. They have changed their priorities and developed a much better risk criteria system for inspecting various containers. So it is a lot of good news and a lot of bad news. I do think that what we've underestimated and what occasionally the press has not given people enough credit for is that the civil servants, the career people in a lot of these agencies, the Customs Service, for example, the Border Patrol, they're really doing a good job and have done a good job. It's, in many areas, the managers that still haven't gotten the gumption yet to get it together and organize and get this done.
And it is such a massive undertaking. I mean, let's face it.
I mean, just to give you a trivial but important example, the northern border, North Dakota, Minnesota, there's a need to put poles up across the thousands of miles there to put cameras and sensors because people can just walk in. Well, the hopeless INS has told Congress that they need to undertake a 5 to 7 month environmental assessment before they can put up any pole. Now that's a sensitivity for which the Bush administration has not previously been known. That kind of and it's just an excuse. They are terrible. On the other hand, I think the Transportation Security Administration, which a lot of people in the press has given a lot of grief to, including Bob Hager, is actually doing a much better job than people think, and will start to win people over as they fan out around the country.
Do you really believe that? I know that you say we'll see evidence of that.
I just said it, and I don't believe it.
Well, do you?
No, I really believe it.
Because a lot of people go to the airports and they say, you know, security is really no better. They're making 82-year-old men who can't really walk take off their shoes
they're not making
and check for explosives. Some of the personnel who are monitoring the bags that go through. As you've seen, weapons can still get through checkpoints.
I think if we're sitting here or somewhere a year from now, maybe not here because of the wind, we will agree that we've done a good job on aviation security. We've probably spent too much on that and not enough on other public transit, on office buildings and subways and public terminals where we really haven't done much at all.
You, of course, as I mentioned, have spent a lot of time with Tom Ridge, and the big question is, did he have enough power? Did he have enough authority? And there are still turf battles going on in Washington in terms of the sharing of raw data from the CIA and FBI. If the Homeland Security Department is really to work as it's been designed, isn't Tom Ridge and his colleagues, won't they need to have access to this material so they can coordinate efforts and monitor what's going on?
I think they will, but you know, in all the debates about turf and turf wars, I think at the end of the day, you got to blame the president for that. I mean, the head of the CIA and the head of the FBI and Tom Ridge, everybody, they work for the president. And if the president has the gumption to say, you're giving them this information, and if you don't give it to them by tomorrow, you're gone, they might get the information.
Has that been the most frustrating thing and frustrating challenge for Tom Ridge?
I'm not so sure it's that. I think there are lots of other issues. Deciding on a smallpox vaccination policy, deciding on the policy for the overflights today. So everybody comes to the table still wanting to defend their turf. It just happens. It's human nature, and human nature got put aside for a few months after 9/11, or maybe a few weeks in the case of the Justice Department. But it is human nature, and it takes a very strong leader. I actually think Ridge has done a better job than most people give him credit for doing that.
I was going to ask you about that, Steve, because everyone agrees that Tom Ridge is the nicest guy in the world. I think everyone respects him, but he was governor of Pennsylvania. Does he really have the wealth of experience necessary to handle this myriad of issues that he's got to take care of?
Well, we'll see. I mean, governor of Pennsylvania, that's an executive spot. What he's supposed to be doing now is basically being a White House aide, you know, cajoling people and trying to coordinate them, and the president's supposed to have the hammer here. If he gets the job as head of that department, I think it'll be a real challenge, but, you know, it'll be a real challenge for anyone. I'm not sure anyone has the experience yet to pull all this stuff together, but I think he'd be a little tougher at it and a little better at it than people give him credit for.
All right, Steve Brill of Newsweek Magazine. Steve, thanks so much for coming by. Nice to see you as well. And of course, we were just looking at pictures of the president in Shanksville, Pennsylvania. He'll be heading out up here, Matt, this afternoon, where he will lay a wreath here at Ground Zero and, of course, deliver an address to the nation at 9 o'clock Eastern Time tonight, Matt.
All right, Katie, thanks very much. Ask anyone where they were the morning of September 11th. Most will tell you precisely when and how they learned about the attacks. We've asked 5 people to describe their experience that morning: a flight attendant, a mayor, the husband and wife who designed the Oklahoma City National Memorial, and a man who was working in the South Tower. The second one hit 3 floors above the point of impact.
I arrived on the morning of September the 11th, 2001, a beautiful fall day, blue sky, gorgeous day. Our offices are on the 84th floor of the South Tower. When suddenly, apparently it was at 8:46, I didn't check my watch at the time, there was this just tremendous thump.
My morning commenced as would any morning of a person about to travel to New York. I'd completed the packing of my bags the night before, so I got up and got dressed in travel clothes and had both bags in my hand and was about to walk out the door when a emergency phone rang, and it was an aide who said, "Turn on your television, something is going on in New York."
I was working a flight from Frankfurt to Philadelphia, took off, very uneventful flight, when the captain called me to the cockpit and said that the United States is under siege of attack. Aircraft have been hijacked.
I remembered waking up to Tori's phone call from Florida, where she was visiting one of our good friends, frantically telling me something that I just didn't make any sense, and that was that one of the World Trade Center towers had been hit by a plane.
Just stood there and in shock and just not believing that that could really be happening, and just horrified that it was happening.
I could see nothing but swirling flames right outside my glass. And then there was an announcement from the Port Authority. Your attention, ladies and gentlemen, Building 2 is secure. There is no need to evacuate Building 2. Use the elevators to return to your office.
We immediately contacted our state emergency system. We contacted the federals. We contacted the FBI. We contacted the Coast Guard. We contacted the Air Force.
Eventually, they said, we're going to go to Halifax. Don't say anything to the customers yet. Just let the crew know what's going on. Normal procedures.
Boom, boom. There was this double boom, boom, and our floor just fell apart. And very suddenly, there was this sensation of the whole room torquing a bit, and then the building swaying all one way, one way, one way. It felt like yards. And for that 10 seconds, I was terrified.
I felt really rather alone, and so I decided to go downtown where I knew there would be lots of people hanging out, where they knew they had TVs, and where I knew that, you know, I could somehow almost seek haven.
It's kind of a unifying experience, even though you don't go out and talk to your neighbor about it right then, but you know that everyone else is seeking shelter and you're in it together.
We went down only 3 floors when I heard a banging on the wall, and I heard this stranger's voice calling from within the 81st floor. Help, help, I'm buried, I can't breathe, is anybody there?
So, of course, we landed, Captain parked the aircraft, and he proceeded to tell them what had happened in the United States.
I lifted away some debris, but this wall was immovable, and I said, the only way out for you is over this wall. You must jump. And he jumped, and I jumped together, and I sort of reached over and somehow got under his arm, and out he came up over, and we fell in a heap on the floor. He gave me this great big hug and kiss, and to kind of break this clench, I said to him, I said, I'm Brian. He said, I'm Stanley. And we got up and kind of dusted ourselves off, and I said, we'll be brothers for life.
It wasn't frightening, actually, because I had a job to do. You act, and then you react later.
Back we went to the stairs, and all the way down to the plaza level. Desolate, empty, looked like an archaeological site, white ash everywhere. And we were just staring at awe in this, didn't know what we were looking at.
In a certain way, the folks here in Oklahoma City have almost been through this. I mean, certainly not to the scale of what happened on September 11th, but that feeling like, oh my gosh, you know, the day's just starting and, you know, what's going on?
We ran a block south to Trinity Church, and Stanley, I can picture him looking through the fence, through the trees, up at the tower, and he said, you know, Brian, I think that tower could come down. And I said, there's no way.
It was very strange to watch a tragedy just happen right in front of you and see everyone's responses to that.
My children in New York haven't to this day recovered. I didn't know how incredibly personal what occurred in New York is being taken by so many New Yorkers.
What's happening? What's happening?
You know, you're just looking and you're reading. It's like is this a movie? It just felt like you were in a movie.
The reality is it's happened. And life, as much as it's about beautiful, happy experience, it's also about tragedy. It's also about loss.
I got on this ferry and we went around the bottom of the island. We could see the site of the World Trade Center, and there were no towers. Nobody on the ferry boat could believe this. And it went totally silent.
I had visited the World Trade Center on multiple occasions, and to find them not there, literally as if they'd never been there.
The most impacting image from September 11th are the faces. You know, it's the photos of those who are missing, but it's also the photos of those longing for their lost ones. It's the faces of the rescue workers who are having to sift through the rubble.
Yes, there is something to be learned and appreciated, frankly, from September 11th. The incredible resiliency of this nation and the people of this nation.
For me, just as impacting is what happened at the Pentagon or in the countryside of Pennsylvania. It's not just the Twin Towers. You know, it's about what happened to the country. It's about all of us.
Patriotic music has been important to all of us in the last year, and no one does it better than the 330 voices of the world-renowned Mormon Tabernacle Choir under the direction of Craig Jessup. This morning, they're singing America the Beautiful. And our thanks to the men and women of the Mormon Tabernacle Choir in Salt Lake City, Utah this morning. Katie, some powerful voices and a meaningful way to begin to wrap things up on what has been a difficult morning across this country for so many people.
That's right, Matt. You know, as our coverage comes to a close, I can't help but think of the ever-present aching that so many families are experiencing and how that will continue. I only hope that this ceremony today and the ceremony at the Pentagon and in Shanksville has provided some emotional salve which will help in the healing process, because they have a long road ahead of them.
There were so many powerful images this morning, Katie. I saw one shot down there at Ground Zero of a family member who was down in the pit, I would imagine for the first time, scraping up some dirt into a jar to take back with him, a small reminder of his time there and the people or person he lost there. And it's hard not to think about where we were a year ago this afternoon, Katie, and what it was like in this city.
That's right. You know, this has been a day to look back at horror and heroism, a day of remembrance, resilience, and resolve. And today is simply a milestone. As we mentioned, there are many more to come. Meanwhile, all day long, NBC News will bring the latest developments. We're going to have more on how the country marks September 11th, Matt, tomorrow on Today.
Now, of course we will. Tom Brokaw's next with a town hall meeting. Before we leave, we want to give you the sights and sounds of that terrible and shocking day and the dignity 1 year later.
Good afternoon, I'm Michelle Silva. There have been a lot of changes that have taken place since September 11th. One of the most visible changes is at the airports. Action 10's Mark Stewart joins us now from McGee-Tyson Airport live to tell us what's been happening there. Mark, we've reported that the screeners over there at McGee-Tyson have changed to federal employees.
Federal screeners are now in charge of the security checkpoint, Michelle. That is correct. Today, though, it's been a very quiet day here at the airport. Already one flight has been canceled, and when the final numbers are in, air travel today is expected to have dropped dramatically. Some people, though, are taking to the skies, including Karen Davies. You are a business traveler, so you really have no choice but to fly. Nervous about hopping on board a plane today at all?
Not at all. No, I think today will be a very safe day to fly.
You were telling me you do travel quite a bit for business. Have you noticed that air travel is not as convenient as it has been in the past? It takes longer to get through the system.
Absolutely. It's a lot more difficult, but you have to approach it with you're safer for it.
The security is noticeable.
Absolutely. Absolutely. It's night and day.
The airlines say they're having a tough time right now, surviving. Do you intend to travel by air in the future still?
Absolutely.
Hasn't changed.
Not at all.
Safe travels to you, Karen. Thank you very much. Again, Michelle, a very quiet day here at 8:46 this morning. There was a moment of silence at the airport, but airlines and airports across the country are expecting very low turnout today. A number of airlines canceled their flights today thus far. Back to you.
And it doesn't appear that there have been any problems with security, long lines, or anything like that.
Not at all. Business as usual, just very few people here.
Okay, it sure looks it. Thanks a lot, Mark. And don't forget, today from 4 until 6:30, we will have special coverage. East Tennessee remembers 9/11. You'll hear the stories of how lives were affected by that day 1 year ago. We'll also report on the various events going on around East Tennessee. We now return you to national coverage. Thanks for watching.